Dreamscape presents Love and Lead by Coralee June, narrated by Joe Raylan and Benjamin D. Walker. To you. Yeah, you. Prologue. Grace Moretti. I'd never been kidnapped before, but it wasn't anything like I'd ever expected. The room Santabella locked me in was decorated with expensive traditional furniture that was bulky and took up most of the spacious room. The four-poster bed was dressed with a plush red comforter that made it feel like I was staying in one of those fancy hotels Gabrielle always insisted on visiting when we traveled, back when it was worth it to us to pretend to be a happy family. We don't go many places anymore. My brother and I stopped trying to get to know one another ages ago. I'd never be a bullet. I didn't have the stomach or the patience for that sort of loyalty. We'd never be the family either of us craved. Not that I'd given much time to imagining what being kidnapped would be like, but I expected a damp basement with angry men looming over me as I ate rations of mush. Instead, I was kept in a bright, airy bedroom with light gray walls and ample natural light that filtered through the open windows. It wasn't dirty. There wasn't some compartment door with an angry man that slid my food under it. In fact, we had dinner downstairs in the formal dining room every evening precisely at 6 o'clock. Given the circumstances, it wasn't too bad. But it was all still creepy as fuck. I was captured from Joe and Sherry's home in Harlem. Sherry had just left to take Joe to physical therapy. He absolutely hated his perky therapist. She made him run, and Joe fucking hated running. I was just lying in their guest bed, preparing to ease my tension headache with an orgasm and some caffeine from their fancy coffee maker. Their apartment was falling apart, but Joe didn't fuck around when it came to his coffee. The men that took me didn't wear masks, which is when I knew that I was going to die. Men wore masks when they were worried that you'd later identify them. They knew I wouldn't be escaping. I just wished that they would get it over with already. The waiting was the hard part. Wondering when I was gonna die was seriously stressing me out. But maybe Santabella liked it that way. Maybe he enjoyed a little psychological fuckery. And it was working. I'd been stuck here with nothing but my rambling thoughts and a craving for sunshine whiskey. How I craved my brother's drink of choice. It was easier than admitting that I wanted him to hurry up and save me. I wasn't much of a fan of my brother, but I wasn't stupid enough to not accept his help, given the circumstances. But every day that passed, I doubted him more and more. We were each responsible for saving ourselves at the end of it all. Someone opened the door to my bedroom and walked inside, his shoes clicking on the wood floors. "You coming down for dinner?" That voice. That stupid voice, always so pleasant and polite, despite being one of the reasons I was stuck here. "I think I'm going to skip today," I replied, refusing to turn around and face him. I was sitting at my vanity, applying makeup just to take it back off again. I wasn't sure why, but Santabella was constantly giving me dresses, trying to dress me up just to stare creepily at me from over the rim of his wine glass at dinner. He hadn't said one word to me, not one. Not when I'd screamed my questions, asking why I was there. Not when I spat in his face. Nothing. Santabella just smirked. He had all the power, and he knew it. He loved it. "You've been losing weight. You need to eat," the man said. He was distractingly handsome, and always in my room trying to chat with me. I didn't understand why. He was smart, a hacker of sorts, but Santabella seemed to have a lot of faith in him. Or at least that's what I thought. They were close. I should have paid more attention to Gabrielle's organization. Was there a ranking system for mobsters? If so, this asshole was at the top of the pyramid, beneath Santabella, of course. "I'm not in the mood to just sit there and watch you suck Santabella's dick," I replied with a snap before turning around mid-application of my copper lipstick. Only the top lip was covered in the bronze war paint. "I wish y'all would figure out what you're doing with me already. I never asked to be part of any of this. I didn't even want to be part of my family." He smirked at my southern twang. It drew a lot of attention, and I'd been trying to cover it up. "Gabrielle found me in a strip club in Alabama. 3 years ago. I was underage, but still working what my mama gave me. She didn't have a will, but she passed down her ability to attract the wrong kind of men. Some inheritance, right? I had no money and no idea how to survive without my mom, so I did the only thing I knew how to do. I danced, and I danced well. Gabriel rolled in not like a hero. He didn't ride into Luis's gentleman's club like a white knight determined to save me. No, he was too damaged for that. He was more like a reluctant demon. He didn't want to drag me down to hell, but I sensed that he felt like he had no other choice. My brother didn't want many to know this, but his sense of loyalty and duty trumped his conscience. He'd damn anyone for the sake of blood and family. I remembered laughing in his face, but I sure as hell still accepted the wad of cash he handed me in an apartment in the city. I didn't have to like him to finish up school and claim an inheritance I previously knew nothing about. I just wish that I had known sooner that there was money. Maybe then I could have used it for my mom's treatments. Maybe she wouldn't have died in a crappy hospital all alone. That brought my attention back to, what was his name again? I'd just been calling him a bastard so much in my head that I couldn't remember his real name. Why am I still alive? I asked. Maybe if I were honest, they'd finally tell me my purpose for being here. The bastard looked up at the ceiling in exasperation, as if wondering how he could answer my question. He was always so damn pensive, chewing every syllable of a word before spitting it out. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Because you're a pretty wild little thing that he would like to break. Because he likes owning anything that belongs to him already. Because he's a sick bastard. Do you really need a reason? You're alive. Be thankful for each minute your lungs still suck in Santabello's crazy as fuck air." My brows shot up in surprise. Pretty ballsy thing to say about the man that cuts your checks, I observed, forcing myself not to find the bastard attractive for hating Santabello as much as I did. He sighed dramatically. "Just come to dinner, please." "I'm not hungry. Don't you have some banks to hack into or some shit?" The bastard was smart as hell, scary smart. Almost as smart as Phoenix. Damn, Phoenix. A guy I had only known for a couple of days had decided to move into my brain permanently. Was he thinking of me? Did he wonder where I was? Was he stroking himself, thinking of that sexy night we shared like I'd been doing every night since then? He was a drug, an addiction I shouldn't want. One hit was all it took to know that he'd destroy me. He was a bitter pill I'd like to swallow again and again and again. The bastard sauntered up to me, breaking me from my daydreams of Phoenix. I stood up, ready to meet him head on. His gray eyes were dark as he pushed a hand through his chestnut hair. "Come down for dinner, Grace." I looked up at him, both loving and hating how he towered over me. I'd always had a thing for tall guys. I scowled, balling my fists as he wrapped an arm around me, cradling me close as my spine went utterly rigid. I didn't want his touch, but my skin was tingling as if anticipating his nearness, and liking it too. I wanted him, but didn't want him all the same. "Nix is coming for you," he whispered in my ear, making my jaw drop open in surprise. How did he know Phoenix? "Be a good little girl, play the game Santabella wants to play. Then I'll get you out of here." The bastard pulled away, biting his lip before running a hand down the front of his soft, black t-shirt. "Why?" I asked, keeping my voice quiet and forcing myself not to check for listening ears. "I knew him long ago, before I got mixed up here. I owe him one." I couldn't help the smile that was creeping up on my face. Phoenix Bailey. Even now, being a bossy asshole. I wasn't sure if I wanted to hug or kiss the bastard for giving me hope. I also wasn't surprised that Phoenix would be the one to get me out of this strange place with pretty dresses and power plays. We were reluctant about our connection, but yet it still thrived, knitting us together. Like my brother, I preferred to choose the people I cared for, and I somehow had begun to care for Phoenix, despite barely knowing him. Was that normal? Maybe obsessing over our love interests was some Moretti trait. Oh, I finally answered. Bastard looked at me, a flicker of disappointment passing across his face, lessening the sharpness of his jawline for a moment. Nix doesn't usually get attached, or at least not the Nix I used to know. Was there a sense of longing in his tone? He's loyal to a fault, I explained before running my hands along my freckled arms. I think that when he picks a person he likes, he sticks with them. I'm not exactly sure how I made that list, but since it's going to get me out of here, I'm kind of glad to be getting the VIP treatment. In a flash, the bastard's eyes grew dark with an emotion I couldn't place. Must be fucking nice, he growled before spinning around. Be a dinner, Grace. Santabello doesn't like people that defy them. He'll break you before you even get the chance to get out of here. The bastard then slammed the door, causing a framed painting to fall to the ground. It was probably worth the tuition at the private school I was likely to flunk out of thanks to this. Bastard.
Chapter 1. Gavriel. 6 weeks ago. The first sound I heard when I woke up was a steady cadence of beats in an annoying, high-pitched tone. I thought I was dreaming at first, that I'd slept through my alarm. I was in a dark sort of awareness, one that hovered somewhere between alive and dead. I'd only been in this place a handful of times, or maybe I was always in that place. My brain wasn't working. I wanted to groan, but I couldn't feel shit. Just this irritating and overwhelming need to cough, like air was trapped inside me, demanding to get out. But when I tried to open my mouth, I realized that something was stopping me. There was a tube shoved down my throat. I couldn't move my body, not a toe, not an inch. It felt like I'd been paralyzed, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I couldn't open my eyes and see where I was, and it felt like hard bricks were weighing me down, stacked up in heavy rows along the length of my body and scratching my burning hot skin. No. Not again. Not ever. He's conscious, a voice said, and I screamed 1,000 obscenities in my mind. I demanded that they tell me where I was. I demanded they give me back my body. I think I groaned. I wasn't sure. And then I was asleep again, not caring about the dry tube down my throat without my permission, or the itch on my nose, or the compulsive gagging that kept taking over my body, making me feel like I was drowning in my own spit and snot. I thought of her. Sunshine. I wondered where she was, if she was okay. I needed her, and I rarely needed anyone. But fuck if I didn't need her love. I hated the chaotic way my mind shut down. Without rhyme or reason, I was forced to give in to whatever it needed. It protected me from the paranoia but took away my freedom. Yet she always remained. She was always at the forefront of my mind, guiding me to something that didn't hurt as badly as this hellhole of an existence. She was my sleep. Did I even make sense anymore? It was like my brain was puking thorned roses that were watered with blood. I then planted them in the soil the doctors tilled from my burning skin. Yeah, I didn't make sense. Damn, I needed a drink. I craved it like I craved air. Like I craved her. Did this mean I was an alcoholic? I woke up to pain the next time. I wasn't sure how many days had passed, wasn't sure if this was what hell was like. It was a subtle sort of agony, something scratching at the torn muscles along my back and legs. Fuck this. It burned in a demanding way, breaking me apart as I suffocated. It reminded me of the time Dad took a thin belt to my back, striking me again and again for being a disappointment. I knew that if I could control my own limbs, I'd just reach for a glass of water or whiskey. It should be simple, right? It should be easy. But I had no control, none. I vowed never again to be another man's puppet, but here I was, a victim of survival, reaching out for death and begging it to swallow me. The next time I woke up, I realized I was no longer suffocating. I wasn't sure what monster they shoved down my throat demanding I live, but it was gone now. My body was breathing on its own. I still couldn't open my eyes, couldn't move my limbs, but thank sunshine, I could breathe. I could fucking inhale and exhale, decide on my own if my body deserved the oxygen it craved. I had a little power back, and it felt fucking good. I opened my mouth after a few hours. It took incredible concentration. I focused on the words, tried my best to curve my tongue in the shape of her name, but all that came out was a hiss. The sound escaping my lips was faint around the room, but I needed to know she was okay. I needed to hear her husky voice. "Did you hear that?" a low voice asked. I recognized it. Whoever it was had taken good care of me. Even when the rest of the world didn't think I could understand, this nurse took a moment each day to try and explain. I rarely was awake enough for this stupid fucking commentary about my broken body to sink in, but that minuscule effort and control had me clinging to life. He's calling for her. "That's right, asshole. Bring me my girl." I hissed again. "I'll get her," another male voice said frantically before a door clicking shut over towards my left sounded. Adrenaline skyrocketed through me, and I heard the evidence in my excitement through the beeping of the monitors. "Don't worry, sir. We're bringing your wife in." Wife. I kind of liked the sound of that. Maybe when I wasn't dying, I could figure out what the fuck that even meant. Wife. Huh. Wonder if it's permanent. Beep, 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 beep. My heart was practically stumbling over itself to get to her. It had only been a few moments, but it felt like years. I listened for the shift in the air, waiting for sunshine to walk back into my life. "Sir?" Her voice sounded hoarse, but still shot through me like a knife. "Sir, it's me. You're at the hospital. I'm here. I love you." A sob broke through her chest, and if I weren't strapped down and paralyzed from the drugs they were pumping through my system, I'd wrap my arms around her and pretend to be the comfort she craved. I wasn't good at that shit, but for her, I wanted to be. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination or something else, but I felt a soft tear land on my forearm, trailing down the length of my exposed skin before disappearing on the sheets. I could hear the sad desperation in her voice. I knew it was terrible, knew I looked bad. "Is he okay?" she asked the other nurse in the room. "He's making surprisingly good progress. I think we can start weaning him off the sedative soon. His skin grafts are healing nicely. He got lucky. You can touch his hand if you like," the familiar voice encouraged. And once again, I felt myself drifting into that place between who I was and the boy locked inside of his body, fighting for control, but losing all the same. "I'm here," she whispered, and for now, just that affirmation was enough. God, she fucking sounded terrific. The next day, I craved a stiff drink, something that burned on the way down and made me forget about the burning of my legs. Something terrible happened last night, but I couldn't remember what. The drugs were stronger today. Sunshine hadn't returned. The day after that, they kept checking my legs. My eyes opened. I could see the blurry room, hear the concerned voices. I grumbled a few cursed syllables in their direction. Sunshine arrived after they changed my catheter. A nurse emptied a bag of piss in the toilet while my girl, my wife, walked in, carrying what looked like a burner phone in her palm. I blinked once, knowing that making a sound had its consequences. The same nurse that was kind enough to let me know what was happening had informed me that the smoke I'd inhaled burned my throat. I was literally burnt on the inside and out. She held the phone up, waiting for the nurses to leave before sitting beside me and placing it against my ear. Immediately, Riker's voice sounded. "Gav, we're working on getting Grace. We found her, and she's alive." My heart clenched a bit. Not once had I thought of my sister while I was here. Not once had I thought of them. What kind of leader didn't worry about his men, his empire? All of a sudden, I had a million questions running through my mind, but a soft hand on mine quieted the noise and the need for control. Sunshine says you're pretty banged up. She says you can't even talk back to me. Riker continued with a small chuckle. Sucks, doesn't it? It made me think of the time you broke my jaw. Karma's a bitch. And maybe it makes me a pussy to say this while knowing you can't talk back, but I'm going to do it anyways. I took in a shaky breath, hating how I could feel each inhale and exhale burning along my mouth and throat. Even my nose felt like fire. Sunshine is really fucked up about you right now. I know pretty soon you're going to be able to talk again. You're going to be better. It's what you do. But don't you fucking dare take this out on her. Don't do the usual Moretti thing. You know damn well what I'm talking about. I looked over at Sunshine as he spoke, wondering if she could hear his growled words. I know you, Moretti. You're going to wake up mad at the world, fighting for control, and fighting anyone that loves you. You're going to be cruel and lash out. I'm asking you not to. I'm asking you to wait until I get there. And then you can punch the fuck out of Blaze and me. You can make us bleed if you really need to. But Sunshine, you have to save her from yourself, because we aren't there to stop you. I hated him a little bit for telling me this when I couldn't punch his face in. I guess this made us even then. I looked up at Sunshine once more, noting the way her dark eyelashes were clumped together from moisture. She'd probably been crying. I hated the small patch of hair shaved away on her scalp, where a red and glaring scar taunted me. She was alive. She was alive. I was in control. She was alive. Riker then said one more thing before Sunshine took the phone away and pocketed it. You can control yourself, Gav. You can't control anything else, but you can control yourself. You can control the way you stand back up from this. I wanted to kill the asshole for being all wise and sentimental and shit. Here I was on my deathbed, and he was busy telling me how to approach the situation with Sunshine. And damn if it didn't make me respect him more for it. This was why we worked. This was why empires failed and blood didn't matter. Family was a choice. The bullets were forever. And I owned them all.
Chapter 2. Sunshine, present day. 36%. 36% of Gabriel Moretti's body was burned. The back of his thighs, his back. He had inhaled so much smoke that it singed his nostril hairs, making him prone to colds. It burned the inside of his mouth, stealing the taste of food. Every inhale now aggravated his throat, and he'd go into coughing fits that hurt him even more. After getting discharged from the hospital, we disappeared to Vermont, to a safe house in the mountains, peaceful and quiet enough to heal and cope with all the bad news thrown our way. You should sleep, a soft voice said to me. I turned to look at the kind nurse Gabriel hired to stay with us as he recovered. Courtney was her name. We'd developed a routine of sorts. She'd tell me to get some rest, and I'd roll my eyes. How could I sleep, knowing that Riker and Blaze were still out there, facing Santabello and struggling to get Grace back? Last we'd heard, they had a plan to sneak her out undetected from his home, but that was over a week ago. If I wasn't obsessing over Gabriel's health, then I was worried about my other men. Worry was officially my default setting these days, but it was an emotion I was used to. All of us had our vices, I supposed. Gabriel had his desire to control us all. Mine was my addiction to wanting everyone to be okay. Blaze once accused me of hyper-focusing on them to avoid my own shit, and he was right, but right now I didn't give a fuck. He wasn't here to chastise me about it either. I knew it wasn't fair of me to be angry at them for leaving. I would have done the same. But sometimes the resentment was like a thorn at the bottom of my foot, hurting more and more the longer I stood on it. It kept burrowing into my skin, making it impossible to ignore. Even if I didn't fault my guys for leaving, it didn't make the pain of missing them any less. You know I don't do the whole sleep thing, I replied with a sad smile. I also didn't do the whole eating thing. Self-care was low on the list of priorities lately. I didn't feel like I was doing anything useful. I was just existing, watching, and waiting to be helpful, but never really living up to the expectations I was putting on myself. I let my hair down and ran my finger across the angry scar covering my scalp. For the most part, I could comb my hair in a way that hid it, but it was always there, reminding me of the night Paul Bright died and tried to take us with him. I quickly smoothed my dark hair and threw it back up in a bun. I didn't like things that reminded me of the fire, which was probably why I didn't like myself most days. 2 hours ago, Nick sent a coded message to the burner phone I kept practically glued to my palm. It said that they'd be arriving tonight, but couldn't explain much more. "You can't pour from an empty cup, my dear," Courtney said, pulling me out of my thoughts with a light-hearted laugh. Empty? I didn't even have a cup to pour from these days. None of us did. She rolled her eyes for a moment before placing a soft hand on my shoulder. I was wearing a tank top and some sweatpants, long ago giving up on making an effort towards my appearance. It's not like Gabriel really saw me, anyways. He was always too busy staring out the window and thinking. He made me feel like a ghost. And most days, I found myself wondering if I really did survive the fire. Questioning Gabriel's and my existence was one of those things my mind kept doing. "They should be arriving soon," I said in a hopeful tone to Gabriel, who had just stopped standing by the window to slowly move towards his leather wingback chair beside the west-facing window. I prayed that having the gang back together would bring him back to me. A deep soreness had settled into his bones since the fire. No amount of walking or physical therapy seemed to help. He just hurt. Courtney once said to us that most of it was a mental battle, and he threw a glass of water at her in response. She'd never mentioned it again. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. How could we get Gabriel back to the domineering and powerful man that I knew and loved? "Is everything ready?" he asked. There wasn't even the slightest hint of excitement in his tone. I'd gathered that there was no brotherly affection that Gabriel held for his sister. She was a responsibility to him. Everything was a responsibility to him. "Yes," Courtney and I replied simultaneously as he stroked his chin with his index finger. She and I were doing that a lot lately, speaking at the same time. "Guess that's what happened when you spend a lot of time with someone." "Good," Gabriel replied. I still remembered my time in the hospital. One of his skin grafts on his lower calf tore, and in a moment of weakness he mouthed that it hurt to exist. Even though he couldn't speak, it still felt like a scream. I left the room before he could see me cry, and I couldn't stomach going back until the next day. But even through all of this, there was one thing that remained constant about his personality: his determination to love and care for me. The only times he broke out of his dazed staring at the world was to make sure I was okay. His check-ins were brief and subtle, but I grabbed hold of them with the hope that things would get better soon. "Make sure Grace's room is ready," he told Courtney. I still wasn't used to the rough tone. He'd always sounded so domineering, but now there was a gravelly quality to his voice. I kind of hated it. Not necessarily because it was unpleasant to hear, but because every time he opened his mouth to speak, it reminded us both of what had happened. Courtney interrupted. "Already done. I have the medical team waiting downstairs. The psychiatrist you've requested is here, too. They've all signed the non-disclosure agreements and have been paid what you requested. They won't be telling anyone about this place," she assured. "I also have a kit prepared to test for trauma of a sexual nature. That way we can check for diseases and make sure she isn't pregnant." Gabrielle twisted abruptly to stare at her with eyes so black and cold that even I shivered in fear. "Leave," he growled. Courtney immediately dismissed herself with a small smile and a wave, heading out of his bedroom door and down the stairs. She long ago stopped being intimidated by Gabriel, despite his every effort to push her away. I wasn't sure if her nonchalant attitude about him was hurting or helping his mental state. I think he liked knowing he could still terrify a person. "You think they'll be okay?" I finally asked Gabriel after a long moment of silence. "We had to be careful. Santabella wanted us dead." Gabriel assured me that no one aside from the bullets and a tiny team of men that stayed loyal to him knew about this place, but the worry was still there. While we were at the hospital, we were safe, or at least as safe as we could be. Santabella wasn't stupid enough to plan an assassination in such a public place, not so close to my father's death. Gabriel was being monitored too closely by the doctors, media, and nursing staff. The world wanted to know what was happening to the other victims of the fire that killed Paul Bright. Santabella was already struggling to cover up the explosion, and if Gabriel, or Sir, mysteriously died during his recovery in the hospital, it would look even worse. They ended up framing a general contractor that had worked on the gas line a week prior. My father had it all planned out, and it ultimately worked in our favor, even though it killed me to be on the edge of exposure like that. But the moment Gabriel was strong enough to be released, we escaped to here, a tiny town in Vermont, hidden in the mountains, and hidden from Santabella. I'm sure they're fine, I said, answering my own question when Gabriel didn't respond. Gabriel spoke up. I need my medicine, he croaked. I stood up and shuffled across the dark wood floors towards his nightstand before heading to the attached bathroom. I then filled up a glass in the sink with water. Holding the small white pill in my palm, I waltzed over to him, admiring the way the setting sun was casting shadows over his tired body. I couldn't see his expression in this lighting, but I assumed that he had that sad, dazed look about him. And once I was standing next to him, he didn't bother grabbing the glass from my hand. He grabbed the pill and downed it dry. You are ridiculous, I said while rolling my eyes. I don't know how you do that, especially with your throat scarring. Just yesterday he told me that if he couldn't stand the feel of whiskey anymore, then he'd die a dry man. It was one of the more dramatic moments that we'd had since the fire, but he did drink significantly more water now. It was just random times like this that he liked to remind himself that he was tough. Such a lovely contradiction, my mob boss was. He considered himself strong enough to swallow a pill, but weak enough to need it. Couldn't he see that I thought he was strong regardless? He saved my life. He saved Callum's life. I miss whiskey, he grumbled. I miss you, I thought. I clung to his little statements of pain and focused on getting him better. There was no room for my own guilt and shame, not when I had a man hell-bent on destroying himself. I bit my tongue, determined not to ask him for the millionth time if he was feeling okay. I had this instinctual need to ask him over and over and over again until his answer changed, until he told me the truth. Are you okay? I internally scolded myself for spitting out the question despite my best efforts to swallow my concern. Yep. You're so chatty today, I replied sarcastically, forcing a light tone in my words. Gabriel smiled a bit at that. I feel fine, Mrs. Moretti. No need to worry. I'm grumpy because I don't know what to expect. I hate not knowing, not being involved in decisions or rescue missions. I nearly gasped at his honest admission. Maybe things were getting better. I hate not knowing, too, I replied. I hate knowing my time to hoard you to myself is up, Gabriel added. I know it wasn't the honeymoon you deserved, but, I rolled my eyes, thankful for this brief, playful moment with Gabriel. A romantic couple of weeks in the mountains? It was every girl's dream. And don't forget the candlelit dinner we shared at the hospital, I joked. Oh, how could I? I wore my best hospital gown, you know the one, with my ass hanging out for you to see. In an exaggerated move, I licked my lips and fluttered my lashes at him. Gabriel flip-flopped between handling things well and sulking. I'd learned to go with the flow and take whatever moments I could. I guess nearly losing someone made you appreciate every fucked-up side of their personality. A knock on the door to his bedroom pulled my attention away from Gabriel, and I turned to greet Callum. He looked rough. His beard a little longer than usual, his hair a little more unruly. He was wearing dress pants that fit just right, and a button-down shirt that was wrinkled. He was why I refused to allow myself to wallow in all the guilt being thrust upon me. Callum Mercer felt enough guilt for all of us. Hey, need me to help you down that? No, I don't need your goddamn help. Gabriel stood, albeit slowly, before turning to face me fully. Oh, God, his face. His beautiful, perfect face. No amount of scarring on his body could take away from how enthralled I was whenever he looked at me. He had dark eyes that have seen what hell looked like and came back to tell the tale. His right cheek was scarred, red and patchy, but still beautiful, in a terrifying and unconventional sort of way. Oh, of course, Callum replied, his voice barely a shameful whisper. Gabriel moved more slowly now, but it merely accentuated the stoic way he commanded a room. Even with all the scars and torment in his eyes, he looked like a man that could still break you. I hated that the world took what control he'd been clinging to, but Gabriel Moretti always came back swinging, even if he hadn't realized it just yet. Gabriel straightened himself and adjusted his crisp jacket. Stop staring. I stopped looking at him to stare at Callum. Poor Callum. He gave in to the darker sides of himself and was punished for it. He was cursed with empathy, and in one fleeting, maddening moment of courage and rage, he lost himself. We both knew that day would come, but none of us ever expected that it would be Gabriel to pay the price. Callum had taken on most of what was left of Gabriel's responsibilities of late. I wondered if he hated himself for practically running a dying crime syndicate, or if he considered it his due punishment. Callum Mercer was all about justice, after all. I wanted to tell Callum that I missed him. I missed all of them. I craved the physical closeness and comfort they each provided. We'd all distanced ourselves while trying to put together the broken parts of our group. I mostly stayed with Gabriel while he healed, but I missed Blaze and Riker. I was thankful that as of tonight, we'd all be back together. Maybe now the five of us could finally work towards being a family, or at least being whatever it was we were. Blaze and Riker are already downstairs, if you'd like to see them, Callum asked with uncertainty. I couldn't help but wonder why he seemed so unsure, but my heart raced at the reality that they were here. They were finally here. Okay, I replied with a swallow, for some reason feeling a sudden mixture of anxiety and excitement over seeing them. Even though only 6 weeks total had passed, I felt so distant. We'd talked, and they'd occasionally called to check on Gabriel, to give updates, and check on me. But I didn't know how we'd just dive right into a relationship. Did I greet them with a hug? A kiss? Why was I even overanalyzing this? What's wrong? Gabriel asked. His voice startled me. Nothing, I immediately replied. He then rolled his eyes, taking a step closer while staring me down, his determined nature coming to the front of his expression. I really was the only person he acted like himself for. Tell me, he ordered. I was wondering how I could possibly voice something that felt so trivial in comparison to all the things he'd faced. Just nervous to see Blaze and Riker, is all, I mumbled while looking down at the ground. I half expected Gabriel to chastise me, but instead it was Callum that stepped forward and placed a tender finger under my chin, directing my gaze up to meet him. His blue eyes pierced through my defenses as I spoke. It's dumb, I know. I wish I could turn off these anxious thoughts, but what if their time away made them realize that whatever is happening between us isn't going to work? This isn't a conventional relationship, and it's selfish of me to expect you all to be okay with sharing me. Callum gave me a sympathetic frown. They missed you a ton. Blaze is pacing the floors for you, and Riker looks about ready to punch a hole through the wall if you don't get your pretty ass down there soon. Don't doubt them, baby. Don't doubt any of us. I didn't miss the meaning in his words, knowing that we weren't at a place to talk about what all had happened, but we would be soon. I was surprised at how willing Callum was to discuss my relationships with Blaze and Riker, as well as reassure me. In many ways, he'd taken on Gabriel's role of doing what was best for the group. This was why we worked. Everyone stepped up to fill in the gaps where others were weak. But I couldn't tell him that I didn't doubt him. Couldn't tell him that I wanted to go back to normal. For some reason, those words were stuck in my throat, feeling restricted by everything that had happened. So, instead, I simply let out a shaky exhale and said, Okay, Chapter 3. 1. I was going to see Blaze and Riker. 2. I was a confident woman. 3. They loved me. Let's go, Gabriel growled from behind Callum. He had been watching me mouth those unspoken thoughts to myself, counting through the steps that brought down my racing heartbeat. I shook away the lingering doubts before walking around Callum's tall body to grab Gabriel's hand. He didn't need me to help him down the large winding staircase, but I wanted to touch him all the same. I'd been finding every opportunity possible to connect my skin with his since the night at the church. It reaffirmed the fact that he was, in fact, alive. He was here, he was with me, even if his mind was somewhere else most days. We left his room, then traveled down the hallway, moving slower than usual. Once we landed at the top of the staircase, I looked down the steps where Blaze was standing at the bottom, staring back up at us in awe as we descended. I suddenly became self-conscious, tugging at my threadbare tank and pulling my sweats up. When was the last time I paid attention to my appearance? Everything had been such a cycle of worrying about Gabriel, observing Callum, and simply surviving that I couldn't remember. My sunshine. Look at you, he said with a bright smile that didn't seem forced. Happiness was practically seeping from every pore. He looked good. Damn good. His hair was even longer now, almost covering his ears, but still parted stylishly. Aviator sunglasses were hooked on the collar of his shirt. His jeans were tight, and I bit my bottom lip as I appraised him. Stopping in the middle of the long staircase, I felt emotional about this reunion and wanted to memorize the way Blaze's face was twisted up in pure adoration. He didn't give me much time to process the moment because pretty soon he started stomping up the staircase, meeting me in the middle to wrap his arms around my stomach as Gabriel pulled away. I missed you. Every second away, I wanted to come back. Happy tears filled my eyes and spilled over, trailing down my face. I just wanted to revel in the feel of Blaze's arms around me. He felt so good and warm, circling me with his body and reassuring me that nothing had changed without saying a word. I missed you too, I whimpered. God, I missed Blaze. I missed how he knew what I needed. I missed his brutal honesty. It was only 6 weeks, but it felt like much longer. Blaze gave Gabriel one of those nods of solidarity and greeting, one that said all the things my macho men couldn't speak out loud. I noticed how his eyes lingered on Gabriel's scarred cheek for a moment. After squeezing Blaze one more time and placing a kiss against the first bare patch of skin I could find on his neck, I spoke. You look good. Are you okay? Just good, sunshine? Ouch, you wound me. He chuckled while stroking my back. I breathed in his scent. My body was already humming from having him so close. I kissed his neck again, sucking ever so slightly just to show him how much I truly missed him. We don't have time, he whispered in my ear, just low enough for me to hear. But you can bet your pretty little ass I'll be seeing you about a proper reunion. One that involves you screaming my name. A healthy blush covered my chest and cheeks. You better, I whispered before pulling away and descending the rest of the stairs to meet Riker, who was standing down at the bottom. My fighter stared at me, green eyes lingering on the gray sweatpants I was wearing, my tank top, and the way my black hair was put up in a knot on top of my head. Riker's stare felt heated and inquisitive, and so unlike the looks I got from the others. Blaze was honest, but polite. He wouldn't tell me I looked as awful as I felt. But Riker? He was committing my appearance to memory, looking me up and down, so later he could address it. He wasn't like Nyx, throwing me into self-care with a friendly shove. He wasn't like Gabriel, demanding it. He was quiet, weaving solutions together and guiding me to the best version of myself with his love and words. I missed you, I said to Riker before reaching out to grab his hand and squeeze. The moment those words left my lips, he sighed in relief, as if he wasn't sure that us being apart would have changed my mind about him, too. We were alike in that sense, always wondering when the other would wise up and flee. I missed you, too. His voice had a rough quality to it that hinted at a lack of sleep. I wanted to know everything that had happened since the fire, but I also didn't want to know. They were in danger, that much I understood, but after almost losing one of my men, I couldn't stomach the thought of any of the others being at risk. I needed to toughen up, though. I had a feeling that as long as I was with them, danger would always be on our heels. I looked him over, smiling when I realized that this was the first time I'd seen him not covered in bruises and cuts since we first reunited. It was a relief, but still out of the ordinary. I'd grown used to his fighter lifestyle, somewhat. He was wearing sweats and white sneakers. The baggy material hung low on his hips, and the tight shirt he wore left little to the imagination. "You don't have a black eye or a split lip. What, were you on vacation or something?" I asked with a wry grin. Riker pulled me in, crushing me to his chest for a hug. "Very funny, sunshine," he grumbled before kissing me. And oh, God, did he kiss me. His tongue traveled over mine. His lips were pressed so harshly against me that I wondered where he began and I ended. We were as close as we could get without having sex, devouring each other. I poured my moans into him, despite how inappropriate the timing was, or that we had an audience. Blaze clapped his hands to get our attention, and I turned to stare at him. "You are literally killing me. And interrupting one of the hottest kisses I've ever seen is officially my least favorite thing to do, but we need to talk before Grace gets here," Blaze said with a wince, as if it legitimately pained him to stop us. I frowned in confusion. Blaze was rarely nervous, at least not that I'd ever seen. He was cocky, charming, and confident. But now he seemed unsure. Looking side to side around the entryway of Gavriel's safe house, he ran his hand through his rust-brown hair with a sigh before pulling both his lips in to chew on them. Gavriel gave him an apprehensive once-over before asking, "What's wrong?" But before Blaze could respond, the front door opened, and in walked Nix. He had an overgrown beard, as if he hadn't bothered to shave in weeks. His bloodshot eyes and droopy shoulders automatically had me on high alert. I would have run to him, wrapped my arms around his tall, muscular frame, but he was holding a frail-looking young woman that I immediately assumed was Grace. From where I was standing in the foyer, I saw that she was tiny. She had long auburn hair. The oversized forest green shirt she was wearing was hanging off her shoulder, showing off the freckles that kissed her skin. Nix nodded at me in greeting, a small smile of relief gracing his face, before he looked down at her with adoration. Nix took a step inside and glanced over his shoulder, where a figure was standing in the doorway behind him. He had chestnut-brown hair swept to the side and a cut on his cheek. The man was easily well over 6 feet tall and towered over everyone in the room. He was lean, but still muscular. The brown short-sleeved shirt he was wearing showed off defined, but not overbearing muscles. All of that, although notable, was nothing compared to the terror in his expression. I'd never seen a man look so scared. It was like he wanted to flee the room and never look back. But Silver Eyes looked longingly at the woman in Nix's arms, and it seemed to bolster some courage within him because he inhaled before going rigid and looking at Gavriel. "Mr. Moretti?" he asked. His tone was refined in a surprising sort of way. I detected the hint of an accent that I couldn't quite place. I turned to look at Gavriel, who was doing his best to stand tall and proud, like the mob boss he trained himself to be. I knew it was an intimidation tactic, but it was difficult to be scary when your legs trembled from exhaustion. He was still healing. "Who are you, son?" Gavriel asked. "My name is Alessandro Gray." "Now, there's a familiar name," Gavriel growled before pulling the pistol strapped to his waistband and pointing it at him. Gav cocked back the safety and hovered his index finger over the trigger. He was just short of an exhale from killing him. Everyone immediately went on high alert, confusing me. Who was this guy? "You're Santabello's right-hand man. You've got some balls coming here," Gavriel growled. Riker positioned me behind him, holding his flexed arm out protectively over me. But he didn't seem scared of Alessandro. It was like he was protecting me from Gavriel. I looked towards Callum, who was eyeing my mob boss with trepidation while inching closer to where he stood. The entryway of Gavriel's safe house suddenly seemed very crowded. My heart began to race at the sight of the gun, and I hated that familiar panic that started bubbling up inside of me, punching me in the gut with terror. 1. Gabriel was in control. 2. I'm safe. 3. Gabriel's got the gun, not Paul Bright. I squeezed my eyes shut at the thought of my father. Since his death, I'd done everything in my power to completely eradicate him from my mind. Nick spoke up immediately. He's the one that got Grace out of there, and he's got some information you're going to want to hear. He was helping with Santabella's hacking and saved your sister's life. Put that gun back where it belongs, or I'll blow your brains out. Nick's voice was rough, and I had to stifle a gasp. I had never heard him speak so aggressively. Nick's was all alpha, but never threatening. Gabriel still didn't put his gun away. We all just stood there in a silent standoff. I knew that part of Gabriel wanted retribution for Santabella's actions. Even now, from behind Riker's muscular frame, I could see how Gab was considering Nix's threat. I bet he was imagining how it would feel to kill one of Santabella's men. Gabriel wanted to take back some of the control over his life that he'd lost, and he was dancing with that need as he held a gun aimed at this Alessandro Gray. I kept quiet, knowing that nothing I said would change Gabriel's mind right then. His soul was at war with his body. It wasn't until a whimper escaped the lips of the girl in Nix's arms that Gabriel seemed to be shocked out of the strange trance he was in. Keeping the gun pointed at Alessandro, he made his way over to Nix and Grace, using a free hand to brush the hair away from her face. It was an awkward move, like he didn't feel he knew her well enough to touch her. Grace, what did they do to you? He asked, his voice shaky. I couldn't see her face clearly from where I was, but something about it had made Gabriel rein in his anger. Her voice was small and weak, but still she replied, He saved me. Her whisper was barely audible, and with an exhale, she went limp in Nix's arms. Exactly 10 beats of my heart passed before Gabriel lowered the gun, disarmed it, and put it back in his holster. He didn't offer Alessandro an apology or even an explanation. He just looked around the room, wide-eyed and crazy, before shouting, Where's the damn doctor? Chapter 4. It took a couple of hours for the doctors to look over Grace. With how much Gabriel was paying the team of specialists, they were incredibly thorough. Nurse Courtney fussed over the rest of us, making everyone hot tea while Alessandro was strip-searched and checked for wires. They ultimately determined that Grace was malnourished. Alessandro assured us that it wasn't because of anything he did. She stubbornly refused to eat while there. While describing the many frustrating things about Grace Moretti, he spoke with exasperation, but there was a fondness in the way he said her name, and a brightness in his eyes as he spoke. There was also some bruising on her stomach, and when the doctor reported that, I watched Gabriel's fingers twitch like he was itching to grab his gun again. She liked to defy Santabello. But one night she went too far. Alessandro explained in an ominous tone. She'd need a few days to recover, but nothing was broken. She was just weak and sore. The team of specialists left, and after Courtney inconspicuously checked that Gabriel was staying ahead of the pain, she braved the icy roads to drive home to her 2 sons. I wanted to know more about Grace. Gabriel wasn't very forthcoming about his sister, nor was he open about their relationship. I wasn't sure if it was because he genuinely didn't know much about his little sister, but what I did know was that she was feisty, and that made me like her already. So, tell me why you're here, and why you saved Grace, Gabriel demanded. He was sitting in his leather chair in the traditionally decorated living room while drinking ice water and glaring around at everyone with ferocious intensity. I knew he was overcompensating for how much pain he was currently in, regardless of the lies he told Nurse Courtney. I was sitting on the love seat, snuggled comfortably between Blaze and Riker, and enjoying how my heart finally felt full for the first time in weeks. Callum stood behind us, resting his hands on the back of the sofa and casually looking for any excuse to touch the back of my neck. I liked it. First of all, you should know that I have no loyalty to Santabello, Alessandro began. He paced the room as he spoke, and our eyes were glued to his moving frame. If you're hoping that will help me trust you, Mr. Gray, it's not working, Gabriel replied before taking another sip of water. The room was dark, the only light a small lamp in the corner.
How can I trust a man that has no loyalty? I've had enough of that lately.
He waved his hand around the room as if to wordlessly push his point. He was right. Everyone that claimed to be loyal to Gabriel had left weeks ago. Alessandro winced as if realizing his mistake. Gabriel was like a minefield of triggers. One wrong step and he'd end up dead.
Santabello gave me no choice but to join his ranks and do some work for him. I knew Phoenix from a while back. We were in a vigilante group and got to know each other pretty well.
That was odd. I thought I knew everything about Phoenix, but this vigilante group was news to me. Gabriel turned his eyes to mine as if wordlessly asking me if it was true. I gave him a little shrug, which thankfully seemed to be good enough. I was afraid if I told him I knew nothing of it, that Gabriel would stop listening to Alessandro.
So, your loyalty is to Phoenix, then?
Gabriel asked. My best friend was currently upstairs with Grace. He was refusing to leave her side, which left Alessandro vulnerable. Nix was either too wrapped up in Grace's well-being to care, or he intuitively knew that Gabriel wasn't going to do anything. I wish I could have had the same faith in my mob boss, but I was too busy eyeing the pistol on the table beside him.
My loyalty is to myself,
Alessandro growled. I almost rolled my eyes. What was the point in being so macho?
Tell me about this vigilante group,
Gabriel ordered. I squinted in confusion before turning to look at Blaze. He was slumped over beside me, his hand clasped over mine. I danced my thumb over his tan skin. He was hardly awake, and I couldn't see his hazel eyes as his lids kept shutting. Both he and Riker looked as exhausted as I felt.
I am surprised. Don't you want to know all of Santabello's secrets? You have his right-hand man at your mercy. That's all you mobsters ever want.
Alessandro rolled his eyes, and I had to bite back a smile. Even if Mr. Gray didn't understand his line of questioning, I knew what Gabriel was doing. He was trying to figure out if Alessandro was trustworthy. What use was information if you didn't trust the person delivering it?
Answer the question,
Gabriel ordered in a fierce tone. Letting out a sigh, Alessandro looked around the room before answering.
I joined the group in college. I was looking for my birth mother and was told they could help me find someone off the grid. Who's your birth mother?
Gabriel asked in a bored tone.
The only person on this planet that could bring Santabello's empire crashing down.
And with that ominous statement, the entire room went into a contemplative silence.
Well, now,
Gabriel replied with a forced chuckle.
You have my attention.
I leaned against Riker.
My mother knew Santabello. Her name is Lily Russo. When she got pregnant with me, she made plans to run. She set me up with an adoptive family and got the fuck out of there. When I grew up, I stupidly went looking for her. Instead, I found Santabello.
What's with the ominous phrasing? Are you Santabello's son? I asked, immediately covering my mouth with my hand when I noticed Gabriel staring at me. He'd been on edge and needed control of the situation. It was the most excitement we'd had in weeks, and I was more than willing to give him the spotlight. I just couldn't help myself. All of this was so curious. Alessandro walked over to the window overlooking the mountains. The moonlight outside barely illuminated the ground below.
He loved my mother, in an obsessive sort of way. But she never loved him back. I did a DNA test. I don't know who my father is, but it's not Santabello. She blackmailed her way out of his empire. I was just a stupid kid looking for his birth mom. Nothing was adding up, so I joined the vigilante group. If I had known it led to working for him, I would have never done it.
Gabriel nodded.
And that's where you met Nix. We were only members for about a year. Things went south when the leadership got greedy. Did you ever find your mother?
Nope. She's a slippery bitch. I closed my eyes and tried to think of what sort of mother would leave her child alone in foster care. Maybe my idea of parenting was ruined by my own. I was a cynic when it came to families. Did any parents stand by their children? Blaze gripped my hand, as if predicting my line of thought.
So how did you get mixed up with Santabello?
Gabriel asked with a frown.
The vigilante group worked with some bad men. He heard who I was looking for and offered me a job. By the time I realized what kind of man he truly was, I was in too deep. And when I tried to leave, he threatened my girlfriend at the time. He ended up killing her anyways. I was in. I couldn't get out.
Gabrielle then nodded while piecing the story together. I observed Alessandro with newfound sympathy as he stared at the ground, likely thinking of the girlfriend Santabello killed. It seemed that all of us in the room had suffered at that man's hand.
So what can you offer me, Alessandro? I'm sure by now you understand how these things work. You might have saved my sister, which I'm eternally grateful for, but your reliability. Your father knows my birth mother. I overheard Santabello mentioning it. I've long ago lost the desire to meet her, but she can help you bring him down. That tiny piece of information is all I have to offer you. You can take it or leave it. How does my father know her? How does your father know anyone in the business? He just does. Santabello kept mentioning the old ways. Maybe they grew up together.
Gav stood up, using the armrest of his chair to stabilize him.
Get on your knees,
he ordered, and the 3 guards standing watch around the room went rigid as they moved to attention, preparing for the inevitable anger. Gav made his way over to Alessandro and reached out, grasping Alessandro's neck and closing his fingers tightly. Everyone knew that if Alessandro truly wanted to, he could break free from his grasp, but it wasn't about that. It was about submitting to Gabrielle's brand of punishment.
If you betray me, I'll give you a painful death. I'll slice your throat. You know, they say it feels like you're drowning in your own blood,
Gabrielle threatened before leaning closer. Their faces were so close.
I'll make you scream for help. Then I'll hurt anyone you care about.
Alessandro opened his mouth to answer, but Gabrielle squeezed tighter, making it impossible for him to speak.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Alessandro's face went pale, his lips turning blue as each second of the clock ticked past. Callum made his way around the sofa and headed towards Gabrielle, slowly shuffling closer. I assumed it was so that he could be near in case he fell, always lifting each other up, these bullets. Too bad Gabrielle wanted to fall.
I'm gonna go check on my sister. You can stay in the guest cabin with a couple of my guards. You're lucky I trust Nix and don't want to kill you in front of Sunshine. Otherwise, you'd have a hole in your head.
My mouth dropped open in shock. I wasn't surprised by his threat. Although I'd only been reunited with them for a couple of months, nothing really surprised me where Gav was concerned anymore. But I was surprised that he trusted Nix.
Love, go rest,
he ordered while nodding at me. Twisting my body to face Riker, I grabbed his hand before squeezing. Let's go. There was still a lot to figure out, but right then, I just wanted him. Chapter 5. I'd been spending every night in Gabriel's room, mostly just falling asleep on the love seat in front of the fire, listening to his nightmares and watching the steady rise and fall of his chest. He couldn't sleep with me in the room. Having me close left him feeling vulnerable. He didn't like knowing that I could hear how much the memories of that church were haunting him. But I couldn't sleep away from him either, so the ever-sacrificing Gabriel let me in, showing me the parts of him that were scary and tortured, because it wasn't as bad as knowing that I was suffering alone. That being said, I did have a guest room set up for me. It had a beautiful view, and a large bed, covered in pale pink bedding and a variety of plush pillows. I'd only slept in here a handful of times. It looked unused, and I wondered what Riker thought of it all as I guided him inside and shut the door behind us.
This is where you've been staying?
He asked. No, I've been sleeping on Gabriel's couch. I'd sleep in his bed, but little movements would hurt him. I guess I could now, he's healed enough, but I didn't know how to say that it seemed weird now. We hadn't picked back up and gone back to being physically affectionate. Riker dropped a duffel bag on the ground, then went to the bathroom to freshen up. I'd noticed that his hair was starting to grow in. It was still short, but not buzzed like before. It suited him, but I almost wished that he would grow it out long, like when we were teens. A flash of memory entered my mind. Our first night together, back on the Jamesons' boat. I remembered threading my fingers through his long locks as he made me come with his mouth, As I listened to him brush his teeth, I took off my shoes and settled on the bed, preparing for a restless night of sleep. When Riker emerged from the bathroom, he was shirtless. He wore workout sweats, which hung low on his hips, showing off his toned body. Then I noticed a couple of bruises that were previously hidden by his shirt. "What are those from?" I asked.
"Got into a fight with Nix."
My eyes widened, and I leaned forward, brushing my fingers along his stomach, remembering the time he told me that he used to press on his wounds to remind himself how he'd survived. What all had he been forced to endure while he was away? I couldn't help but think that my wounds were deeper, and guilt was poking at them daily.
"I missed you so fucking much, Sunshine. Can you ever forgive me?" he asked. "Callum told us how bad you were, but we had to save Grace."
I understood why they left. I never even questioned it. It would have killed me, but I would have done the same. Gabriel Moretti didn't love many people. I'd joked before that the list of people he gave a fuck about was short. It's why I was so shocked when he said he trusted Nix. If he were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for someone I loved, then I'd be willing to do the same. I wasn't upset that you left. It's Gav, right? I'd do it for you or Blaze or Callum, too. Riker let out a shaky breath, then sat down next to me.
"It killed me to be away from you. There were a couple of weeks where we just had to wait for word from Nix, and we camped out at a hotel a few blocks away from Santabella's mansion. It was torture, knowing you were somewhere dealing with all of this on your own."
I nodded in understanding and tried to swallow back the stupid tears and the sob welling up in my throat. It was torture being alone, but I could handle it. That's why our group worked, wasn't it? We all helped each other. We were there when we could be, off fighting battles elsewhere when we were called. The group worked because ultimately no one was ever alone. Except, of course, Callum. Right now, he was probably feeling very alone. Not entirely on good terms with me, too guilty to talk to Gav. The only people he had were, surprisingly, what was left of Gabriel's men. It was shocking to think that Chester Brooks' golden boy was now helping run a dying crime syndicate. Pretty soon, Gabriel would be back to his commanding self, but for now, Callum was enjoying his role as a bullet, something I never thought I'd ever see.
"What all happened while I was away?"
Riker asked, and I didn't know how to answer him. A lot happened. Physical therapy, surgery, pain meds, and destructive fights that left neither Gabriel nor I feeling right about things. I was clinging to him, and he was clinging to his control. Both of us were pushing each other away because we didn't know how to cope with all the shit that had happened. We needed Riker and Blaze. It was rough, I finally replied before resting my head on his shoulder. You know how Gabriel gets when he doesn't feel in control. I didn't know how to help him. Didn't know what to say. And I got desperate, clinging to him when I knew he needed space to cope. But the fear of losing him again. My throat closed up, and I hated myself for sounding so weak.
"I think all of that sounds normal, given the circumstances and who you both are as people. We're alike, you know."
How so? I didn't feel like Riker at all. He was strong and wise. Wrapping his strong arms around me, he finally answered, his low voice rumbling in my ears.
"We cling to what we're afraid to lose. I kind of wish that you would have been mad about me leaving. I played out our argument in my head so many times. I imagined you screaming at me for going off to save Grace."
Riker said, squeezing me tighter so that I couldn't turn to look at his face.
"I wanted you to be mad at me. I wanted to know that you feared losing me, Sunshine. Isn't that fucked up?"
Slumping in defeat, I nuzzled as close as I could get, smelling the fresh scent of mint from his toothpaste as I inhaled. Riker, I wasn't mad. I knew it was what you had to do. I was nervous at first. I was worried you'd wise up and leave me, but right here, right now, I know that what we have is so solid, so perfect that I could never lose you. I'm completely confident in us. I don't fear because there is nothing to be afraid of. Maybe that makes me pretentious, or maybe even cocky, but I know that you're it for me. All of you are." Riker reluctantly smiled and squeezed my hand. "Tell me what happened?" I asked softly, not sure I wanted to know. After letting out a slow huff of air, Riker replied, "When we got to New York, Joe was there waiting for us. He felt responsible in a way, since she was kidnapped from his apartment. Nix arrived about the same time we did. He'd already been working on following their trail. We didn't have any real leads for about 2 days. All of us were just mindlessly searching Santabello's known haunts, hoping we could get a lead while distracting ourselves from thinking about what you were going through." I nodded, encouraging him to continue. "It's okay," I said once more, while trying not to think about those first 2 days in the hospital. The doctors genuinely didn't know if Gabriel was going to make it. I couldn't stand the looks of pity on their faces. I couldn't stand the smell of the hospital, the feel of the gown they made me wear, the weight of their stares as I broke down. It wasn't until Nix recognized some signature on a dark web trail left by one of Santabello's men that we had some sort of idea where she was. We sent a message to Alessandro, and within a day we had an agreement. It just took a couple of weeks to make it work." "Do you think we can trust Alessandro?" I asked. "I think the only people I trust are bullets and you. And kind of Nix. He's a determined fucker when he wants to be. I'm sure by the end of this, Gabriel will make him an honorary bullet." "Nix would never be owned by anyone." "That's why I said honorary. And got to know him pretty well while we were waiting to get Grace back. I'm also pretty sure Alessandro is in love with him." My eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Well, that will make for an interesting trip." Riker and I went silent, each of us digesting the news from our reunion and trying to see where we were going from here. "How?" Riker began, but his voice trailed off like he wasn't sure how to ask what he was thinking. "How is Gabriel? I know the logistics of his injuries. 36% of his body, huh? Have you seen it?" I looked down at the ground, feeling uneasy for talking about Gabriel without him here. I knew he wouldn't appreciate us discussing his condition without him. "I've seen parts of his back in passing, mostly when the nurse performs wound care. He wears pants all the time, so I haven't seen the back of his legs, but I can only assume they're just as bad. He had an infection at the start of it, but he's stable now. He's mostly just sore. He once told me it's like he can still feel his skin burning when he moves." I didn't tell Riker that the first time I saw Gabriel's back, I accidentally gasped. I covered my mouth with my hand, then fled the room before he could hear the sobs racking my chest. I didn't cry because the scars on his perfect skin had twisted him into something ugly. I cried because I couldn't imagine the pain he endured to save Callum. "Has he been difficult?" Riker asked. "About as much as can be expected," I replied honestly. "Actually, he's been better than expected. He guards himself. Sometimes he can't help but blurt out something cruel, but for the most part, he's been aware of himself. But I wasn't sure how long that was going to last." "I'm glad we're back then." I let out a shaky breath before going to lie down, patting the bed beside me and feeling thankful for the comfort Riker was bringing me. The bullets are better together.
"We're better with you, sunshine."
I leaned forward to kiss Riker, moaning into his mouth when his tongue connected with mine. It was like I couldn't help but be devoured by him. I didn't care about my ratty hair or the stains on my shirt. I was whole, completely his the moment our skin connected. He pulled away to whisper,
"Fuck, I miss this,"
before he fastened his plush lips to mine once more. Our teeth clashed as we explored, knitting our bodies together as we shed our clothes. He alternated between savoring and ravishing me, slowly rubbing his calloused hands up and down my pebbled skin, before grasping my breasts and pinching my nipples between his thumb and index finger. Our limbs tangled as I enjoyed feeling him everywhere, smashing our bodies together, but still feeling like we weren't close enough. The pain and distance of our separation made it feel like there were still miles between us, and I wanted nothing more than to close the gap. His hand reached up to release my black tresses from the messy bun currently loose on the top of my head, and I smiled as he ran his fingers through my hair, until he stopped at my scar.
"What's this?"
"It's where I was cut. It's fully healed now," I replied before going to kiss him once more, but he pulled out of reach, lifting up to look more at my head.
"Fuck, sunshine,"
he murmured before placing a soft kiss where there was a small patch of my hair missing. "It's okay. Please don't stop. I need you," I whimpered before lavishing his chest with kisses and sucking at his skin. I wasn't ready to talk about the past or my injuries. I needed Riker. I needed the closeness only he could offer. Trailing lower, I adored his body with my mouth, kissing until my lips were positioned over the head of his hard cock. I looked up at his relaxed expression, regretting the guilt crossing his features. "Stop looking at me like that," I said in a stern voice.
"Like what?"
"Like you don't deserve this." I slid up and down his shaft with my mouth, using my lips as a buffer between my teeth and his sensitive skin, as I applied just enough pressure to make him squirm. "Oh, fuck," he cried out while I moved up and down. I felt powerful then, with Riker beneath me and taking everything I had to give. I looked up at him and noticed the way his eyes softened in lustful adoration as I gave him pleasure. Maybe I needed this more than he did. Perhaps it wasn't just Gabriel that craved control over his life lately. Maybe I needed to feel the strength and discipline of knowing that no one else could truly make my men feel the way I made them feel. I needed to know I was enough to guide them through all of this, if just for a moment. He grabbed my black hair, balling it up in his fist and out of my face, while gently guiding me up and down, lifting his hips up as if against his will to bump the back of my throat with his cock. I gagged a bit, but it wasn't necessarily a bad feeling. I wanted to know my limits, just so Riker could break them. I pulled away to stare at him before whispering, "Slide it in and show how much you love me." I momentarily was shocked at the power of my words, but my shyness was completely forgotten when I looked at Riker's turned-on expression. I always thought he liked to be in control in the bedroom, but seeing him love my moments of strength had me wondering otherwise. And as if not needing any additional instruction, Riker grabbed under my arms and pulled me to his chest, positioning me on top of him with my legs straddling his waist.
"You're gonna come on my cock, sunshine,"
he said before sliding inside of me and watching my mouth drop open in unhindered pleasure. I couldn't hold back the moans in my throat. Riker filled me up, and I clung to him with nothing but my slick need between us. While keeping inside of me, he flipped me over and slammed me into the mattress before pumping inside of me. He was giving me the relief I'd been craving, making me forget about the pain I'd been through, the worry I felt for Gabriel, the stress of hiding from Santabello, and the conflicting feelings I had about my family. I might have been all that was left of the Brights, but I was a Moretti now, wasn't I? No, I was a bullet. The drapes beside the bed were open, allowing the subtle moonlight to dance across his naked body, highlighting each groove in his muscles as I traced my fingers along their dips. He fucked me slowly. He lingered in each movement. He plunged deep within me, nudging that feral part of me that wanted to let go and give in to the waves of pleasure. He moaned something incomprehensible, then sat up and pushed his legs out in front of him just before I settled on his cock. It gave me a clear view of the night sky in the window behind him, and I bit his shoulder while rocking up and down, moaning into his skin while admiring how peaceful the stars looked. And when we both came, it was the closest thing to magic I'd ever experienced. One long thrust, and I felt a little bit okay. A little bit relaxed. I felt a little bit in control, too.
Chapter 6. Riker. She looked like fucking poetry. Something you'd whisper in the dark because it's too cheesy to say out loud. It was hard being myself with her hazel eyes boring into mine. She looked like all the pretty little things people said when they were drunk off of love and other promises. She looked like mine, lying there in my arms with her dark hair flowing over my skin. I stared at her for a moment, pretending that she was there only for me. She also looked like something I didn't deserve. Sunshine loved with her whole heart, and what did I do? I saw the worst in her, spending the last 5 years of my life hating a hurting woman. How could something that looked so beautiful make me hate myself so much? I needed to punch something. Hard. Now. I got her back, and shit hit the fan. Then I left her for my fucked up sense of duty to Gav. I owed him one. Of all of us, he didn't give up and brought her back to me. But fuck if I didn't resent him for being the reason I had to leave again, too. She let out a little moan, and a line formed between her brows as she burrowed deeper into the mattress and my arms. I wanted to reach over and smooth the distress on her face, wake her up, and do whatever necessary to distract her. I tried to heal her, every jagged little piece, but I had business to attend to. I was always leaving her, wasn't I? I padded down the hallway, not bothering to put on a shirt. I was kind of proud of the fact that I got to spend the night with our girl. So maybe I was an asshole because I wanted them to see the scratches running down my back from her sharp nails. Let them see the bite marks on my pecs, the bruises on my abs. I didn't bother knocking on Gavriel's door, knowing that he would be up and they were all waiting for me. It wasn't something we necessarily planned ahead of time. It was just a conclusion I came to after years of knowing what was expected of a bullet. A sixth sense, if you will. Where there's a need, there's a bullet. Sure enough, Callum, Gavriel, and Blaze were all scattered about the room, looking as grave as I felt. Blaze was lounging on the sofa, the dark circles under his eyes showing only half of how fucking exhausted we were. Gavriel was sitting in a chair by the window, and Callum stood with his arms crossed over his chest at the door. Surprised you could tear yourself away. Think that I could sneak in and wake her up with a kiss? Blaze asked, and I threw him a snarl, still feeling a bit of cabin fever from spending the last 4 weeks up his ass. Yeah, that's it. I wasn't feeling territorial, because I hadn't earned the right to feel that way. Shit like that had to be deserved, right? Calm down, caveman. It's just a kiss. Yeah, a kiss. I bet he'd have his head buried between her thighs. Wake her up with an orgasm. Shit, I was growing hard just thinking about it. She's out. Looks like she hasn't gotten a good bit of sleep in months, I said while looking at Gavriel and Callum. They were here with her, weren't they? That was supposed to be a perk of our fucked up little group. Shouldn't I be able to trust that she was in their capable hands? So why did she look like she'd been through the ringer? It took you long enough, Gavriel said to me before taking a sip of water. It was odd seeing the bastard without sunshine whiskey in his grip. Guess nearly dying sobered him up. I wasn't sure if I liked him more or less off the bottle. I'm sorry. Don't you know how this works? It's supposed to take a while. Or are you a two-pump chump in this sack? I was egging him on. Gavriel didn't want to be treated like a weakling. We were the stereotypical toxic males, showing affection with a healthy dose of insults. Fuck off. I meant that it took you long enough to save Grace. Yeah, well, that was a difficult situation. We're lucky we even got her at all. Santabella was weird about Grace, obsessed, somewhat. You're welcome, by the way, Blaze said in an over-exaggerated tone, leaning on each letter like he wanted to punch the syllables, or Gav. Gavriel waited a moment before spitting out his next words, likely struggling between feeling thankful for our help and entitled to it. He knew we'd do it again. That's how we were. How is she, Grace? The doctors said, but... What, the big bad guy couldn't say it out loud? Had he gone soft on us? Oh, how he bent for the women in his life. She's resilient, I answered. She's got that stubborn Moretti gene. I tried to be patient and sympathetic, but I only reserved those good qualities for Sunshine. Everyone else got what was left over, which lately wasn't much. The polite thing to do would have been to ask how he was, but I already knew the answer to that. I needed to know how our girl was doing. So how is Sunshine? Gavriel stiffened, which wasn't a good sign. Blaze snapped to attention, and I looked at Callum, but he looked like a puppy dog with sad eyes that made me wonder how he ever got accepted as a bullet. I trusted Gav's instincts, but he might have missed the mark on that one. Every time she asks if I'm okay, I want to wrap my fingers around her neck and choke her till the tears flowing from her eyes are blood. Then I want to fuck her so hard she feels just how okay I am. I used to think that Blaze was the blunt and honest one of the group, but it was actually Gavriel. He held his desires, all of them, so close to his chest that he had no choice but to own up to them. "Kinky," Blaze said with a lightheartedness that felt forced. He stood up and tugged at his shirt, then moved to the fireplace, fists clenched. He was practically growling at the notion of anyone hurting Sunshine, but he couldn't say anything to Gav. We had to accept one another. That was the deal. "But you haven't fucked or choked her, I assume," I replied before looking to Callum for confirmation. He might be a pathetic fucker, but he was loyal to a fault. It was the one redeeming quality I found in him, and it was good enough to overlook all the other shit. He shook his head no in a subtle way only I could see. "No, of course not," Gav replied. "You always loved Sunshine more than you hated anything else, even yourself," Blaze said with a sigh, as he trailed his finger in the dust, leaving a trail that spelled out her name. "She does this counting thing when she thinks I'm not paying attention." Gavriel mumbled so low that I almost didn't hear. "What kind of counting thing?" I asked. Gavriel let out a sigh, then stared at his glass, as if willing the water to turn to whiskey and his throat to turn back to normal. I kind of liked that he could no longer yell without going into a coughing fit. She counts to herself. Anytime something distressing happens, or she's mad, or scared, she just counts. Sometimes to 3, sometimes to 300. She doesn't think I hear it, but I do. I've been debating on hiring a therapist, but I'm not sure if it'll just piss her off." "Since when do you give a fuck about pissing people off?" Blaze asked, and I nodded. He had a point. Bastard had bulldozed his way into everything, forced his friendships, claimed Sunshine without question. "It's delicate." "You scared a therapist will convince her to leave your sorry ass?" I asked. "Guide her through the realization that we're all way too fucked up to handle her and this dynamic?" Blaze looked at me, eyes widening at the idea of that. I shrugged. Yeah, it was a fucking possibility. I might have been projecting my own fears, shoving them down everyone's throats, but it was valid. Maybe we were worse than her father, breaking her down till there was nothing left so she'd be forced to put up with our shit. And despite knowing this, I wouldn't have it any other way. Pretty horses had to get broken before they could be owned, right? Or some shit like that. "We can address it when the time comes," Callum said, stepping forward while adjusting his belt. I wondered if it was a habit of his, the phantom ache from where his duty belt, stocked with weapons and a badge, once hung. I think it's just a coping mechanism. I grit my teeth, pissed that she even needed a coping mechanism. At that, the front door was pulled open, and one of Gavriel's remaining men, either still here out of curiosity or boredom, led Alessandro inside. Santobello's man looked pissed, and I didn't blame him. Blaze and I gave him a hard time the entire way here, and by the look on Gavriel's face, I got the feeling he wasn't quite done with Alessandro Gray. Gav had been looking for an outlet for his anger, and he seemed to be a good enough target. Poor bastard. "Leave," Gavriel said to the guard before turning his attention to Alessandro. "I thought we were done talking," Alessandro said while crossing his arms over his chest. Bad move. He should have dropped to his knees the moment he got in here. Oh well, he'd learn soon enough. "I decided that I wasn't done with you," Gavriel sneered before looking around the room at us, wordlessly dismissing us if we so chose. I forced myself not to laugh, as if we'd ever leave. Some men had demons. Some men were haunted by history, regrets, or pain. Gavriel wasn't filled with the things that tortured him. He became all the terrifying things that kept him up at night. We stuck by him because we saw ourselves in the way he struck out at the world. Or at least that's what I told myself. Because admitting that I got off on the blood was too fucked up even for me. On your knees, Gavriel said, his voice low and gravelly. I could see how Sunshine viewed him as weaker now. But I saw a man stronger than his own body, fighting, no, crawling, to his surface of existence to prove the world wrong. He might have been stripped of his power and his empire, but Gavriel Moretti was still just as psychotic and ruthless as ever. Gavriel made his way towards the fireplace. In one swift move, he flipped the switch, turning on the electric flame that seemed to fill the room with a threatening glow. I might have escaped with the least amount of injuries, but even I flinched when it roared to life, the phantom fear haunting me. My eyes flickered to Callum. The puppy dog now looked feral, angry in ways I'd recognized before. I wondered if he was reliving that night, smashing in Paul Bright's skull again and again in his mind. I wanted to make one more thing clear, Gavriel began before picking up the fire iron and holding it over the flames. I was surprised by his composure. The fire didn't do shit to his nerves. I was proud of him. I'm not a forgiving man. I'm not a patient man. I don't like traitors. I don't like men that think they deserve an audience with me. Once the iron was sufficiently hot, he pulled it out of the flames and walked towards Alessandro. I wanted to give you something that would remind you always that if you fuck over my family, I'll burn you alive. Gavriel was always more of a poet than I was. He lifted the metal tip and placed it against Alessandro's side as Callum walked up from behind, holding a pillowcase over his mouth to muffle the screams. My, how the puppy dog had changed, rising up the ranks and helping Gav do his dirty work. Guess guilt was a powerful weapon. At least Sunshine wouldn't wake up from the scream.
Chapter 7. Sunshine. My body woke up without an alarm the next morning, and I regrettably shied away from Riker's warm arms wrapped around me before padding barefoot out of the guest room towards Gavriel's suite on the other end of the house. Every morning he took his medicine at 7:30 and then had a special lotion applied to the grafts on his back. He never let me be present for that, but it was afterwards that he was in a good enough mood to enjoy breakfast with me. It reminded me of the mornings I used to sneak into the Jamesons' house and wake him up. It was the only glimpse I had into the old Gavriel, so naturally I embraced our early mornings together with open arms. When I opened Gavriel's door, Blaze and he were both sitting at the breakfast nook by the window, eating a plate of fruit and pancakes while they discussed everything that had happened during their time away.
"He's a liability," Gavriel said.
"You still didn't have to stab the poor guy with a hot iron. He's not so bad once you get to know him," Blaze replied while rolling his eyes before popping a bright green grape into his mouth. For a moment, I debated eavesdropping on their conversation, but decided against it. I didn't really want to know. "Good morning, Sunshine," Blaze said with a smile before tossing a cloth napkin on the plate in front of him and standing to greet me. I wrapped my arms around his neck, breathing in his cinnamon scent as he held me. God, it felt so nice to have them back.
"Good morning indeed. You look thoroughly rested,"
he added before pressing his tongue on the inside of his cheek and looking my sleepy self up and down. His hands gripped my hips, and I shivered when his thumbs pushed up beneath my shirt, grazing against my warm skin. When he let me go, I turned to assess Gavriel, trying not to be too obvious in the way I observed his facial expressions, searching for pain or discomfort. "Good morning, sir," I said while running a hand through my tangled hair. I didn't bother brushing my black locks this morning. I was too eager to check on him. Although sleeping with Riker last night was perfect for me, it still felt odd being away from Gav. It also bothered me somewhat that Gavriel looked well-rested for the first time in weeks. Was having me near messing with his ability to sleep? Maybe I should suck it up and permanently move into the guest bedroom and let him rest?
Good morning, Mrs. Moretti, he said with a conspiratorial smile, easing my doubts. I shook my head, warming at the sound of my new last name and his gravelly voice. He didn't call me love as often, once he found out that I told everyone I was his wife. Obviously, there were no formalities or even a promise exchanged between us. Gabriel disliked the implications of that name and used it whenever he could. And by implications, I didn't mean marriage. I meant a legally binding ownership. Blaze's eyes widened as he looked at me. That's just a joke, right? You guys didn't actually get married or anything while we were gone, did you? Blaze chuckled a bit, but the way he looked between the two of us made me wonder if he was actually concerned. He also looked at my hand, sighing ever so slightly, when he noticed the bullet ring still proudly positioned on my finger. Pulling out of his arms, I made my way over to the breakfast table and snagged a piece of toast off of his plate. Nix changed my name and helped smooth over the story of why we were at the church. Well, great, Blaze said with a frown. Now the bastard is probably going to insist we all take his last name. At that, Gabriel looked at Blaze and laughed. It didn't sound like it used to, the smoke making his voice deeper than it ever was before, but it still made me feel good to hear the amusement bouncing out of his chest. Blaze was excellent at lightening the mood. It was one of the many reasons why I loved him. Well, now that would be a shame, I said with a laugh. Blaze Bennett has such a nice ring to it. You could take all of our names. Just list them alphabetically, Blaze offered, and Gabriel immediately interjected. Absolutely not. Blaze popped a piece of bacon in his mouth, giving Gabriel a weary look. There was a lengthy pause where none of us said anything for a moment, but I could see the wheels turning in Blaze's head. He was about to hit us with one of his signature truth bombs. Gav, you look awful, man. It's fucked up what happened, he said. Eloquent? No. Effective? Yes. Leave it to Blaze to dive in and tango with the elephant in the room. Yeah, was Gav's one-worded response. You doing okay? I'm sure being in the hospital and the healing process was one hell of a mindfuck. My mouth dropped open in shock, feeling a combination of disbelief and relief that Blaze was moving forward with this conversation. I knew that if anyone could pull the truth from Gabriel about how he was feeling, it would be Blaze. Gabriel looked back at me, likely debating if it was worth it to say something and risk my ridiculous martyrisms. Don't feel like you have to respond, Blaze added. I know that being honest with yourself isn't really your thing, and if I wanted to have a conversation about feelings, Riker's my man. But it might be beneficial for you to admit that you're struggling. Hell, I've barely seen you for 5 hours, and I know you're miserable. I could have crumbled right there. Maybe Summer Bright would have. She would have absorbed their guilt and owned it, played the victim, took the blame. But Gabriel didn't need that. None of them did. It took me a few days of wallowing in the hospital to realize that this wasn't about me. This was about them. Yeah, you should leave the emotional, introspective bullshit to Riker, Gabriel replied before slowly standing up. I noticed the honey tea he'd been savoring most mornings was half drunk on his table. It usually soothed his voice, but he sounded more hoarse than usual. Was that emotion bubbling up in his chest? Resentment? Let's go check on Grace, he offered before straightening his collar. Looking down at myself, I wondered if I was appropriately dressed to meet Gabriel's sister and Nix's. Well, I wasn't exactly sure what she was to Nix, but was excited to find out. I also was excited to see him. He was too busy last night making sure that Grace got settled, and I was too eager to spend the evening with Riker. A delicious evening with Riker. She was staying in the room next to Gabriel. The dark mahogany door was shut, and we all stood in the hallway outside it, awkward silence filling the space, as Gabriel reached out to grab the handle. Blaze shot out his hand and gripped Gabriel's wrist, stopping him from opening the door. Sheesh, Gav. She's 19 and in a bedroom with Nix. Unless you want to add catching your sister getting spanked to the list of things you need to talk to a therapist about, I suggest you fucking knock first, he said with a chuckle. I think he meant to make Gabriel laugh, but all my badass Mafia control freak of a pretend husband did was grow red with anger, practically shaking as he knocked 3 times on the door. It's open, a soft voice replied on the other side, sounding nothing like what I'd expected from a Moretti. We walked in tentatively,
shuffling our feet across the carpet like we could somehow not disturb her more if we were quiet. Once I got a good look at the room, I noticed that she was sitting up in bed, and Nyx was off to the right of her, cutting up her pancakes like the fluffy food was difficult to navigate. And I knew then that Phoenix Bailey was in love with Grace Moretti. Not the sort of friendship love that we had. No, he loved her. It was all in the way his dark eyes assessed her every move. It was in the way he looked at Gabriel with wordless fury, daring him to upset her even slightly. Phoenix loved her, and I don't even think he knew it yet. "Oh, Gav, did you miss me?" she asked, using a tone that sort of pushed enthusiasm over her tongue. Gabriel looked around the small, contemporary-style room before responding.
I was worried about you. I'm so thankful you're back,"
he said in a voice so low that I knew it had nothing to do with the smoke inhalation injury and everything to do with how difficult it was for him to express himself. Grace's red eyebrows shot up in surprise, making the scatter of freckles on her face move too. It looked like constellations on her pale skin. She was wearing a white tank top, and she pushed the covers down, sliding her sock-covered feet over the edge of the bed before standing. Nyx looked between them, as if trying to dissect what was said that made her want to get out of bed while thinking of ways to punish Gabriel for it. She looked scarily skinny, and I wondered if it was from the time spent in Santabello's captivity or if she was naturally slender. It didn't detract from her beauty, though. And now that she wasn't in Nyx's arms, I could really see her. "You were worried?" she asked incredulously, making me wonder even more about their dynamic. Even at Gabriel's worst, I understood his undying loyalty to me. Didn't Grace understand that he sent his two best friends to her rescue while he was on his deathbed?
"Of course I was. I would have been there myself, but..."
His voice trailed off. "I heard. You okay?"
"Yeah. You?"
"Definitely." So they were a family of prideful liars. Lovely. Nyx stared at her for a moment, adoration clear across his face, before his eyes met mine, and he shook away the trance he was in.
"Sunshine, I'm such a shitty friend. I didn't even..."
He maneuvered around the bed, sweats hanging low on his hips and a black shirt snug against his muscular torso.
"Are you okay? God, I missed you. We can't go more than, 3 days tops away from one another again. I swear I was going crazy."
He cooed before wrapping me up in a big hug. I held him tightly, not realizing the tears were filling my eyes as I slipped into the easy comfort that Nyx provided.
"I missed you so much," he whispered.
"I missed you too," I whispered back, choking up a bit. We held each other for a moment longer until a cough made us pull apart. I was wiping the tears from my eyes when I caught Grace's curious stare. She looked apprehensive. Nyx cleared his throat and looked between us with obvious pride, like having us in the same place at the same time was fulfilling some sort of deep-seated need within him.
"Sunshine, this is Grace Moretti," he said while placing a hand at my lower back and guiding me closer. "Grace, this is Sunshine, my soulmate, best friend, family, spirit animal, crazy other half I feel wildly responsible for."
Grace and I looked at each other, not as if we were sizing each other up, more like trying to figure out where to go from this. What do you say to the love of your best friend's life, who just so happened to be your fake husband's sister? "I've heard a lot about you," I lied. If I was being honest, Gabriel omitted a lot of information about her. In fact, I sometimes forgot he even had a sister. I wasn't sure if he was trying to protect her or if they just didn't have the sort of relationship that required talking to one another. Either way, I sensed that she saw through my thin pleasantry the moment I said it. "You have? Didn't think Gabriel remembered he even had a sister most days," she said in a teasing tone. There was a slight southern accent in her voice, similar to Blaze when he got mad. It sounded nice, and her green eyes were so deep and penetrating as she stared at me. "Well, not really, but Nyx seems to like you, which is really all the information I need." I shrugged to emphasize my point. Gabriel looked between us with trepidation. I sensed that he would rather be anywhere but here. We never had the awkward meet-your-family stage of a relationship. It was one of the perks of dysfunction. The Bullets and I didn't do normalcy. That was reserved for Callum and me. But now Callum was a bullet, and Everything was just fucked up. I guess if Nix and you are a package deal, that's all I really need to know, she replied with a small smile that said she liked Phoenix about as much as he liked her. She was just more open to the idea than he was, apparently. I made a mental note to have a conversation with him later. Are you okay? I asked, feeling silly for doing that compulsive pleasantry thing again. I felt like I had to ask. I didn't know Grace, and she didn't know me, and yet I felt this need to check on her the same way I was always checking on Gabriel. I wondered if they would both respond the same. My time at Santabello's Manor wasn't terribly bad. I mean, he's mean, for sure. He would yell at me. I also saw some things I can't unsee. Right now, I'm just weak because I refuse to eat. Nix interjected with a frown. Stubborn ass, he said under his breath. The hardest part about being there was figuring out who to trust, wondering if anyone was going to save me and trying to get information. Alessandro's a decent guy, by the way, Grace said before turning to stare at Gabriel. He saved my life, and what he was saying is true. Your father knows his mom, and she has the answers to bringing down Santabello. I overheard him talking about her, actually, she said. Our father, Gabriel corrected her, making an awkward silence fall over us. My father is dead, Grace finally replied. This obviously was a confrontation for another time. Nix and I exchanged a silent conversation, and I stepped up to change the subject. What sort of information could this woman, Alessandro's mother, have? Was it all a setup? I hated how everything made me question everything about the world. Nothing was ever black and white anymore. Santabello was sitting in the lounge and talking to one of his bounty hunters. Apparently, since pissing you off, he's put a little overtime into finding her. I think he knows you're going to look for her. But she has something that Santabello doesn't want to get out, which means you need to find her before he does, Grace added. Gabriel nodded his head, his signature wordless move lately. Talking hurt too much, and there was enough said in the tiny gesture. He obviously trusted his sister's word, more so than Alessandro. I just didn't know how he felt about seeing his father in prison again. You know I'm not letting you go with me, right? He said. But I wasn't sure if he was telling that to me or his sister. He looked between us, emphasizing his point with a scowl. It was then that I felt Blaze stand next to me, crossing his arms over his chest before giving Gabriel a playful smile. Do you honestly think our girl is going to let you go anywhere without her? He asked before leaning in and giving me a kiss on the cheek. Besides, aren't you guys kind of married or something? For better or worse, man, he said before tickling my side. Grace just looked between us all with curiosity, opening and closing her mouth as if wondering what the dynamic was. I wondered if she knew about me at all. Did Gabriel ever mention the girl from his past? Just as she was about to speak, or probably ask about the nature of our relationship, of course Riker had to enter the room. He was shirtless, looking sexy as always. The tattoos covering his torso were temptingly beautiful in the morning light filtering through Grace's windows. The short hair that was starting to grow back looked slightly ruffled, and the bags under his eyes didn't detract from his handsomeness. Sunshine, I got scared when you weren't in bed this morning, he said before running his hand across his scalp. I forced a smile before swallowing the anxiety in my stomach. The bullets and I had never had to explain our relationship to anyone, and now that it was out in the open, it felt a little different. I wasn't afraid of judgment. Other people's opinions didn't necessarily bother me. Trying to live up to my parents' unattainable expectations released me from the burden of letting other people have that sort of power in my life. And yet, watching Grace try to puzzle through it all both amused and terrified me. So, you're married to my brother? She finally decided on asking, avoiding Blaze's and Riker's stares. Naturally, Riker straightened, going rigid with unease and staring blatantly at me. Gabriel answered without hesitation. Yes, but Nix rolled his eyes, wordlessly chastising him with his body language, before responding. If you think you're getting off easy and copping out on a proper proposal to my girl, you got another thing coming. You have to ask my permission. You're gonna ride up on a fucking horse and ask for her hand after an over-the-top speech with a ring the size of my fist. I expect to be the guy of honor, so no, you aren't married. But if you want to pretend, that's fine, I suppose. I couldn't help but wonder if Nick spending all that time with Blaze had made him a little more honest. I bit my cheek while Grace still looked at us.
Also, sweets, Nick said, directing his attention to me.
Yeah?
I know, in the moment, everything was chaotic, but for the love of Christ Hemsworth, please pick better names when you're faking an identity. You know Gabrielle is on 3 FBI watch lists. The second a Moretti involved in a fire that killed a politician popped up, shit got real. I don't think I slept for like 3 days straight. It's a good thing he was all wrapped up and was in and out of surgery the first few days. It also helped that Santabella wanted to cover it up as much as we did. I owe Callum a blowjob for pulling some strings. I let out a choked laugh.
I wanted his name. But in the future, I'll pick Susan, Deborah, or Megan Smith. If we are planning a wedding, I'm not wearing an ugly dress and shit, Grace interjected, easily slipping into the playfulness of the conversation.
She's dating all of us, Blaze explained, wanting to put his 2 cents in. There's a 4th member of this little harem, but I'm not sure if he's still in or out. We need to have an official family meeting to discuss the logistics, Blaze joked.
I looked around the room, wondering how we went from talking about murderous mob bosses to the unique particulars of our relationship, and I couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, what he said. My eloquent response seemed to amuse Grace because she simply smiled at all of us. Well, I guess we should go discuss travel plans. It seems you and I need to convince my asshole controlling brother that we need to be there for this little meeting with dear old Dad. There's no way in hell I'm letting him go alone to see that bastard. Well, all right then. Perhaps I was gonna like Grace a lot, after all. Chapter 8.
You finally getting out of the house?
A rough voice asked me from the doorway of the guest bedroom. I was busy packing a suitcase and preparing for our trip to New York, where Mr. Moretti was at a federal prison. I looked up with a smile, instantly recognizing who it was. Joe, you look good, I said before stepping away and walking up to give him a hug. He healed well from his getting shot, but still hadn't come back to work. This was the first time I'd seen him live and in person since the attack at Blaze's apartment. Mrs. Joe was determined to video chat with me almost daily, checking in on Gabriel like he was her own son. Gav pretended to hate her attention, but I got the sense that he secretly adored and respected her. I wondered why they didn't adopt him when his father went to prison. Maybe it was safer at the Jamesons.
Wish I could say the same about you, he grumbled before taking a step back to look me over.
He wrapped his fingers around my arm to highlight how skinny I'd gotten. He wasn't wrong. I needed some ice cream dates, ones where he scowled at me from across the restaurant. Where's Mrs. Joe? I asked. I told him about 2 weeks ago that that was my nickname for Sherry, and it stuck. She informed me that she'd prefer I call her that from now on. I'm surprised she let you out of her sight. I didn't, a voice said from behind his bulky frame in the doorway. I gently pushed him to the side immediately, then looked behind him. Mrs. Joe was a petite woman. She was wearing a knit sweater and had black and gray hair pulled up into a braided bun. She had dark eyes, thick lashes, and plum-colored lips. Her teeth were crooked, and her smile held a smidge of warm mischief. Mrs. Joe, I squealed. I'd imagined kinship with these people since the moment I decided that I liked Joe, which was when he ate ice cream at the hospital back when Riker still hated me. Something about them called to me, and I wanted nothing more than to be accepted by Joe and Sherry. She wasted no time and enveloped me in a hug. It might have been our first meeting in person, but there was no awkwardness. So nice to meet you, finally. She pulled away, keeping her hands braced on my arms as she looked me over. You're even more beautiful in person. Joe's been bugging me to let him come here since Gabriel's accident. He's not good at the feeling stuff, not like I am, but he cares for you, you know. Poor idiot had cabin fever, feeling all helpless while you handled this on your own. I'm so sorry, honey. It was odd, receiving such affection from a motherly figure. It reminded me that my own mother never would have welcomed me with such compassion and understanding. Sherry reminded me of everything my own blood wasn't. It both comforted and saddened me. Either way, I'd take whatever sense of family I could get. I turned to look over my shoulder at Joe, who was staring apprehensively at us.
Yeah.
he finally said with a wave of his hand. Once we got word that Grace was back, I decided he was finally well enough to travel. Your friend Nick said that she's asleep, so I wanted to take a moment and chat with you before she wakes up," Mrs. Joe said. Joe looked between us like the impending emotional conversation already had him on edge. He had a sixth sense about feelings. "You can stand outside in the hall, Joe," I said at the exact same time that Mrs. Joe said, "You don't have to be here for this, dear." We exchanged a conspiratorial smile together, and I knew that I picked worthy candidates for my pretend family. Mrs. Joe looked around the room, clicking her tongue at my clothes scattered on the floor, then immediately began picking things up and folding them for my suitcase. "I heard that you'll be going to see Mr. Moretti soon," she asked, an ominous tone in her voice. "Yeah? Should I be worried?" I asked. I had tried to ask Blaze and Riker what to expect, but neither of them wanted to elaborate on Moretti Sr. He was still a mystery to me. "We've known the Morettis for a while now. My brother actually worked for him. Joe never wanted this job, you know. But when he got back from the war, he couldn't really function like most. He needed the kind of structure the Morettis provided. He needed a mission, and crime has lots of objectives," she explained with a dark laugh before folding a black T-shirt of mine and sitting down on the bed, patting the spot next to her and encouraging me to sit too. I made my way over to her, and when I sat down, her perfume wafted towards me, the smell making my eyes water. I'd have recognized that scent anywhere. Chanel No. 5, the same fragrance my mother wore. What a cruel joke. Joe and I could never have kids of our own, so when Gabriel was born, I sort of took him under my wing. We didn't know about Grace, or we would have done the same for her. Her mother was flighty, but she did well keeping her away from all of this. Mrs. Joe waved her hand around the room as if to emphasize her point. I was curious if any other Moretti legacies were running around. If Gabriel's father looked anything like him, I'm sure many women were chasing him down. Handsome, powerful men had a certain allure about them. Hell, I was a victim of that allure myself. "I'm glad Gabriel had you," I said, encouraging her to continue. "I wish I could have done more. I'm sure you know this, but my Gav was exposed to a lot of pain as a child. He was always trying to live up to his father's expectations of him, always trying to be the best. In many ways, it made Gabriel the controlling person he is today. He expects perfection, and he thinks he can dictate everyone's lives to obtain it." I nodded, storing this information in my mind to remind myself to have grace for Gabriel when he lashed out. I knew that we were all a product of our childhoods. I couldn't help but wonder if it shaped the way I was. Did I demand perfection and stick to my image like my mother? Was I critical of myself and of others? Did I tie myself to men that would ultimately hurt me? Shaking my head, I listened again. When Mr. Moretti went to prison, I saw the opportunity for Gabriel to have a normal life, so even though it killed me to send him away, I made sure he was set up in a safe place, far from Moretti's enemies. I wanted Gav to have a chance. I cried the day he came back, partly because I was so thankful to have my boy back, but also because this wasn't the life I wanted for him. I wanted him to get out. I looked from the pale pink comforter over at Mrs. Joe and frowned when I saw her wipe a stray tear from her face. She really did love him. Gabriel is already struggling with control. Getting injured has really messed with his head, and seeing his father is just going to make him spiral more. I know that you must go, but please don't give up on Gabriel. Don't let his father get under his skin. Love him through it." I nodded, not really knowing what to say. At first, I was eager for more answers, but now I couldn't help but wonder if it was worth it all. I never would have thought I'd use Gabriel and vulnerable in the same sentence, but that's what he was. For now. "Anyways, I just need to know that you'll keep an eye on my boy," she continued. I smiled at Mrs. Joe, loving that she had taken Gabriel under her wing, because from the sounds of it, Gabriel didn't really have anyone. A slight knock on the door drew her attention, and it opened slightly, revealing Callum's cautious expression. His blue eyes were bold, circles dark and imposing beneath them. Did he get any sleep lately?
"Ma'am, he began. "You wanted to know when Grace woke up. She's awake and asking for you," Callum said in his usual charming tone. I loved the respectful way he always addressed people, and hearing him talk to Mrs. Joe reminded me that there were still pieces of the old him buried in there. Mrs. Joe reached over and squeezed my hand, a tender gesture I felt through my soul. I could tell that once things settled down, she and I would develop a good relationship. "I better go check on her," Mrs. Joe said. "I even made her favorite cookies, minus the pot, of course," she added with a loud laugh. Mrs. Joe left the room, but Callum stayed behind. We stared at one another, each of us hoping the other would speak first. Now that everyone was back together, and we were on the verge of yet another adventure, it was about time we had the tough talk. I was tired of going back and forth with Callum, and I also didn't want him feeling guilty. I just wanted normalcy. But being in a relationship with 4 men and fighting against an evil mobster didn't really allow for that. "Do you want to talk?" I asked, giving him the opportunity to sit down. There wasn't anything necessarily wrong with Callum and me. We were both just struggling with our reactions to what happened that night. Callum gave into his anger in a way that I had never seen before. Gabriel went against his nature to save someone I loved. It just hurt to think about. But I didn't want to hurt every time I looked at Callum. I wanted to feel whole, finally. "I've been dreading this conversation since the night of the fire," Callum answered before walking closer to me and taking the spot where Mrs. Joe was seated just moments ago. "I'll be honest, I've been dreading it too." "I don't even know what to say," I said. Callum's hands were folded in his lap, and I felt an inexplicable urge to reach out and grab them, so I did. I would let my gut take the lead in this interaction. "I'm so embarrassed," Callum whispered. "I'm angry, I'm disappointed. I let my fury get in the way. I stayed behind to kill a dying man to ease some of the pain I feel about my parents' death, but in doing that, I not only put your life at risk, but I nearly killed Gabriel, too. It was reckless." I let out a shaky exhale and squeezed his hand. "I once met this stripper," I began with a smile while recalling the story I wanted to tell him. "She used to say the same thing over and over again. Everything happens for a reason. I used to get so annoyed by her. One night before work, I was robbed. They took my purse and all the money that I had saved up. I remember feeling so pissed because she told me that everything happens for a reason." I shifted closer and rested my head on Callum's broad shoulders. It was an awkward move, and I hated how much physical distance was still between us. He was so muscular that it wasn't comfortable. But my soul practically sighed when my skin touched his, like it was relieved I finally settled back where I belonged. "I'm furious that you risked your life." My voice was shaky, and I looked out the window, admiring the fresh snow covering the mountaintops. "But you gifted me with seeing a side of Gabriel I didn't know existed. He showed true empathy and compassion that night. And I'm really freaking thankful that he didn't die, because if he had, I'm not sure that I'd be able to look you in the eye. As cliche as it sounds, everything happens for a reason. And I'm sorry I needed space, but Gabriel needed me more than you did." Callum swallowed, and the look on his face made me wonder if he was scared to say what was on his mind. "Are we gonna be okay, sunshine?" That was the $1,000,000 question, wasn't it? Could we be okay? Not just physically, not only with the emotional wounds we were all carrying, but would we ever be okay with sharing? Would we ever be okay with the curious stares? Would we ever kill Santabello or any other enemies against us? "It's tough finding out how this is all gonna work," I whispered. "And I think we'll be okay. It'll just take some time." "Well, I've got plenty of time," Callum replied in a husky voice. I stood up and started packing the last few articles of clothes that I had, pausing at the edge of my bed to put them in my suitcase before looking back at him. "Visiting with his dad is going to be really hard for him," I explained. "If you want to pay Gabriel back, you won't let this mess with his mind." I didn't intend for it to sound like an ultimatum, but it did.
Maybe it was wrong to put that sort of responsibility on Callum. He already bore the brunt of most of the responsibilities these days. But that's what I needed. I laughed at how easily I let the guilt back in, using it to push Callum to commit to helping Gabriel with me. I was such a fucking contradiction. One moment I was owning up to my guilt and wearing it like a badge, and the next I was avoiding it. Some days I accepted it. Other days I breathed it in, filled my lungs with its toxic taste.
I'm going to take care of Gabriel,
Callum whispered, and although his voice was soft, there was a steel quality about it that let me know he was serious. It was meant to comfort me. Instead, it made me nervous. Gabriel didn't want anyone to take care of him, least of all Callum. I smoothed my shirt before answering him. I know you will. Callum was loyal to the people he decided were worth his loyalty. Although he had this really messed up way of deeming a person's worth, that once he was convinced, there was no going back. And the day that Gabriel saved his life, Callum latched himself onto him and would never let go. Similar to the way he was now latched onto me.
What do you think of this Alessandro guy?
Callum asked, his voice going all business as he checked the door to see if anyone was in the hallway. He wasn't the first to ask me that. It seemed we were all concerned about Alessandro's trustworthiness. I don't know what to think about anyone anymore. The only people I trust are the bullets and Nix, I said. For a moment, Callum's face went dark, and I wondered what dark thoughts were passing behind his crystal blue eyes. And then it suddenly hit me. That includes you, too, you know. Did he really not feel like a bullet? I knew that I needed to get over my shit so that our group could be ready for what was to come. I couldn't be mad at Callum. Not that I ever really was, but I also couldn't selfishly want him away from the others, either. He needed reassurance that he belonged, even if he would never admit it. Blaze, I called out, my voice echoing off the wood floors and bouncing down the hallway. I knew he was close. He was always close. I was immediately greeted with the sound of footsteps on the floor, drawing my attention to the entryway, where I was welcomed with his bright smile.
You need something, beautiful?
Is that my new nickname?
I haven't decided yet.
Blaze looked at Callum and smiled for a moment. It was like his smile warmed the room, and I knew I made a good choice in calling him in here. Blaze was excellent at making people feel welcome. He was a likable guy, always prided himself on that fact.
I never got the chance to talk to you last night. Glad to see you're okay,
Blaze said before walking over to Callum to shake his hand as if nothing had happened. Blaze acted like he didn't know about the elephant in the room. Probably because everywhere he went, he brought his own damn circus. Callum was reluctant when he reached out to grab his hand. He gave Blaze a scrutinizing look as if waiting for the punchline, the insult. But of course, as I expected, it never came.
Oh, nice to see you,
Callum said in a less than confident voice. An awareness seemed to fill Blaze as he looked between the two of us. It was an expression I had come to expect from all of the bullets, an instinctual understanding of what each other needed. Something that only trauma could bond people with.
Don't look so scared, Blaze said in a lower voice. You do remember Gabriel almost killing Riker, right? He broke his jaw and nearly split his skull the day he found Sunshine with him. The poor asshole had to eat from a feeding tube for 4 months.
I dropped my mouth open in shock. Wait, what? Gabriel broke Riker's jaw? Holy shit.
Yeah, I remember. So what?
Callum replied, but I had already seen where this story was going. So, Blaze began,
that means there's not really much you could do that'll ruin the bullet dynamic. We've all nearly killed each other at least once or twice. It's one of the benefits of being a bullet. As long as you don't hurt Sunshine, there's not really anything you could do to make us not love you.
I couldn't help it. I quirked my brow, surprised with Blaze's use of words. But there wasn't really a better word to describe it, was there? The bullets loved one another. They were a family better than the one I was brought up with. You should definitely hug it out, shirtless, I joked. The more I was around Blaze, the more of the weight that had been on my chest was lifted off me. It felt good to joke with them all. And I was thankful that they returned when they did. This entire house was starting to feel incredibly heavy without them. I winked at them both to further my point, making Callum's mouth drop open and Blaze smirk. I wondered then if Callum was thinking about my time with Gabrielle and him.
Sunshine, if you wanted a threesome, all you had to do was ask, Blaze said before wrapping his arm around Callum's shoulders and pulling him close.
I involuntarily licked my lips. Once things settle down, I'd like to explore this group dynamic more. Why have 4 boyfriends or husbands or whatever it is we are if I can't have some fun with it? Callum looked shocked, but not necessarily disgusted.
Hell yes, Blaze said before shooting his fist up in the air.
Chapter 9. Fire. Fire everywhere. It was touching my skin, but felt wet. I was clawing at it, begging it to leave me and the men I loved alone. I was back at the church in Chesterbrook, Virginia. I was dead, that much I knew. My charred skin was evidence enough of that. 5 men stood on the altar. Each of them was on fire, and all I could do was watch as they burned. Even though their faces were unrecognizable, I knew in my gut that it was the people I loved. 1. Riker. 2. Gabrielle. 3. Callum. 4. Blaze. 5. Nix. I was shaking. I was disappearing. Sunshine, wake up, a voice said in the distance, but it was nothing but an echo of a demand. I belonged to the flames now. Every night, it was the same. Sunshine, it's just a dream, the voice said again. Was it the fire wrapping its arms around me or someone else? My men at the front of the church were now on their knees. I watched them, feeling myself frown but knowing there was nothing left in my body to make the expression. I knew that if I could cry, it would put out the fire. It wasn't until the fire became the shade of my mother's lipstick that I remembered that this was just a dream. And once my awareness settled into the gruesome reality of the things that haunted me every night, I awoke with a gasp. Sunshine, what the fuck just happened? It took a while for my eyes to focus, but once my bedroom came into view, I saw Blaze's face illuminated by the lamp on my nightstand. He and Callum were standing over my bed. Riker had his arms wrapped around me, squeezing me tightly against his bare chest.
Oh, baby,
Callum said. His voice was dark and had a bleeding quality about it. It killed me a little to hear the evidence of my dream and what it did to the people I loved. This was why I liked to sleep with Gabriel. Not only because I wanted to check on him, but because he had the same dreams I did. Suffering brought a sense of camaraderie between us, but I didn't feel judged when I woke up drenched in my own sweat, because most of the time he would be sitting up in his own bed as well, matching me breath for breath with eyes widened in fear.
I didn't realize,
Riker said against my skin. His low voice grumbled, making the entire bed shake. There's nothing to realize, I said with a scowl, before shifting out of his hold and running a hand over my black hair, slick and wet from sweat. I put it up in a ponytail, feeling their eyes on me as I moved. I didn't want to explain myself. What was there to say? I was traumatized by what happened. We all were. And what was my trauma in comparison to all of theirs? I wasn't kidnapped like Grace was. I wasn't burned alive like Gabrielle. Sure, I had injuries. But at the end of the day, this was a small portion of all the things stacked against us.
Do you need to talk to someone?
Blaze asked, not a hint of sarcasm or playfulness in his voice. I do better when I can sleep with Gabriel, I answered, feeling embarrassed for my reasoning. I silently pleaded with Blaze to use his intuitive powers to know that I didn't want to be asked why I do better with him.
You didn't have to sleep with me,
Riker immediately interjected. I wanted to. Besides, Gabriel hates having me in his room. He only let me sleep in there these last few weeks because he loves me. I shut my eyes and let out a sigh, feeling partly pathetic but mostly annoyed with myself. Blaze didn't even give me a chance to correct myself and fake the same strong face that I'd been wearing since Gabriel came back from the dead. He scooped me up in his arms, clutching me to his chest and carrying me down the hall.
You've been spending too much time with Gav. This is why the group shit works. If we let him have you all the time, you'd be more of a stubborn ass than you already are,
he said before stopping in front of Gabriel's door and using his hip to bump it open. I looked over his shoulder and noticed Riker and Callum following closely behind us. I quickly wiped my eyes, then stared up at Blaze's rust-colored hair and the freckles scattered along his neck. The moment we entered Gabriel's room, I turned to look at the bed. But it was empty. The sheets were rumpled and scattered, the deep red bedding pushed back. I furrowed my brow in surprise, then turned to look at the window, slumping in unspoken relief when I saw Gabriel's silhouette as he stared outside.
"I was wondering when you'd come back here, love,"
he whispered. I'd noticed that by the end of the day, his voice was nearly inaudible, worn from overuse. I wondered if he would ever have his commanding voice back. Blaze still clutched me to his chest as I took in Gabriel's stiff posture, shrouded by his red robe. I immediately recognized that he was in pain. "Do you need one of your pills?" I asked.
"No. You know I hate that shit. My mother was addicted to it. I only want to take it if I can't bear it. Otherwise, I'll be fine for now."
He kept looking out at the night sky. I was starting to wonder if he just had a thing with windows. He was always looking out at the world, never really participating in the normalcy or beauty of it.
"Is that why you're here?"
Gabriel asked.
"Want to make sure I'm taking my meds?"
I looked at Blaze, and he sat me down, my bare feet cold against the wood floors of Gav's bedroom. I stared at his back while answering. I had another dream. He looked down at his feet, and I knew that he was reliving his own damage. I hated that it comforted me to know that I wasn't the only one that couldn't let our experience go. And he was the one with literal scars to prove what we've been through.
"I was thinking we could all have a sleepover. Been a while since we've done that,"
Blaze said in a cheerful voice that sounded forced. I looked over at Riker, who was still shirtless and taking in the scene before him. He was always an observer, and what I wouldn't give to take a peek inside his mind and learn what he thought of all of this.
"Last time we had a sleepover, I ended up snuggling Blaze in the middle of the night thinking it was sunshine,"
Riker said with an exaggerated huff before scratching the back of his neck.
"Of course, that's just what you told people,"
Blaze replied. I turned around and noticed Callum slowly backing out of the room, so I stepped away from Blaze to grab his wrist. Whispering in a voice so soft that only he could hear, I said with the utmost certainty, "You're a bullet. Don't leave." Callum looked around the room before nodding his head at me. Riker once told me that I was the glue that brought the entire group together, and I never quite believed him until that moment. But Gabriel, who was so stuck in his head that he couldn't see the world around him, turned around to face me before nodding towards his bed. And that moment showed me our group was stronger than whatever he was facing. I knew that we would always look out for one another. We would be okay, eventually. Blaze plopped down on the bed and patted the middle of the mattress, guiding me there, and it was in that moment I knew that, above all else, our friendship would prevail. Callum switched off the lights and settled himself in the letter-sitting chair at Gabriel's bedside. Riker laid down on the couch, and we all called goodnight to one another. I kept incredibly still, knowing that each movement could potentially hurt Gabriel, and Blaze, who was beside me, did the same. His arm brushed against me. It was uncomfortable and difficult to fall asleep, but it was the most content I'd felt in ages.
"You can relax, you know,"
Gabriel whispered. He turned on his side to face me, and I did the same, as Blaze's hands lingered on my side, then slipped under my shirt to hold me at my stomach. "I don't want to hurt you," I replied sheepishly, hating that he could sense how tense I was. Gabriel lifted his hand up and cupped my cheek, stroking my lips with his thumb. It had been so long since he had touched me like this that I gasped at the contact. Gabriel put his thumb in my mouth the exact moment I parted my lips, and I sucked on his finger, wrapping my lips around it instinctually.
"So beautiful,"
he mouthed, just as Blaze's fingers dipped lower, reaching beneath the waistband of my yoga pants to stroke my cunt.
"It hurts me to see you tense,"
Gabriel whispered. Blaze guided my ass back, forcing it against his hard erection before grinding into me. I let out a little whimper as he silently stroked me. The only sounds in the room were my barely audible panting and the sounds of our bodies moving against the crisp sheets. Gabriel shuffled closer, squeezing his eyes shut for a brief moment at the jostling, before chasing away the momentary lapse in control. At that moment, I saw how completely he owned his body. Gabriel then snaked his hands up my shirt to cup my breasts as Blaze moved his fingers faster. I was riding his palm, fucking his rough skin, as Gabriel massaged my perky peaks. A moan escaped my lips. "Oh, God, you're killing me," Riker groaned, but it turned me on to know he was listening. The room might have been pitch black, but something wicked within me wanted Riker and Callum to hear the pleasurable sounds coming from my throat. Blaze and Gabriel, the original bullets, were playing me like an instrument, stroking, petting, coaxing my body into bliss. Blaze flicked his tongue out and trailed a line down my neck, stopping at my shoulder before sinking his teeth into my skin. Gabriel continued to grab and pull at my breasts. Lying there between them made my body grow hot. Blaze then withdrew his hand from my pussy and licked his fingers before pulling at my hair tightly, baring my neck to him. "Finish her, boss," Blaze said, and I could feel his grin against my skin. Gabriel didn't waste a moment. He dove between my legs with his hand, bracing his palm against my throbbing clit and sliding back and forth. Blaze brought me to the front door of my orgasm, but it would be Gabriel who knocked. I moved my hips in time to his movements, keeping my eyes on him and taking in the determined look on his face. He was wild, rubbing me as if an orgasm was all that was standing between him and me, like sex could mend his broken body. He was daring me to let go, and I met that dare with a moan as I came in his palm. "Yes, sunshine," he coaxed as I rode each wave, arching my back against Blaze and panting. Blaze wrapped his arm around my mouth to muffle the screams. I guess he didn't want to wake the house. And it turned me on more, feeling a bit helpless between the two of them. I never thought I'd want to be at anyone's mercy, but there was something hot about having Blaze's hand over my mouth and Gabriel's fingers stroking me. "Fuck," Callum finally choked out from the other side of the room, and I wondered if he was stroking himself, picturing what was happening in the dark room and wishing it were him who brought me to that peak. Once my heart rate slowed, I adjusted my pants and moved to lie on my back before reaching for Gabriel and Blaze, prepared to return the favor. But both of them stopped me. "Go to sleep, beautiful," Blaze said before nuzzling my neck. Gabriel placed his hand on my upper thigh, stroking me over my yoga pants just one more time before whispering, "Good night, Mrs. Moretti." Chapter 10. I'm not exactly sure when I fell asleep, but I knew the exact moment I woke up. It wasn't an alarm or soft words from my guys that lured me out of my dreams. I woke to the sound of a gun going off in the house. I'd heard guns go off before, and the loud boom sounded more like a shotgun or rifle. In my early morning days, I almost wondered if someone let off a firework in the house. I shot up in bed, jostling the men on both sides of me. Gabriel let out a slow groan and took a moment before sitting up. Blaze was immediately on high alert, shifting out of the sheets and going to the door where Callum was already standing. I listened carefully, wondering if I had imagined that sound. I heard a door open and close down the hall, and we braced ourselves, preparing for whatever threat was in the house. Our doorknob jiggled, and Callum started frantically searching for a weapon. But when the door opened, it was Nix and Grace that were on the other side. He was holding her hand as he yanked her into our room. Nix very quickly checked me over, making sure I was okay. Then, with his free hand, he held a finger up to his lips, wordlessly telling us to keep quiet. I rolled my eyes. A fucking shotgun just went off, like we needed to be told. For a moment, we all stared at one another while listening for the sounds of approaching people. As expected, everyone looked at Gabriel. He was the leader, wasn't he? He was always the one making sure we were safe and happy. He would be the one to get us out of this. I briefly remembered the time at Blaze's apartment and how Gav took charge of the situation, ordering everyone around to make sure we got where we needed to go. but looking at him now, I couldn't help but notice how pale his tan skin appeared. Gav's chapped lips looked white, and his eyes, although gazing at me, seemed to be far away. First thing in the morning was always the worst. He was so sore and stiff from the night before. "Are you okay?" I asked in a whisper, mentally slapping myself when I realized I not only asked him the question he hated most, but I also brought everyone's attention to his current state. Shaking his head, Gav rid himself of whatever paranoia was taking over, and he glared at me before responding through gritted teeth, "I'm fine." Still, we waited for his guidance. Did we go downstairs and meet the problem head-on? It was odd, watching his indecision. And although I knew that only seconds had ticked by, it felt like hours. It was unlike Gabriel to seem so stuck and indecisive. A movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention, and I turned to look at Callum as he pulled a gun from the small kitchenette where Gabriel usually enjoyed breakfast. He cocked it back, putting a bullet in the chamber before pointing it up at the ceiling. "Stay behind me. We're getting out of here." Callum looked around the room, then jogged over to the dresser where a spare burner phone was. Picking it up, he swiftly unlocked it and sent a quick message. I searched the ground for the boots I usually kept in Gabriel's room and put them on before grabbing an oversized sweater that was lying on the floor. It wouldn't be enough to handle the Vermont winter, but it was better than my threadbare pajamas. Callum stepped into his boots without socks, and Riker grabbed one of Gabriel's button-down shirts. We were wildly unprepared. Blaze was the only one dressed appropriately, wearing sweats. "You sure that's safe? They could be tapped in," Nick said while nodding at the phone. "We don't really have the time or the options," Callum answered. Once again, we all looked at Gabriel as if wondering if he would step up now. Was he really going to relinquish control to Callum like this? He swallowed, wincing a bit as his spit traveled down his throat. "Let's do it," he finally whispered. Riker grabbed my wrist as Callum went to the door. Nix immediately stationed himself in front of Grace, holding his arm back to block as much of her body with his as he could. We were on the second floor, and we would have to travel towards the left and down the large staircase that led into an open entryway. We would be very vulnerable, but didn't have many other choices. Was Joe still here? Was he okay? When we left the suite, the 7 of us traveled down the hallway, pressing our backs against the wall as we tried to move as quietly as possible. Another gunshot boomed, and I jumped. Riker's hand around my wrist tightened as he pulled me along, urging me forward, faster. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination or if the house was on fire, but I smelled smoke. Maybe my brain was trying to recreate the trauma I had just experienced, but my body began to shake, drawing the attention of Riker. 1. Riker was here. 2. Another gunshot went off, ruining my train of thought. I had to start over. 1, I whispered as we stepped forward, not sure I could come up with a rationale for tricking my brain into feeling like it was safe. Riker looked at me from the corner of his eyes, and he took another step before whispering, 2. His steady voice was guiding me through the steps I needed to count to feel centered. And that's what I did, counting the steps down the hall and starting over when a gunshot went off. The highest number I got to was 4. Callum paused at the end of the hallway. One turn and we would be at the staircase where we were most vulnerable. What if the house was surrounded? As if answering my unspoken question, Blaze then whispered, "I didn't see any movement on the west side of the home when I looked out Gav's bedroom window. Once we're out of here, go left and run to the trees. Don't stop until you can't move anymore," he instructed. I nodded in understanding before looking over at Riker. I didn't want to ask him out loud to help Gabriel move, but he would need help getting through the woods. I didn't want him to trip and tear his skin grafts, and I knew that too much movement was a lot for him. Especially in the dry winter air, he needed the moisture to keep his skin from getting too dry. But before I could ask Riker, Callum spoke up. Keeping his eyes on the hallway, he spoke under his breath to Gabriel. "Stay with me." A small whimper escaped Grace, and Callum ignored it. Taking a step forward, we all followed after him and traveled down the stairs. I kept my eyes peeled and my ears open. I listened for signs of anyone, but no more shots were fired. The front door was open, and blood covered the floor. Oh, God, the blood. You never realize how much was in the human body until it spilled out at your feet. I went rigid with tension, knowing that panic was on the horizon, but swallowing it down with a forceful gulp. We had just a few more steps to go, just a few more paces. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The fourth step creaked under the weight of my feet. A sound to the left of us erupted just as we landed on the bottom step. I turned to look and gasped when I saw Alessandro striding towards us as he held up a shotgun. Splatters of blood covered his white sleep shirt, and his hair was a matted mess of gore and sweat. He held his weapon up just as Callum aimed at him. Time stopped. Alessandro was tall and wild, feral eyes looking murderously around the room. He was barefoot and wearing flannel pajamas, standing in shattered glass, curling his toes and letting the sharp shards slice his feet. Just before another gun went off, Alessandro yelled, "Get down!" The shot was loud and echoing, slicing through the air with a bang. I wasn't fast enough to follow the trail of the bullet, but I looked at Callum with fear, knowing that this was it. It was over. I was going to lose him. I screamed a blood-curdling sort of thing that held my regret and fear within its fist. As my heart raced, Callum dropped to the floor with a grunt. I bent my fist to muffle the screams as another body hit the floor. A groan sounded, and I looked down towards the front door at a strange, large man now clutching himself as he writhed on the floor. For a moment, I stared at the way he suffered, groaning and crying out in pain. "Callum," I whispered. "I'm fine," he replied from his crouching position. "Alessandro saved me." We didn't stand in shock for long. My men went into action almost immediately, and Alessandro stepped closer to Grace, looking her over before glancing at the front door once more. "Get out. There's 3 more. Not needing to be told twice, Riker yanked me forward past the group. We stepped over the man lying on the ground, who was completely still now. It all happened so fast. I looked over my shoulder and saw Nix urging Alessandro to come with us, but he shook his head. "I've been wanting to kill these bastards for a while now. I'll catch up with you later," he said. I wasn't sure if it was just Callum's training that made him go check on the dead man on the floor, but I watched as he kneeled beside him, holding his index and middle finger up to his throat and checking for a pulse. The gaping hole in the man's chest was brutal. The powerful gun plowed through his organs. It wasn't like the gun Gabrielle used on Santabello's son. It inflicted as much damage as it could with a single pull of the trigger. And when Callum didn't find his pulse, he then stood, straightened the sweats he was wearing, and stalked toward us. "Run for the West Woods." Blaze pushed by us to lead the way, and Riker and I followed behind him. I gasped when the door opened, the cool air shocking my senses. It swirled in with the adrenaline and made me press my body to Riker's. There was at least a foot of fresh powdered snow on the ground. We were in the thick of winter in Vermont, and the bright white blanket of ice covered every available surface. It gave us little cover, and we couldn't be sure that no one else was out there. Almost immediately, my hot, heaving breaths created a cloud of fog in front of me. Shit, it's cold. The footsteps behind me let me know that Gabrielle, Callum, Grace, and Nix were following closely. It didn't take long until I was out of breath. The dry air made it feel like my lungs couldn't expand, and I was struggling to keep warm. I hadn't been outside much since moving to this safe house, and my body wasn't prepared for how cold it actually was. I looked down at my feet. My boots were wet, and my toes were so cold that I couldn't feel them. It reminded me of the time I ran away from the bullets. Each step was agony, and my lungs threatened to burst out of my chest, but still, we ran. I wondered if any of Gabrielle's men survived. "Was Joe there?" I asked breathlessly, my teeth chattering as I tried to think of anything but the way my skin burned. From now on, I was sleeping in winter pajamas. You never knew when you needed to make a late-night getaway. "They went to stay at a bed and breakfast last night," Grace called from behind. Her small voice sounded weak, and I wondered if this was too much too soon for her. We slowed down to go up a hill, and I chanced to look back at her. Nix was clutching her tightly to his chest as he checked me over. I slipped on a patch of wet mud and tried to right myself again. "Hey, boxer bitch," Nix called to Riker. "Put those damn muscles to good use and pick up my girl. She's slipping all over the place. You can also keep her warm with that hot body of yours," he said. Though his tone was authoritative, he was also out of breath. Riker turned his attention to me as if just realizing that I might have been struggling. He was one of those athletic types that just assumed everyone could run for miles on end without feeling like they were about to die. He took one look at my wet boots, then lifted me up, hoisting me over his shoulder as he climbed the rest of the steep hill. Nix chuckled. "Just pretend it's some of that CrossFit crap crazy people enjoy." I didn't dare look at Gabrielle and Callum. because if I did, I was sure I would see Gabrielle in pain and Callum trying to overcompensate for it. I knew that Gabrielle didn't want to appear weak in front of me, so I was determined to keep my eyes forward and not look at him. But oh, did my heart ache. With each step that Riker took with me over his shoulder, I wondered how Gabrielle was faring. He started coughing. It was a gagging sound that blended in with his grunts and moans. I squeezed my eyes shut and bit back my concern. It wasn't until we were at the top of the hill and could see down below that Callum told us to stop. I watched everyone climb the last of the hill, Gabrielle and Callum arriving at the top last. Gav had his arm wrapped around Callum and was leaning against him, gritting his teeth and locking the coughs and rasping breaths in his chest. Once at the top, Gabrielle collapsed and rolled up his pant legs to inspect his calf, where there was a cut bleeding onto the white snow surrounding him.
"You missed the graph,"
he whispered in relief. "What the hell just happened?" Grace asked as Nick set her down. Once she was stable, he held his arms over his head, stretching them out as he expanded his lungs and took in deep breaths.
"Looks like Santabello sent his men after us," Callum said before glancing at Gabrielle.
He was scarily pale and out of breath as he leaned against Callum's leg. "Do you think Alessandra's okay?" Grace asked softly. Nyx rubbed small circles on her lower back, a gesture I knew was meant to comfort her because he'd done it many times to me. But I couldn't help but notice how he, too, needed reassurance. Was he worried about Alessandro as well? "Did you see how Alessandro took that guy out with a shotgun?" I asked. "He seems kind of like a badass. I'm sure he's okay," I said. I chose not to mention the pools of blood covering the safe house floor and the other gunshots I heard. I suspected that Alessandro killed more than just that man this morning. By now, the sun was high in the mid-morning sky, a bright orange light surrounding us. My clothes were soaking wet, and the moment my adrenaline subsided and I realized how little my pants and sweater insulated the heat on my body, my teeth began to chatter. For the first time since reconnecting with the bullets, I honestly felt like we had nothing. We'd been hiding behind Gabrielle's lavish lifestyle, but this felt more like the bullets I knew. Stripped bare, with nothing but their grit and will to survive. I didn't necessarily know where we would go from here. I also didn't know how my brain would respond to the never-ending trauma. But I knew that at the core of the bullets, they thrived as underdogs. They just didn't know how else to be. Chapter 11. It took Joe about an hour to get to us. Once the adrenaline had worn off, we each sunk into the freezing temperatures and biting cold. It was hard to focus on anything but the wet, stinging snow touching our skin. We huddled together to fight off the chill, and I watched Gabrielle with trepidation while Riker ran his hands up and down my arms. When Joe showed up looking like a knight in his muddy Jeep and wearing a frown, I was equally relieved and anxious.
"It's not good, boss," he said to Gabrielle as we crammed inside the warm Jeep, our legs pressed up against one another as Grace curled into Nyx's lap and I settled on Riker. "No shit, Joe. Your wife okay?" Gabrielle asked. Now that someone other than us was here, he was slipping back into his natural leadership role. My teeth were still chattering, and Riker eyed me with concern. "She's okay. Glad we didn't accept Grace's offer to stay the night, though. It was a bloodbath, boss. A fucking bloodbath." I looked over at Nyx and reached out to hold his hand, knowing that he was worried about Alessandro. The moment we had time alone, I was getting to the bottom of the nature of their relationship. Joe started driving away from the main house. "Where are you taking us?" I asked, my teeth chattering from the residual cold. "To a guardhouse about 8 miles from here. You need to finish this," Joe said through angry, clenched teeth. He was surprisingly bossy when he was worried, and I couldn't blame him. I bet he was thinking about having left Mrs. Joe alone. Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, he then dug under the seat, pulling out various pistols and a bag of medicine for Gav. "Thank you for coming to get us," Gav said. "How many bodies?" "There was no one left. All 7 men stationed around the perimeter. Dead." "Fuck," Riker said under his breath. Blaze glanced at me from the front seat in the rearview mirror, his eyes lacking their usual flirtatiousness. 7? Only 7? Nyx asked. Back in New York, you had at least 30 people in and around the building at all times. Back in New York, people felt loyal to me. Loyalties go where the money and protection are these days, and Santabello keeps stealing my business. The only men really loyal to me are currently in this Jeep.
Grace mumbled something so low that I couldn't hear.
What was that?
Gabrielle asked. I said, she began while straightening as much as she could while Nix held her close on the bumpy road, that you can trust Alessandro, too. He saved us.
Or he brought Santabello's men to us and wanted to steal a pier on our side.
Riker interjected, nearly taking the words out of my mouth. I wanted to believe he was good, but I didn't know him as Nix and Grace did, and I didn't necessarily trust him either.
Did you see his body?
Joe finished for Nix.
No, he wasn't one of the victims.
A weighted silence fell over the Jeep, and everyone mulled over their own theories about what had just happened. When we arrived at the guard station of the property, I was so cold that I was sure my skin had turned blue. We each filed out of the Jeep and made our way towards an old farmhouse that looked like it had recently been renovated. Piles of snow lined the front, and bare trees towered over the roof, likely offering shade during the warm summer months. Joe didn't get out of the car, though. He merely leaned out the rolled-down window and called out to us.
I'm going to get Sherry.
I paused and turned around, as did Gabriel. The rest of the group gave shaky nods of thanks to Joe before filtering inside.
You know it's not a loyalty thing, right?
Joe asked Gabriel.
I'll just be holding you back, and they'll be looking for me, too. I've been tied to your family for a long time, Moretti. I never questioned your loyalty, Joe.
Gav replied stoically.
You just take care of Sherry. Don't worry about us.
Joe leaned his arm out the window, and they shook hands in that stiff macho way that made me laugh at how repressed it looked. Uncle Joe, I'm gonna miss you, I pouted, not able to help myself. It was freezing, and I needed to strip out of these clothes and into something warm, but I still wanted to say goodbye. I was glad that he wasn't coming. I wanted him and Mrs. Joe to retire happily on a beach somewhere. They deserved that much. I'll tell Nix to deposit a nice little donation in your bank account once shit slows down. Should buy a pretty house in Florida.
Florida has gators and hurricanes.
Fair point. Why does everyone talk about retiring there, then?
Hell if I know. I'm not old enough to retire, sunshine.
I laughed, committing every wrinkle of his to memories so later I could keep imagining our happy little family.
I'll see you again,
Joe said in a gruff tone. The wind picked up, blowing a strand of hair annoyingly across my cheek. I swiped at it, and my fingers grazed some moisture collecting on my cheek. Damn, I was crying, something Joe hated. He began while pulling something from his pocket.
I went back to Blaze's apartment after the shooting and found this. Figured you'd want it,
he said, albeit a bit awkwardly as he handed over my knife while staring at the ground. Fresh tears filled my eyes, and I momentarily forgot about the troubles, fear, and my freezing skin. Sorry, I know you're allergic to emotions. I can't help it. I'm gonna miss you, big guy, I said while swatting away some of the moisture in my eyes and taking the knife from his grasp. Then Joe did something I'd never in a million years expected him to do. He looked up at me and smiled. A real one. And he had a perfect gap between his two front teeth that made me feel warm and familiar. He was so perfectly ordinary.
Be safe. Keep your cool,
were Joe's parting words as he rolled the window up and pulled out of the drive. The pastor might as well have said that he loved me. When we went inside, I immediately went to Nix and started stripping out of my wet clothes, right there in the open, praying that Grace wasn't a prude. He was sitting at a small desk against the wall in the living room, typing at a laptop that was covered in dust. When we're settled, can you make an anonymous donation from Gav to Joe and Mrs. Joe? I asked through gritted teeth while sitting in his lap. He, too, had already taken off his wet t-shirt, and I pressed my chilled skin to him with a sigh.
Fuck, you're cold, he barked,
and absolutely. He didn't seem to be really paying attention. He braced both arms on either side of me and continued to keep typing away, looking over my shoulder at the computer screen. After a minute or so of sitting like that, quietly, Blaze walked up and gingerly placed a blanket over my shoulders before leaving my best friend and me to speak in private. What are you looking for? I asked while taking in the guardhouse. The interior was nearly empty. There was a flat screen on the wall and a couple of brown leather couches facing it. A hallway towards the left led towards a bedroom. The kitchen was dated, with curled yellow wallpaper. It smelled like mold, too.
"Alessandro,"
Nix replied in a hurried voice. I kept quiet for a moment, knowing that he needed silence to work. He was in one of his moods. In the kitchen, Callum, Gabriel, Riker, and Blaze were stripped to their boxers and standing around the table while wrapped in towels. They were whispering to one another and looking at me. A fist slamming down on the desk drew my attention back to Nix. He hit the word so hard it jostled his body, nearly knocking me off his lap.
"Sorry,"
he said through gritted teeth. I swallowed a gulp of air and stood up, giving him space.
"Come back here,"
he quickly said, while grabbing my wrist and yanking me closer. I ended up kneeling on the ground with my head in his lap as he combed through my wet hair with his icy fingertips. "Are you okay?" When Nix didn't respond, I knew it was severe.
"No."
"Who is Alessandro to you?" I asked. Nick stopped scratching at my scalp, and I sat up to stare at him. His misty eyes looked me over, and I clutched my chest, physically feeling his hurt.
"He was my past. I had no idea what sort of danger he got into. I thought he was just another spoiled rich kid, trying to piss off his parents,"
Nick said. "So you were in a vigilante group together? Was this the same place where you learned how to hack?" I asked.
"Yeah."
Nix looked distractedly at the screen once more before looking at me.
"We can't stay here long. Are you okay? I feel like a shitty friend. I haven't even really checked on you."
Nix then reached out and grabbed my hands, squeezing them as he sniffled. "I'm fine. Shaken up, tired of all this bullshit. But I'm fine. If anything, I feel like shit for dragging you into all of this. You should have never chased after me, Nix." Just at that moment, Grace walked down the hall, carrying various articles of clothing in her arms. She had changed, too, slipping into a baggy pair of sweats and an oversized flannel shirt. She plopped a pile of clothes on the kitchen table for the guys, and I noticed how Nix followed her every move with his eyes.
"It's not been all bad," he whispered.
No, I guess it hadn't. "So, what's the plan, Nix? Seems we're both at an impasse. You've got to go after your man, and it would seem that I need to go with mine," I said with a half-smile. It hurt my heart to be separated from Nix during such uncertain times, but our friendship was stronger than that.
"I've always been there for you, sweets. You think I'm going to leave you now?" he asked.
"Yeah," I began. "I think you are. I think you've got shit to do and people to care about." "You're always with me," I said before placing a hand over his heart, enjoying the feeling of its beating for a moment before I continued. "But we're not on the same path. We'll meet back up again." Nix leaned forward and kissed me on the forehead, and I felt eyes on my back. We both stood, and he wrapped his arms around my shoulders as we headed towards the others in the open kitchen. Blaze was hunched over, resting his forearms on the wooden countertop.
"We need to come up with a plan. We need to leave. The longer we wait here, the more of a chance we have that they'll find us," Callum said. "He's right," Nix replied. "Just check. They're scanning the area for us. I say we have 30 minutes to get the fuck out of here, tops."
Gabriel lifted a briefcase and plopped it on the table, making Blaze jump. With 2 clicks, he unclasped the briefcase and lifted the lid. I leaned around Nix to see what was inside. A tiny stack of cash, identities, papers.
"How many cards do we have, and will they be traceable?" Nix asked. 3, and I have a few license plates lying around. The paint is peelable if you're spotted. All are registered to ghosts."
"Good. Grace and Nix are going to find Alessandro, and we're going to visit your dad," I said, my voice not wavering as I stared my mob boss down. He might not have been feeling like his usual controlling asshole self, but that didn't mean he would let this plan happen without a fight.
"No,"
he replied while counting over the money and supplies. "Yes," I replied. "Alessandro saved us. He helped Grace escape. If Nix trusts him, then I do too." Nix piped in.
"I think he got away. I saw his signature pop up, then disappear. It's a code. And I think I can find where he's hiding with it."
"Yeah, great idea. Then you both can be killed by Santabello," Blaze replied sarcastically, and I gave him a dark glare. Sometimes his brutal blend of honesty really drove me crazy. How much money do you have? I asked Gabriel, avoiding Blaze's comment.
Not nearly enough. Maybe 2,000? I try to keep stashes at all my safe houses, but most have been depleted.
I couldn't conceal my shock, and I felt myself blanch in response. What do you mean, depleted?
He means people are jumping ship and taking his cash with them. We've managed to save a lot of his funds, transfer savings to offshore accounts. He's got enough investments to live a long and happy life. But yeah, he probably only has about half of what he had before.
Nix explained in a sort of clinical way before running back to grab the laptop and bring it to the table.
I've been keeping an eye out for any hits on you. I've tapped in and have a stream of whispers from Santabello's crew. When he didn't attack after the church incident, I almost wondered if he'd given up, but look,
he said while gesturing to the screen. Gabriel leaned over to look at it, but I didn't understand anything within the scrolling letters.
The day Grace escaped, he put out hits on all of us. Anyone associated with the Moretti family is wanted delivered in a body bag.
Gabriel said in a soft voice of disbelief.
Fuck. You got the best people money can buy after you,
Nix explained. After us, Grace interjected before looking longingly at Nix. You're associated with us, too. Blaze cracked his knuckles.
The best?
He scoffed.
I'm the best. I'd like to see them try and catch us.
Callum stepped forward.
Can I see that?
He asked. He started typing on the computer, and I remembered that he majored in cybersecurity.
Oh, shit.
What? I asked before stepping closer to him to peer over his shoulder. Gripping my blanket tighter to my body, I tried to make sense of the screen.
The FBI has watch lists for everything, but it looks like your main accounts are flagged. If any of you try to take out cash or even think about using your card, you'll have a team on your ass.
Santabello already proved with my father that he wasn't above bribing agents to do his dirty work. We couldn't catch a fucking break. As I listened to them talk, all I could think about was each tick of the clock. I grabbed some of the clothes and put on a pair of fleece leggings, then layered 2 long-sleeve shirts. Unfortunately, my wet boots were my only option for shoes, but at least I had a new pair of socks. The longer we stayed in one place, the more opportunities they'd have to find us. We didn't have time. Revenge might have been what Gabriel was good at, but I was good at running, and right now, that's what we needed to do. We need to leave, I whispered, drawing the attention of Riker. We need to go off the grid completely. No credit cards, no public areas. We need to hide for a bit, get them off our trail. Then we can go talk to your father. Riker gave me a speculative glance that made me wonder what he was thinking. We don't have time to discuss this. This is one area where I know my shit. We need to split up, too. I looked around the kitchen, starting to feel that familiar twinge of the run, of getting away. There was a certain buzz I got whenever I escaped. It was an adrenaline rush that made me tingle with excitement, but also echoed with the fear I felt when I left Chesterbrook.
So, what do you suggest?
Gabriel asked in a low tone, and I was surprised that he was so willing to let me take the lead. Was this the new Gabriel? He did let Callum call the shots earlier, after all. I think that Nix and Grace should separate from us. You have plenty of safe houses scattered around that are off the grid. Let them hide there and locate Alessandro. They don't have to go after him to figure out where he is. I stood up and started circling the table, eyeing the identification cards and cash in the briefcase. $2,000 wasn't a lot. It wouldn't get us very far, especially with the lifestyle Gabriel was used to. We would have to be very frugal. How many cars are in the garage again? I asked.
3,
Riker replied. He kept his eyes on me as I spoke, the corner of his lip quirking as he watched me work through the situation.
Where should we go?
Riker asked. I think if we split up, we shouldn't tell each other where we're going in case
one of us is captured.
Callum interrupted. My best friend then enveloped me in a massive hug, lifting me off the linoleum floor before spinning me around, a move I'd only reserved for Blaze. It made me smile to know that he'd picked up on that little greeting.
Just the idea of not being with you is making me anxious again, he said. When will all this bullshit stop breaking us apart? Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not convinced that splitting up is a good idea,
Gabriel said while crossing his arms over his chest. I wanted nothing more than to scream. Each ticking second, each moment brought Santabello closer to us. We didn't have time to question things. Grace rolled her eyes, and I bit back a smile. It seemed that she, too, was used to Gabriel's overprotective behavior, and I felt a momentary sense of camaraderie with her. It's better than her going with you, I said, nearly shocking myself with how much I sounded like Gabriel. My voice was stern but even. Power and confidence were bubbling up within me, and it felt good. Running was my domain. I knew what I was doing. We all might have targets on our backs, but you are a ticking time bomb. Santabella wants to end the Moretti reign, right? Well, you're the spearhead of that. He's got some sort of vendetta against you, and now it's personal. If you and Grace stay close together, she'll end up in the crosshairs. You have to decide if you love her enough to let her be safe, I said while keeping my voice steady and stern. The room went deathly silent, and suddenly we weren't talking about Grace and Nix. We were transported back to the same decision I faced when I didn't tell the bullets I was fleeing my father. I was the girl who decided she loved them more than she needed them. I glanced at Riker, who was gripping the edge of the table, his knuckles white. I knew what he was thinking without him saying a word. Maybe it was the familiarity of being in survival mode, but despite the churning of old memories in my gut, I felt my resolve growing stronger by the minute. Perhaps this was what I needed all along, a chance to prove myself to Gabriel. So, what's it going to be? I asked. A few more ticks of the clock passed. I could practically feel Santabello's eyes on me, and it felt eerily similar to Paul Bright's gray-eyed stare.
Say your goodbyes and head out,
Gabriel finally said, coughing a bit before heading to the sink. He turned on the faucet, then bent over to take a sip. I fleetingly wondered if it was safe for us to be driving such a far distance with him. Sitting for long periods really hurt him, and the climate change might mess with his skin grafts, not to mention we wouldn't have his staff of nurses and doctors to check on him. Nick squeezed me tightly for a moment, and Gabriel headed back towards the table, wiping drops of water off his chin with the back of his hand. Gav then handed Nix a small wad of cash and a burner phone.
Keep in touch. Let me know if Santabella makes any changes. Don't do anything stupid. And take care of my sister. I might not be what I used to, but I'm still a great shot.
Gabriel growled, wincing a bit when Grace wrapped her arms around his chest and hugged him, dulling his scary threats. I almost told her to let go, that touching him there hurt him. But he gave me a look that made me think I should keep my mouth shut.
Wow, Moretti. You kind of sounded like my boss for a second there. Good thing you aren't.
Nix teased before holding his hand out to shake his. Gabriel took a long moment to roll his eyes before returning the gesture.
See you soon.
Grace let go of Gav's waist, then tucked a stray strand of red hair behind her ear before heading towards the garage. She didn't bother to say goodbye to us, and I kind of liked that she didn't pretend to be familiar with me. Nix gave me a brief but meaningful kiss on the forehead before whispering,
See you soon, sweets. Be safe.
The moment we settled in the SUV, I looked over the various forms of identification in the briefcase as Riker adjusted the steering wheel and pulled out of the driveway.
Where to, boss?
He asked with zero enthusiasm. We're going to Indianapolis, I said, while mentally calculating how long of a drive it would be and how much gas we had. We'd have to sleep in the car or find ways to get more cash along the way. Hope the guys were okay with cheap gas station food.
Why?
Blaze asked. Because Indianapolis is a busy place, we'll blend in. Rural areas are okay, but new faces bring questions. At least in Indy, no one will give us a second glance, and it's only a 15-hour drive, so we won't spend all our funds on gas.
It makes sense, Callum said. But cities have traffic cams, and that's how I found you. Remember?
We'll be careful, I assured him. I doubted that Nix would have the time or resources to do facial recognition sweeps for me, but there were other ways around that. I pulled the burner phone out and inspected it, noticing that it had GPS and was still trackable. We were slowly coasting down a winding mountain road as I threw it out the window.
Hey, that was our only burner phone. How are we going to get in touch with Grace? Gabriel asked.
I can promise you that Nix has already gotten rid of the one you've given him to. It's traceable. We're going to get out of Vermont, then switch cars. I hope you're still proficient at hot wiring, Blaze. I can do it in a pinch, but you look hot when you get all rebellious, I teased.
You know I love making you hot,
he joked while rubbing his hands together. I looked at Riker, who kept glancing at me from the corner of his eye. This is my expertise, I assured them. We need to disappear for a bit before we can go visit Mr. Moretti Sr., and disappearing is what I do. The car went silent for a moment, and I knew they were all thinking about just how good I was at going off the radar. Despite knowing that this was stirring up unresolved issues between the five of us, I felt giddy as adrenaline coursed through me and traveled up my spine. I loved a good, complex problem. I loved finding out where to go. I enjoyed looking for my next hiding spot. It was an exhausting life, a lonely life, but it was exhilarating and fun.
Well, guess we're going to Indianapolis,
Gabriel said before leaning his forehead against the window. I twisted in my seat to look at him, momentarily wondering how I could make him feel in charge again, but also loving the switch in dynamic. Maybe it was time for all of us to step up in the areas we were most reliable in. In the far back seat, Callum was staring at Gabriel with unease. I couldn't help but wonder if this road trip was what we needed. There was nothing that bonded people more than forcing them to be in a confined space together for 15 hours. Chapter 12. Riding in the SUV with the guys brought out a sense of nostalgia within me. I was reminded of all the times I sat in the front seat of Blaze's Mustang, driving around town and laughing in the face of my curfew. We'd always pushed it a little too close, barely making it up the drive to my front porch just seconds before my curfew. Most of the time, we did nothing but holding hands and dancing along the lines of our feelings for one another. Sometimes we would go get ice cream or catch a movie, but the semantics never mattered, as long as I was with them. Looking back, it seems silly now how hard we pushed against a relationship. Things that seemed so big then felt far away. How much better would it have been just to give in? Remember that night your car broke down 2 hours away from my house? Curfew was in 3 hours, and you were the only one with a car. I mused to Blaze, who had taken over the driving when we stopped for gas an hour ago. He drove much faster through the snowy twists and curves of the mountain than Riker. He was confident behind the wheel, always had been.
Oh, gosh, yes. It was torture.
You were wearing these tiny little denim shorts, and I had just gotten the old Stang.
I had no idea how to fix it and stupidly drove it into the middle of nowhere,
Blaze said, a large smile on his face.
Then you got scared,
he added. I distinctly remembered the branch of a tree scraping against the passenger window. I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling embarrassed. I made you crawl in the back seat with me and hold me until Riker could show up with the Jameson's SUV.
I didn't even have a license yet,
Riker interjected with the hint of a playful grin on his beautiful face.
And I had an unbearable heart-on the entire ride home. It was rare that you wore clothes that actually showed off your assets. I was thinking about those tiny shorts for a week. Imagining you shimmying out of them.
Gabriel cursed and Callum grumbled from the back seat.
Why didn't you call me?
Gabriel asked. He would ask that, wouldn't he? Leave it to Gabriel to take a funny story and want to know why I didn't want him coming to my rescue. We would have called you, I said to Gav with a smirk, but you had a rule about me being on your motorcycle. I was twisted in my seat to stare at him, the afternoon sun casting a warm glow on his tan skin and highlighting the scar on his face. I guess things definitely weren't the same, but there were happy moments, like this, where I could see hints of the boy he once was, of the friend I was irrevocably in love with.
Last I remember, you rather enjoyed the one time I let you on my bike.
He purred in a low voice I felt in my gut. I blushed like the girl I once was, earning one of his rare smiles. That bike gave me my first orgasm, I joked, feeling brave for admitting that out loud. Then the car nearly went off the road as all my men started talking at once.
I thought we all agreed not to do anything,
Blaze yelled.
You all agreed. I never agreed to anything,
Callum interrupted, and I looked back at him, blue eyes burning hot as he looked me up and down.
And yet you never made a move. Why is that?
Blaze asked sarcastically. I looked back at Callum just in time to see him flush. How could we explain that the things holding us back seemed significant at the time? That was back when I thought that age and distance mattered. I thought leaving for college would have severed his feelings for me. I thought that age was too much of a problem. I thought his loyalty to the Force and my father would be too much. And yet, Callum never gave up on me. Not after 5 years of separation, not after meeting the bullets, not after learning that my father killed his parents. Everything else was so fucking trivial.
Everyone was breaking the rules but me,
Blaze said with a frown, pulling me out of my thoughts of Callum and all the wasted moments between us. I never understood the rules. It sucks knowing we had so much wasted time, I finally said. Outside, the wind was starting to pick up. Bare branches were dancing from the invisible force of it, and loose powdered snow that hadn't stuck to the icy ground was blowing around too. I'm not necessarily mad about how things turned out, Riker interrupted before leaning over my seat to kiss my bare shoulder. The oversized sweater I had changed into after stopping at a convenience store had fallen down, revealing my pale skin and the tattoo I had there.
Of course you aren't. You took her fucking virginity.
Callum mumbled under his breath, like it was something he never got to be properly angry about. Riker leaned back in his seat with a satisfied smile, likely revisiting the memory of our first time. Damn, it really was terrific. I wouldn't change a single thing about it.
That's not what I meant.
Riker looked around at us before responding.
We couldn't have handled this arrangement any other way, Riker began. We could have tried as stupid kids, but it wouldn't have worked. It still might not work now. But losing Sunshine was the worst thing to ever happen to me, so I know for damn sure I'll do anything in my power to make sure I never feel that loss again.
Aside from the low music playing on the radio and the sounds of the chains wrapped around our tires rumbling against the pavement, there was no noise. We were all silent, contemplating the truth of Riker's statement. He was right. We couldn't have possibly handled this as teens, and we would have inevitably fucked things up. Do you all think we're gonna fuck this up now? I asked. In the grand scheme of things, we hadn't had time to feel settled. Everything from our survival to the nature of our relationship was still up in the air. There was no way we would be able to figure it out until we found some sort of normalcy, whatever version of that we could put our roots into.
I think we're all determined enough to try and make this work. I think that we would all prefer a really complicated dynamic to not having you at all. And I'm okay with being the one to say it, Riker replied.
Blaze perked up in the driver's seat before squeezing my hand in reassurance.
I second that, he added.
I knew it wasn't Riker and Blaze that would have a problem saying their intentions. Riker had a lot of anger to work through, but he was upfront about his feelings and motivations. He always had been. It was Callum and Gavriel that struggled to admit what they wanted. It's why Gavriel hid behind his control and Callum behind justice.
Well, she is my wife,
Gavriel finally said, a small smile hiding behind the way he was chomping down on his lip. Fuck! Blaze screamed, just as something crashed into us from behind, forcing me forward against the restraints of my seatbelt. I thrust my hands out against the dash to stop my forehead from hitting against it. A stream of curses sounded throughout the car, and Blaze practically growled.
Rookie move, motherfucker!
I looked behind us and gasped when I saw a black Escalade speeding up to collide with us again. There were no other cars around, and one strong push could send us over the edge of the mountain. The roads were icy. Each curve down the mountain was dangerous enough without the added pressure of being run off the road. What's happening? I asked before they connected with our bumper once more. It was less intense this time, but still forced me forward again. A shrill, short scream burst from my lips, and I held back the hysteria, knowing that the guys needed to focus. 1. Don't scream. 2. Don't scream. 3. Don't fucking lose your shit, Sunshine.
They're trying to run us off the road. It's too bad I can outdrive them,
Blaze said through gritted teeth before accelerating. I glanced back at Gavriel, who was bracing himself against his seat, clasping the door handle like it was a lifeline. Riker was twisted in his seat, keeping an eye on the car behind us to relay its moves to Blaze. Left! Riker screamed as I squeezed my knees with my hands, digging my nails into my skin just as Blaze maneuvered out of the Escalade's reach. They missed us, but we hugged the curve of the mountain just a little too closely, knocking off the driver's side mirror. In the far back, Callum was loading bullets in his magazine, cursing every time the car jolted, knocking a stray bullet from his fingers. All the while, we barely escaped going off the road.
Must be one of Santabello's men,
Blaze cursed while hugging the side of the mountain with a graceful turn. I was thankful that he was driving. I knew that if anyone could get us out of here, it would be him.
Once we're out, we'll need to switch cars.
The passenger side mirror then exploded as a bullet sliced through the air and connected with it. Shattered glass littered the road, and I nearly bit through my lip to stop the screams. 1, 2, 3... Fuck!
They're shooting at us and we're about 3 miles from a mountain town,
Blaze yelled before speeding up to dodge another hit from the rear. We were flying down the mountain, Blaze navigating the large SUV we were in with surprising ease. "Callum, if we don't want any innocent casualties, I suggest you start shooting, and for the love of Dolly Parton, sweetheart, duck your fucking head," he added to me before placing a hand on the back of my neck and shoving me down. "Right!" Riker screamed, and although I couldn't see anymore, I felt the SUV jolt to the left, nearly going up on 2 wheels before righting itself. Then I heard the sound of the power windows sliding down, and freezing wind started whipping within the interior of the car as more bullets sounded. "Shit, their windows are bulletproof," Callum said. I lifted up just in time to see him slip back inside the car as a bullet whizzed by his cheek. Gabriel twisted slightly in his seat. "Give me the damn gun," he ordered. Listening to his gravelly voice take command of the situation made my knees weak. I peered up from the floor of the SUV just as Gav held out his palm for the weapon. Callum flashed an intense look around the car as if wordlessly asking the others if Gav could handle it. It was Riker who spoke up. "You heard the man." "Right!" Blaze shifted the wheel for a sharp turn, and Callum handed it over. 1 mile from the mountain town, Blaze urged. I sat up a little more and looked at the curve coming up, gasping when I saw the drop-off. If one of us went over, we'd surely die. Gabriel moaned in pain as he twisted in his seat. Then he leaned out and started firing as we hugged the interior of the curve. My fingers were practically white from gripping the oh-shit handle above my window. More bullets clipped by, and I watched as the Escalade trailing behind us tried to clip the rear corner of our car and fishtail us. Blaze accelerated to a dangerous speed as we turned, and I just knew this was it. This was how we died. Gabriel let 2 shots go, and the sound of screeching brakes ricocheted in my eardrums. I sat up to look back just as the Escalade behind us lost control, swerving and bumping the back of our car before spinning over the edge of the mountain. Despite the giant trees, we had a clear view of them falling. The drop-off was substantial. And after what felt like 3 slow exhales, it nosedived into the dirt, crumpling on impact. Gabriel calmly removed a remaining bullet from the chamber of the pistol before releasing the magazine and tossing both parts to Callum. The tires weren't bulletproof, he said in an ominous tone, before shifting forward in his seat to address Blaze. We were silent for a moment, each of us calming our breaths as we tried to process what had just happened. We need a new car. Something with tinted windows that's inconspicuous. Now, Gabriel finally choked out. Blaze ran a shaky hand through his rust-colored hair, adrenaline coursing through him as he barreled through the remaining curves, arriving in a quaint mountain town with slow speed limits and a single grocery store. 1 minivan coming up. Chapter 13. When we arrived at the tiny town at the bottom of the mountain, Blaze hot-wired a minivan we found in the parking lot of a grocery store. Gabriel wrote down the license plate so he could send money to the owners, since it obviously belonged to a family, given the 2 car seats, as well as enough crackers and sippy cups littering the floor to feed a third-world country. I felt somewhat bad for stealing it, but one look at our SUV with bullet holes littering the sides eased my guilt. Then we were back on the road and ended up stopping at a motel outside of Harriman State Park in New York. It was a small, run-down sort of place. The only thing special about it was the woman who owned it. She took one look at our group and nearly fainted. Her tiny frame barely standing 5 feet tall, she practically quivered at the sight of my 4 men and me, each of us wearing the oversized clothes we found at the safe house and looking worse for wear, Gabriel especially. His shoulders were slumped as I spoke with the owner, tossing her extra cash and a wordless agreement to not say anything about us being here. We didn't use credit cards, knowing that it could be traced. I was surprised at how easily I slipped into a groove. Hiding was second nature to me, and I found myself instinctually going into protective mode, watching over my shoulders, counting the grooves in my knife, but taking in each detail around me. I requested the room closest to the highway with a clear view of the parking lot, so we'd be able to see if anyone was coming for us. I told Blaze to back into the spot and leave it unlocked so we could escape quickly if necessary. Well, this room is disgusting, Gabriel said while slowly settling into a dusty chair positioned by a large window overlooking the parking lot. It has charm, Blaze, my ever-optimistic boyfriend, said while winking at me. I was immediately reminded of the rundown motel where our bodies collided when we first reunited, and I blushed. It really wasn't bad. A large king-size bed took up most of the space with 2 red nightstands framing it. The bathroom had a large bathtub I didn't trust to be clean enough to soak in, and the entire building smelled like tobacco and soap. I've seen worse, I commented. At least we had a place to sleep. Being homeless in winter was something I didn't plan on ever doing again. Callum tested the strength of the lock, pulling on the door before closing the curtains where Gabriel had been staring outside.
We can stay for 6 hours, max. Get some sleep, clean up, then get the hell out of here. I don't feel like stopping is a smart idea, but we will make do with what we have,
Callum said before scratching the scruff of his dirty blonde beard. I liked how he was growing it out. Agent Mercer was starting to look like a bad boy, and I definitely liked it. Maybe I had a type?
I saw a department store up the road. I'm going to grab us some more clothes.
Blaze eyed me mischievously, trailing his gaze along my oversized outfit with glee. Remember that the idea is to be inconspicuous, Casanova, I replied with a smile, already picturing the ridiculous outfit he was planning on buying for me. Something likely to show off enough skin to freeze my ass off in the northern winter. He stopped at Gabriel, holding out his hand. My sore mob boss plopped a small wad of cash in his palm.
Well, darling, there's the problem, Blaze said while sauntering towards me. It's nearly impossible for people as good-looking as the two of us not to turn heads. Even now, I can't stop looking at you.
Blaze cooed before waltzing up to me and planting a kiss on my cheek.
See you in a few,
he added before leaving. Gabriel watched Blaze leave as Riker positioned himself at the windows beside him to keep watch outside.
I need lotion,
Gav said in a gruff tone while adjusting in his seat. I went to the grocery bag, which held his pain meds and the other necessities that Joe managed to grab for us. I pulled out the bottle and approached him. I can apply it, I said in a soft voice, knowing that this was something Gabriel struggled with. Back in Vermont, he wouldn't let anyone else but the nurse view his back. I quickly looked at Callum, who was staring at his hands in his lap like they could spark a fire if he looked long enough. We can go to the bathroom, I offered.
Fine,
Gabriel replied tersely.
Let's get this over with.
He then stood much quicker than usual, probably fueled by his frustration with the situation. I'm sure being jostled in the car chase made things more uncomfortable for him. That pesky question was at the tip of my tongue again, begging me to pour my concern out in his lap. He headed towards the bathroom, and when I went to follow after him, a hand on my shoulder made me pause. Turning, I greeted Riker with a weary smile.
Call for me if you need anything,
he offered before gently kissing my lips. I lifted up to press against him harder, prolonging our kiss for 5 heartbeats of passion, before pulling away and following after Gabriel. The bathroom was tiny, barely big enough for the two of us, with a faucet dripping water that sounded like my shallow breaths tentatively falling into the sink below. Gabriel pulled the gray t-shirt he was wearing over his head, the fabric covering up the inevitable pained wince on his face at the movement. He faced me, allowing his back to show in the bathroom mirror's reflection. We were positioned so that he could watch my face twist up in disgust or pity. I didn't know how to react. I knew that pretending to be neutral would be a lie, and Gabriel Moretti didn't like liars. I knew that if I gasped or let the tears threatening to overflow fall, then he'd hate himself and put even more distance between us. So, instead, I did what felt natural. I focused on the lotion bottle in my hand and put it in my palm, wishing that I could hear what he was thinking at that moment. I walked forward, grazing my nose against his chest, and breathing in his vanilla scent, before nuzzling into the crook of his neck, wrapping my hands around his back to rub the lotion in. Kiss me, I pleaded, hoping he could hear the desperation in my voice, and finally give me the full physical intimacy I craved. I rubbed the lotion up and down his dry skin, which felt hot to the touch. Gabriel didn't move at first. He simply sunk into my cool touch on his back. I could feel the raised grooves of the scars covering his skin with the pat of my fingertips. Kiss me, I asked once more, cursing him for being so difficult. Couldn't he see how much I wanted him? How much I needed him? I knew the back of his legs needed lotion as well, so once I was sure that there was nothing left on my palms, I dipped lower and unbuckled his pants, pushing them over his hips and pulling them over his muscular thighs as I sunk to my knees. I looked up at my badass mobster that once had the world at his feet. Now, he only had me. My eyes were hooded with desire as I peered up at him with bedroom eyes, licking my lips as I nuzzled his cock, which was still hidden behind his black briefs. He couldn't conceal the full erection building behind the fabric, though. I reached up then and pulled his underwear down, his full dick springing forward and bumping my cheek. It coated my skin with a few drops of pre-cum. I licked him, tasting his salty skin while I worked the lotion into my palm. Feeling him shudder at my touch was addictive. I wanted him to fall apart with me here in this bathroom. I began rubbing the back of his legs, worshipping him with my mouth as I stared up at him.
"Sunshine," he gritted out. "If I had known this was how you like to take care of me, I would have fired Courtney ages ago,"
he said before mouthing a silent "fuck" as I kissed the top of his cock and rubbed in the last of the lotion. We both stared at one another for a moment, not sure where to go next.
"Stand up,"
he demanded in that gravelly tone. The moment I was back on my feet, he grabbed behind my neck and thrust our lips together, our sensitive mouths colliding with sweet pressure. I moaned against him and cried out when he wrapped his muscular arm around me.
"You little vixen,"
he said before spinning me around. He placed his other hand on my back before pressing me down to the bathroom floor.
"You want me to fuck you in this motel bathroom?"
Gabriel asked loudly, and I knew that Callum and Riker could hear us. "I want you anywhere, everywhere," I replied before quickly shimmying out of my pants and underwear. Once I was bare, he braced the head of his cock at my entrance, guiding it along my slick folds as I held my hands on the floor to steady myself.
"I'm trying to hold back my anger, Sunshine."
"Maybe I don't want you to hold back your anger," I replied in a hushed tone as he teased at me, rubbing along my ass and tempting me with filling me up.
"I know this isn't your fault, Sunshine. I know that when I decided to fall in love with you that I'd take your burdens. So why do I want to control you in the worst of ways? Why do I want to punish the only damn person in this world I love?"
I swallowed, knowing that I was practically dripping with the lust coursing through me. I should have been terrified of the direction this was headed, but this was what I wanted, wasn't it? I wanted Gabriel to open up and tell me what it would take to make him better. We lash out most at the people we know can take it. Sometimes we're cruelest to those we love because we're confident that they'll see the ugliest sides of us and never leave, I said. Gabriel ran a finger down my spine, making my skin pebble. He didn't speak for a moment. He just stared at my skin, taking in the soft slopes of my body with interest, before making me stand up and face him. I saw the decision in his eyes. I knew then that he wanted me, that he was ready to close that final distance between us, fill me up and push my limits. I braced myself for the inevitable. I licked my lips, waiting for his tongue to stroke against mine. Here, in this disgusting motel bathroom, I was prepared to swallow Gabriel's bitter opinions of himself. I wanted to pull the doubts he had from his body, internalize it, and make him whole again.
"I know you want my anger,"
Gabriel whispered before tucking my hair behind his ear and cupping my cheek.
"I know you could take it, too. But I need something from you first,"
Gabriel said with a sad sigh, and I wondered if I'd messed up, if I pushed him too hard.
"I want you to take what you crave from me and give it to them,"
Gabriel whispered before slowly bending over and pulling up his slacks. My mouth dropped open in shock. After buttoning his pants, he opened the door and left me standing there, wanting him more than I've ever wanted anyone, but knowing that he wouldn't do a damn thing about it. My heart raced with anger and leftover lust. I left the bathroom and looked to Callum, who was lying on the bed, hard as a fucking rock and staring up at the ceiling with his hands above his head. I knew that he heard every dirty little thing that Gabriel said. I could practically feel the hope rolling off his washboard abs, the anticipation nearly suffocating all of us in the room. Riker was still at the window, peering outside, but his fists were clenched at his side. For a moment, I wondered if he was jealous of Gabriel and me. Pretty soon, he opened his mouth, answering my unspoken question.
"Last time I left her unsatisfied, you nearly killed me,"
Riker observed before reaching into his pockets and pulling out a cigarette. Gabriel didn't respond, and Riker took a slow drag before leaning against the wall, watching me. Everyone was expecting me to do something to set the pace.
She knows what she has to do if she wants me.
Gabrielle answered with a shrug. I didn't realize I had to bargain for affection. I replied through gritted teeth, hating him a little for making me feel inadequate.
You don't want affection, sunshine. You want a hard fuck.
I thought you said you'd give me all the things I want.
You don't need this. You don't need me,
Gabrielle roared. Ah, there it was. The real reason Gabrielle couldn't take things further with me. The root of all our issues. Gabrielle Moretti didn't think he was good enough. I stormed forward, rearing back and slapping him on his scarred cheek. Fuck you, Moretti. Stop holding back on me. Get mad. Get fucking furious. Take it out on me. Control me, I cried out. I lunged forward, kissing him so hard I could taste blood. I bit down on his lip, vaguely hearing the door to the motel open and close as I ripped the shirt from his body and yanked his pants down. Callum and Riker were gone.
You want me, sunshine?
Gabrielle finally asked, his voice low and deadly as he stalked towards the bed, guiding me to the mattress. Show me the person you've been hiding behind your scars, Gab, I said, keeping my voice even, though I wanted to cry from relief. This was the Gabrielle I knew. Deadly and loving. My perfect contradiction. The devil in a suit.
Bend over,
he ordered, and I immediately obeyed. He pulled my pants down just enough to allow him access, but not completely off.
You don't deserve my cock, sunshine, slapping me like that. Under different circumstances, I'd make your ass so red you couldn't sit for a week.
I'd like it, I replied honestly.
You say that now.
I was so fucking on fire for Gabrielle Moretti. It was the only heat I could stand since the church. The way he slid inside of me was rough and unapologetic. He held on to my hips as I braced myself against the bed, gripping me so hard that I knew bruises were pooling beneath my pale skin and the size of his fingertips. He fucked me hard. He pushed past his pain. He didn't let me see his expression, but for one fleeting moment, I didn't care that he was hurting. I didn't feel the need to ask if he was okay. I just wanted to feel his cock stretching me. He pulled out and pushed me entirely on the bed, my arm knocking off the bedside lamp in the process. It shattered on the floor, but neither of us cared.
On your hands and knees, love,
he ordered, and I quickly obeyed, missing the feel of his thrusts. He positioned himself behind me and entered me slowly, teasingly slow, pulsing but keeping still. I squeezed my walls, encouraging him to press deeper, but still he didn't move. Fuck me, Moretti, I cried out, begging for him to punish me. It shocked him out of whatever trance he was in because he started thrusting again, punishing me with pleasure.
Every time you asked if I was okay, I wanted to wrap my hands around your pretty throat, love,
Gabrielle said before threading his fingers through my long hair and pulling back with a sharp yank. I winced in pain.
Every time you looked at me with pity, I wanted to make you bleed.
He leaned forward slightly with a grunt and bit into my shoulder, drawing blood with a sharpness that made me cry out. His thrusts grew more merciless, pounding into me so hard my knees were shaking. I could feel the orgasm coming. Knew it was just at the end of this beating.
And now, when you saw my broken body but still looked at me with love,
Gabrielle began in a whisper, fucking me so hard that the bed began to shake.
I wanted to end you.
The blood roaring in my ears was building. I was so close already, so responsive to his cruel words and harsh hits. He came hard. It was a fast and unforgiving thing, pulsing as he moaned, crying out my name as I took it all. I took his pain, his resentment, his hate, his anger. I took his control. And at that, my own orgasm broke out of the cage I'd put on my emotions since the night of the fire. I cried, tears of joy and fear mixing together in pools on my cheeks. Yes, I said, my hoarse voice a whisper as I rode the last waves of the moment. He slowly pulled out and got off the bed. I flipped over on my back, calming my breathing as I stared. Gabrielle stood a little taller. His body didn't look frail as his heaving chest moved up and down. I bit down on my lip, promising myself to never again ask if Gabrielle Moretti was okay. Chapter 14. We made it to Indianapolis in record time, and luckily didn't run into any more assassins trying to kill us. The white minivan that smelled like feet and French fries concealed us well. Blaze made sure to stick to crowded roads, and although we tried to keep the tone light and nostalgic, by the time we made it to the city, we were low on cash and morale. Gav was the most frustrated. It was hard for him not to be able to flash a credit card and have anything he wanted. Gabriel Moretti worked hard for his empire, and not having access to the benefits was making him anxious. Even though he seemed less burdened by his injuries after our healing fuck at the motel in New York, each day that we were on the run made his shoulders slump more and more.
"How long do we have to stay in this dump?"
he asked with a growl while looking around the motel we'd been holed up in for the last 2 days. Clothes and junk food wrappers littered the floor. I eyed the bottle of pain pills on the table, calculating how long we had until we'd need to get 'em more. 5, maybe 6 days. Until the cash runs out, which will be about any day now unless we find some ways to make money, I said. I bit my dry lips to stop myself from offering up some unsavory solutions. I was well acquainted with quick ways for collecting cash, none of them appropriate options considering how completely possessive my boyfriends, or whatever I should call them, were. Stripping was off the table, literally.
"And then what?"
Callum asked. He seemed to be walking a thin line between closing the distance between us and completely pulling away. He kept looking longingly at me from across the room, and I kept asking myself why I was punishing us both. We'd talked things out, I'd forgiven him, and he'd more than atoned for his part in harming Gabriel. I just didn't know how to initiate. At first, I thought I was hesitating because of Gav. It felt wrong seeking comfort from Callum while he was healing, but now Gabriel was practically throwing me into Agent Mercer's arms. And yet I still hesitated. It would be easier if Callum would just take what he wanted from me. We need to stay here long enough to keep them guessing, but not long enough to be discovered, I said. I was staring at the instant coffee in my styrofoam cup, willing something that didn't taste like dirt to magically appear. Funny how quickly we get used to the luxuries of life. Blaze was lounging on the stiff mattress, with the rough bedding scattered around him. He was the most at ease out of all of them, going with the flow. He was seemingly comfortable with the shady places we were staying and the lack of a plan. He was always a free spirit, though, and as a bounty hunter, Blaze was used to hiding out in strange places with little comforts. It was all part of scoping out his target. "And why can't we go now?" Blaze asked. I let out a sigh, choosing not to scream at him for asking the same question for the millionth time. Even though he was comfortable with our current situation, he was still antsy to leave again. Blaze Bennett was a master at catching people, and he understood that staying in one place for too long was the quickest way to get found. Because we have to assume that they're expecting us to show up there. Grace said that Santabello was frantically searching for Alessandro's mother, which means he wants to get to her first. I'll bet my ass he's got eyes on Gabriel's dad. Hell, he's probably already paid him a visit to get information.
"Oh, babe, please don't bet your ass. If you lost it, I'd be devastated,"
Blaze pouted. I laughed, but the smile didn't feel like it belonged to me. I had been distracted for the last couple of days. My heart was begging me to go to the motel lobby and send another email to the emergency address Nix gave me back when we established our code word. Aside from a short email that said he was keeping an eye out for bounty hunters and assassins on Santabello's payroll in the area, he hadn't reached out. I wondered what was happening, and worried about him and Grace. Gabriel was in his usual spot. It seemed that no matter where we went, he would pull up a chair to the window and stare outside. I wondered what he was always thinking about, or if he was watching for Santabello.
"We're running out of cash fast," he said wearily. "Are you sure we can't just hit up an ATM and get the fuck out of here?"
This time it was Callum that responded, his tired voice laced with annoyance as he ran a hand through his blonde hair.
"I've told you, Santabello has federal agents in his pocket. We'd be surrounded within seconds of withdrawing our cash."
I once again considered stripping. I'd only done it a handful of times when my other option was sleeping on the street. I knew that a good night could easily get me a couple $1,000s. Instead, it was Riker that came up with a solution. He was leaning against the wall, watching Gabriel intently.
"The underground fight scene here is pretty big. How much cash do we have left?"
Riker asked. 1,000, give or take, I replied.
"We could always bet,"
Riker began while standing. He started pacing the floor, a move that I recognized. He was preparing for a fight.
It's pretty easy to find a fight. All I'd have to do is find someone to match me up with an opponent. I used to do it all the time before Gabriel became my pseudo-manager. I know I'd win. Then we would have more cash and could survive a little bit longer.
Flutters of hope filled my stomach, and I considered the implications of his suggestion. It would be risky, betting everything we had. It wasn't necessarily that I didn't have faith in his abilities, but gambling always made me uneasy. On the off chance he lost, we'd be left with nothing.
That's not going to work, Callum replied after a moment with a frown. You're famous, Riker. We have an entire arsenal of assassins after us. If word gets out that you're fighting in an underground club in Indy, we'll be swarmed the moment we leave the venue.
I slumped my shoulders. He was right. There was no way in hell Riker could show up at a fight without anyone taking notice. He was too memorable. He was also good.
Could anyone else fight?
Callum asked before instantly regretting his question. All eyes zeroed in on Gabriel, and we knew that he was the only one that could match Riker for talent. Or at least he used to be able to. My heart panged.
I could fight,
Blaze blurted out, distracting all of us from staring at Gabriel. I looked at Blaze, concern blanketing my expressive face. When I thought of him, I didn't think fighter. Blaze was a lover. He could charm the pants off of anyone. The thought of him getting into the ring and using his fists absolutely terrified me. Luckily, I didn't have to hurt his manly pride by questioning him. Callum did it for me.
Really?
Callum looked Blaze up and down before taking a step forward.
Do you honestly think you could do that? Do you even have any fighting experience?
I let out a slow sigh and rubbed my forehead while closing my eyes. Blaze was confident, but he overcompensated for his insecurities. His charm and smooth-talking was a defense mechanism. I could have punched Callum for being so callous.
Of course I can,
Blaze replied while rolling his eyes. Callum looked at Gabriel, who was also staring at Blaze. The ghost of a smile graced Gav's lips as he said,
As long as you don't let anyone get any cheap shots on you, I think it's a possibility that maybe you could actually probably do this. Your confidence in me is overwhelming, Blaze deadpanned.
My mouth dropped open in shock, and I nearly stuttered out my response. Blaze, do you know how to fight? I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that it didn't sound as insulting as I thought it did. Blaze gave me one of those wicked grins that I loved before getting up off the bed and walking towards me. He thrust an arm over my shoulders and stared me down.
I don't like to fight, but if I have to, I can. Who do you think these two assholes practiced on?
He then pointed at Riker and Gabriel were rolling his eyes. He wasn't wrong. I remembered them fighting in the Jamesons' front yard on many occasions. I used to watch from my bedroom. How does one even find a fight? I asked. I wasn't completely sold on betting every last dollar we had on Blaze. I wanted to have faith in him, of course. However, I also had never seen Blaze in action. He was a bounty hunter and had enough muscles to make me swoon, but fighting took precision and skill. It took an intense energy that I just wasn't sure he had. Blaze was funny, mischievous, playful even. He wasn't a fighter.
Don't look so worried, sweetheart,
Blaze said.
He rolled his neck before giving Riker a stern look. My mom had boyfriends beating me up my whole life. I can take a hit, but more importantly, I know how to throw a punch.
I had almost come to expect the bruises on Riker's skin. I put them into that box of what made Riker who he was. He was my fighter. I knew that he was strong and able to handle whatever punch was thrown his way. But I never put Blaze in that role. Blaze grabbed the new burner phone we'd purchased last night from my hand and then started making phone calls, whispering into the receiver like a drug dealer. This didn't feel right, but I wanted to respect the guys, and if we wanted to stay under the radar, I knew that Riker couldn't fight. Aside from stealing cash, which I knew the guys were more than capable of doing, this seemed like the only way. We could always rob a store, I said, clinging to an alternative idea.
Most stores easy enough to rob don't have the kind of cash we need. Besides, that's a bit beneath us, don't you think? We're not some thugs. We're high-dollar mobsters, Blaze said. We were high-dollar mobsters,
Gabriel corrected before scowling. I crouched down to peer up at his face. An empire couldn't be brought down in a fucking day. He had properties, accounts, and money out the ass. We just couldn't access it at the moment. I borrowed some of Nix's fearless bravado before swallowing a gulp of air. You are Gabriel Moretti. It might not feel like it, but you're still the most powerful man I know. I leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, right above his red scar, before turning to Blaze. Guess you should start training then, huh? Before I met the Bullets, I did my best not to have blind faith in anything or anyone. My father taught me that it did a person no good to trust others. I wasn't sure if his grim outlook on people was from seeing the worst of the worst on the job or if he just had a keen self-awareness. Maybe he was always warning me not to trust anyone because, in some ways, he knew he didn't deserve my mother's and my trust. Either way, I was a tragic pessimist. But when I met the Bullets, I wanted to believe that they could do anything. I had blind faith in them. But even so, I wasn't confident that Blaze was capable of fighting. He was strong. The muscles in his broad shoulders were proof enough of that. And I knew he was skilled. He had to be as a bounty hunter. I had no doubts that his job got physical on many occasions, but I had never seen him fight. I'd never seen how he was in the ring, and I wasn't sure he was capable of holding his own. I also didn't know what kind of underground fight scene Riker was getting him involved in. What if he got hurt? What if we got caught? These doubts felt like a hammer pounding against my chest. But as I watched Riker and Blaze sparring in a park within walking distance of our motel, I couldn't help but feel enthralled by my bounty hunter. His movements weren't as refined as Riker's, but he held his own. I watched closely as sweat dripped down his neck and onto his bare torso. It was freezing outside, but we didn't have the cash to go to a gym, and Riker said that the bite in the air would make his hits harder, and the pain would help Blaze learn how to dodge better. Blaze was good, surprisingly good. I'd never admit to doubting him, though. Riker gave him everything he had, and Blaze gave it right back. It was odd seeing his perfect, playful face scrunched up in anger. But even though he looked somewhat in his element, I still feared for him. "Enough," Riker yelled. Blaze pulled back, his muscular chest heaving in gulps of air as he wiped the sweat from his brow. They had been fighting for an hour. Riker didn't want him too sore for his fight tonight. "What do you think, Sunshine?" Blaze finally asked breathlessly before turning to me. I was standing off to the side, my arms clenched tightly to my body to ward off the freezing wind assaulting me. They told me to stay behind at the motel where it was warm, but I didn't listen. I needed to see how he could hold up. Blaze put his sweatshirt on, and they both approached me. "You're pretty okay at this sort of thing," I joked. "Almost makes me wonder what other secrets you were hiding." The corner of my mouth lifted up into a small grin. Blaze bent down to grab the water bottle at my feet, then lifted up to take a large gulp while Riker untaped his fingers. I watched eagerly as Blaze's Adam's apple bobbed while he drank. And when he pulled away from the bottle, he answered me. "I thought you knew. I'm good at everything, beautiful." I laughed before pushing his shoulder, and Blaze made a big show of pretending to faint under the force of my playful shove. He then wrapped his arms around me, his sweaty body enveloping mine as he lifted me off the ground and acted like he was going to throw me across the park. Nearby, a couple laughed at our goofy display. "We better get back," Riker said. The sun was beginning to set, and Callum didn't want us out for too long. He was fearful that we would be seen. Neither he nor Gabriel wanted me tagging along, but the stifling motel room was starting to suffocate me. "Do we have to go back?" I asked before looking up at the sky, which was a pleasant shade of orange and gray from the setting sun. The clouds overhead gave off a doomy sort of feel, fitting for the doom we were going to face. "I've worked up a bit of an appetite. Want to spend some money we don't have on pizza that probably won't taste good?" Blaze asked. I looked down as he wrapped his arm around my waist. I knew that Callum and Gabriel would demand that we come back soon, but I didn't care. I could use the distraction. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the burner phone, checking for any messages from Nix. I had emailed him our new phone number that morning in hopes that he would call. But, of course, there was still nothing, and I worried that something had happened to him and Grace. I could feel Riker's and Blaze's heavy stares on me, but I pocketed the phone without voicing my concerns. There was no use talking about things I couldn't control. Blaze smelled of sweat, making me crinkle my nose. However, I still accepted his arm as we walked back to the motel a couple of blocks away. It kind of felt normal, just 3 friends walking through the park. I forgot all the troubles we were facing. Blaze stopped at a pizza shop and pulled some cash from his wallet. I debated on telling him that we should save it, but both he and Riker gave me a look that suggested I should keep quiet about my opinions on how they should spoil me. Blaze even got a pineapple pizza slice, though he made gagging noises as he handed it to me, and they both let out sighs of appreciation when I moaned mid-bite.
If I'd known you'd make those noises while eating pineapple pizza, I would have bought a second slice,
Blaze joked.
Hell, I would have bought the entire pizza,
Riker added. He had been mostly quiet, which wasn't out of the norm. Whenever we were with Blaze, Riker enjoyed letting his boisterous friend take control of the conversation. It allowed him to observe the world in all its quiet complexity. "You're okay, right?" I asked. Riker turned to look at me before lifting up a finger and placing it against the corner of my mouth, wiping up some stray pizza sauce that had gotten there. My lips parted when he then sucked on his thumb.
"I'm fine. I miss the West Coast. I miss fighting,"
he said in a low voice while looking off in the distance. A slight pang of guilt tickled along my rib cage, making it slightly difficult to breathe. And yet I forced those feelings away. I refused to feel wrong about wanting Riker with me, but it brought a whole new set of worries to bloom within my mind. If we survived this, and that was a major if, what would happen to us? Gabrielle loved New York, and Riker lived in California. Callum worked in D.C. I was happiest when we were all together, and for the first time since the fire, I realized that when it was all said and done, we might never be together.
"You know there's nowhere else I'd rather be,"
Riker immediately amended. I couldn't help but smile at his effort. I felt the same way. The bullets and I were inevitable. I knew without a doubt that they had burrowed themselves in my soul a long, long time ago. I didn't doubt for 1 second that Riker considered my heart his home. What we had meant so much more than geographical locations, careers, or anything else the rest of the world wanted to prioritize. In fact, I think our group was the only thing keeping Gabriel from completely losing his mind at the fall of his empire. But I wanted my men to live their best life. That's what love was, wasn't it? Love wasn't selfish. And I knew that Riker loved me more than he loved being a pro fighter, but I hated that eventually he might have to choose. While I thought over all the things plaguing our dynamic, Riker looked at me, taking in each changing expression and committing it to memory. He saw me better than I saw myself. He knew me better than I knew myself. And after I finished my pizza, we started walking back towards the motel. We were just a half a block away when Riker wrapped his hand around my arm and pulled me towards a shadowed alley. Blaze followed us, a wide grin on his face.
"Please tell me you're going to get her off in this alley,"
Blaze said while drumming his fingers together eagerly.
Riker rolled his eyes. "Shut up and keep watch,"
he replied to Blaze, deadpan. Riker then looked towards me, caging me between his arms as he pressed his body against mine.
"Of all the things to worry about, sunshine,"
he began before kissing my neck, chastising me for fixating on stupid shit. Of course he would know where my mind was.
"Aside from fleeing for our lives, I'm all about getting back to the root of what the bullets really stand for."
I sucked in a deep breath, gasping when his tongue slid up the vein that was pounding in my neck. He nibbled and sucked at my supple skin, and I knew that Blaze was watching us with hungry eyes. "And what exactly do the bullets stand for?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Riker pulled away and stared longingly at me.
"We're larger than life, sunshine. We stand for family, friendship. The bullets are brutally honest and devastatingly committed. We hold knives to each other's throats, but would kill anyone that threatened us. We don't need anything but each other, as cliché as that sounds."
I leaned forward and knitted our lips together, crying out as his knees shifted between my legs, rubbing along the thin material of my yoga pants right over my mound. "Oh, God." "There's a cop coming," Blaze whispered. From the corner of my eye, I saw that he was keeping watch. Riker didn't stop. He ran his hands over my body. He bit my lip. He was everywhere, pulling at my hair and pressing my back into the hard brick of the building. "He's almost here," Blaze added, his voice slightly more urgent. Riker took his palm and started rubbing me outside of my pants, cupping my sex with his hand and smiling against my lips when I let out a gasp. "Fuck."
"Is there a problem here?"
a low voice asked, just as Riker pulled away with a self-satisfied smirk.
Nope,
Riker said before licking his lips.
Not at all, officer.
Chapter 15. The abandoned building we were in smelled like sweat and mold. They used a dark curtain as a partition to give the semblance of seclusion to the backstage area. We could hear the bloodthirsty crowd gathering on the other side. Riker found a fight with enough interest for our bet to be worth our while, but still quiet enough that they wouldn't outright recognize Riker. To be safe, all the guys wore hoods to cover their faces, each of them looking intimidating as they paced the cold room. Each puff of air as they exhaled was visible around us. Blaze was wrapping his hands with tape when another man approached, sliding the black curtain back to stare at us.
"It's a bare-knuckles fight, kid," he said.
The man was older, with a large stomach pressing over his tight jeans. His eyes were bright, and what was left of his hair was silver.
"Bare-knuckles?"
Riker asked incredulously.
"Will that be a problem?"
the gruff man asked while stalking closer, peering at Riker with a knowing look that made my stomach clench.
Not the way they do it in L.A.,
he asked with a smirk, and I knew then that he had recognized Riker. My fighter scowled.
"We don't want any trouble. Just want a way to earn some cash and get out of here."
The man crossed his arms over his chest and looked around the room at us.
"I make it my job to know who enters my ring. Keep that hood on tight, boy. You look like you're in trouble, and I don't want that brought to my house. You understand?"
"Understood," Riker said, keeping his face still. The man smiled at Gabriel for a moment, like he was committing his face to memory, before heading back outside to where the crowd was gathering. "Bare knuckles? What does that mean?" I asked. Callum replied, because Riker was busy giving Blaze frantic last-minute instructions.
"No patting allowed on hands. It changes a lot. He can't block the way he's used to with gloves. It's bone on bone. There will be more blood."
Well, shit. Gabriel got up and made his way to Blaze, also to give him advice.
"You're going to want to knock him out as quickly as possible. You don't have the stamina for bare knuckles. And you damn well better keep your fist warm. You'll be useless with a broken hand."
"But don't use too much of your energy reserves right out the gate, too," Riker interjected. Blaze thrust his hands through his hair, and I knew that the pressure was getting to him.
"Can I have a minute with Sunshine, please?" he asked before looking at me. "All of you are stressing me the fuck out with all your instructions."
I reluctantly smiled, feeling thankful that I was capable of calming him down, but also worried that his head wasn't in the game. I didn't know what he needed. Riker bent down to whisper something in Blaze's ear, making them both smile, and I wondered what he said.
"You got yourself a deal,"
Blaze said in a louder voice before holding his hand out for Riker to shake it. They shared conspiratory smiles, then everyone filtered out and stood on the other side of the curtain, giving us the illusion of privacy, even though they all could hear us. "What did Riker tell you?" I asked before sauntering over to Blaze and sitting on his lap. I draped my legs over his thighs and leaned on his shoulder. My lips were just inches from his skin, and I ached to reach out and touch them. I almost had to laugh. I knew everything there was to know about Blaze Bennett, and here I was, not knowing what he needed or how to help him.
"He said he'll let me watch him fuck you if I win,"
Blaze replied with a chuckle before lifting my chin and kissing me deeply, sweeping his tongue over my bottom lip before pulling at my ponytail. I then didn't think about the fight or the troubles ahead. I thought of nothing but his tongue gracefully stroking mine. I cursed the skinny black jeans I was wearing, wishing that he could move his other hand between my thighs to touch me. "I guess you should win then," I said before pulling away to stare at him. As much as I wanted to spend these next few minutes kissing him, I knew that it would just get him worked up.
"You worried about me?"
Blaze asked while staring at me. There was a vulnerability hidden within his question that made me pause. What did this fight actually mean to him? I knew he wanted to help our group, but there seemed to be something deeper in his motivations. "A little," I admitted, wondering if I was ruining his ego right before a fight.
"I'm gonna try to channel Riker's bullshit wisdom and tell you something profound and meaningful, okay?"
Blaze said while rocking his legs a bit, bouncing me up and down. He let out a shaky exhale, making his face go into that calm, introspective expression I'd come to expect from Riker.
Just because I choose not to fight often doesn't mean I can't. So many men used to knock my mom around that I decided never to be like that. Relying on your body to get what you want is weak. I'd rather observe a room. I'd rather charm the world and hit them in the gut with my honesty.
I looked down at the concrete floor with apprehension, feeling bad that he was being dragged into something he hated.
I'm sorry, I mumbled. I'm not telling you this so you'll feel bad for me, Sunshine. I'm telling you this because when you watch me out there, I want you to remember that that's not who I am. It's important to me.
My heart sank. It plunged into my stomach and made my heart swell with love for this man. Of course. You're not like those men, Blaze, and I'm not like your mom. For a moment, he went silent, looking me over in that thoughtful way I loved.
Well, God, I hope not,
Blaze joked, all seriousness fleeing his tense body as he resumed rocking me. We were both quiet for a moment, each enjoying the company of one another while the crowd grew louder and louder outside. Music was playing. It was a classic rock song.
Well, I'm glad we had this talk. Now I know I don't have to hold back,
Blaze said while gently lifting me off his lap and standing while cradling me in his arms. Hold back? I asked, seeking clarification. Were you holding back when you practiced with Riker? Blaze's eyes twinkled with a newfound confidence that made me blossom with want and appreciation.
I have the fight to win. I'm dying to see you fuck Riker's mouth with your pretty cunt.
The room eerily reminded me of the Bullets Fight Club back in Chesterbrook. It was a small building, and everyone was crowded around us, the smell of pot, smoke, and sweaty BO filling my lungs as we thronged the small circle where Blaze and his opponent would bare-knuckle box. Riker explained to me that this would be different than the MMA fighting he did. There were some rules, and both people were mainly supposed to use fists.
Blaze doesn't have the lower body strength to do MMA, he said before whistling at Callum, trying to get his attention. It'll be bloodier than what you're used to, but I promise he'll be okay, Riker added.
Callum then grabbed my hand, pulling my attention over to Gabriel, who was standing stiff as people kept pushing into him. Callum positioned me on his other side, placing me behind Gabriel to help block him from the other drunk people shifting and touching him. I looked at Callum. Maybe it was the adrenaline from the fight or the anxiety over Blaze, but a surge of energy filled me, and I pushed up on my tiptoes to press my lips to his in a brash moment of passion. He immediately deepened the kiss, like I was his last breath and he was gasping for my air, filling his lungs with me and only me. I didn't realize how starved he was for my affection, but the intensity with which he responded to me made me regret not kissing him sooner.
Thank you, he said breathlessly while pulling away.
He dipped lower and rested his forehead against mine as the crowd screamed around us. There wasn't any microphone or mass production to the fight. No overzealous MC wanted to stand in the middle to introduce the fighters. The only reason I knew Blaze's opponent's name was because people kept chanting it. Killer Kelly. He was about Blaze's height and had sweat dripping down the grooves in his stomach. Not a single tattoo kissed his skin, but he had track lines covering his arms. He's a user. I was standing up on my tiptoes to whisper into Gabriel's ears from behind.
Yeah, hopefully he's not high right now,
he replied, but the lack of confidence in his voice made me shake with adrenaline and fear. I could have counted the dots lining his veins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I accidentally brushed against Gabriel's back, and he turned to look at me, noticing the way I was shaking.
He's gonna be okay, Mrs. Moretti, he said in a calm voice. I've seen Blaze fight. He used to be shitty, but over the years we've taught him a thing or two.
Gabriel stared at Callum for a moment and nodded before pulling me into his chest and wrapping his arms around me. Callum then positioned himself at Gabriel's back, protecting him from the crowd. Gabriel was gritting his teeth, but leaned forward to speak in my ear.
2 years ago, Blaze killed a man.
Gabriel explained while the fight started. I gasped in shock. Killed? Blaze dived towards Kelly, stealing the first punch. I watched his opponent's skin ripple on impact. Blaze didn't even flinch or shake out his fist, despite the power behind it. I noticed his knuckles had turned a bright shade of red.
We had a lead that you were in Texas. My private investigator was sure that it was you, so Blaze raced there and busted this little hole-in-the-wall happy endings parlor. Apparently the owner was a shitty man, and even though Blaze didn't find you, which I'm not too upset about if I'm being honest, he was determined to get the rest of those women out of there. Most of them were underage, and all of them were there against their will, high off the drugs the owner was pumping through their system. My mouth dropped open in complete shock as Blaze darted forward once again and landed 2 more punches, one to Kelly's cheek and another one to his stomach, making his big frame bend over and grab his middle. There was a man beside me sneaking closer to the circle, too enthralled by the fight and the blood now dripping from Blaze's knuckles to realize how close he was. He called me, and I offered to send him some men. You know I'm not about that shit. Sex trafficking disgusts me, Gabrielle said, going rigid behind me. But Blaze didn't want to wait. He stormed in and beat the shit out of the owner and his 2 guards without a second thought. One ran away, one got knocked out, but the owner? Blaze didn't stop until his body was broken, completely broken. He didn't stop until he was dead. Blaze surged forward again after receiving a punch to the jaw. He was staggering a bit, sweaty hair sticking to his forehead as he blinked and tried to right himself. He was powerful, and I watched each muscle, each ounce of strength being poured out for us. Blaze thinks that fists are for weak men that are overcompensating for something else, and I can't blame him. He's had a shitty childhood. I guess we all have, Gav added. Blaze tried to punch again, but Kelly blocked him. I think, in many ways, he's better than me. But when pushed, he's lethal. The man next to me shoved closer, jolting me out of Gabrielle's arms and knocking into Gav like he was nothing. I looked at my mob boss from the ground, crying out when I realized that I'd landed on a broken beer bottle and sliced my arm. It was a shallow cut, but it was bleeding a lot. You okay? Callum asked us both as Riker surged forward and grabbed the offender's arm, shoving him away before helping me up. The blood trailed down my arm, dripping onto the floor. Riker, not really knowing what was happening, picked me up and cradled me to his chest. I protested, not really feeling like it was that big of a deal. It didn't even hurt, not really. He maneuvered us through the crowd, bringing us forward and on the edge of the ring, right where Blaze was struggling to hold his own. His knuckles were covered with red. For a moment, he peered at me, eyes going wide with blinding hot anger when he saw the blood coating my arm. And that was how Blaze won the fight. He was done playing games. He was done dancing around punches. He lunged into each hit, avoiding the apparent sting in his knuckles as Riker carried me away from the fight and back towards the area where Blaze prepped for the match. I'm fine, I said, squirming so that I could go back to the fight. I needed to see that Blaze was okay. Let's let Blaze think you aren't for a minute or two, Riker said with a grin as the entire crowd went wild. I couldn't see what was happening, but apparently it was significant because everyone was jumping and screaming. Oh, shit. Is he okay? I asked. Yeah, sunshine. I think he is. I also think you and I are gonna have an audience tonight, Riker added with a laugh. I bit the inside of my cheek, excited by that prospect, but still not wholly sure that Blaze was okay. Riker sat me down in the ready room and pulled out a dirty first aid kit that looked like it was haphazardly thrown together for moments like this. Is that sanitary? I asked, half joking and half praying it wasn't going to give me hepatitis. Riker coughed back a laugh while rolling his eyes, pulling out antiseptic and a Band-Aid. The cut was on my outer arm, where I landed. It wasn't anything significant, but still stung a bit when he applied the cream to it. The crowd screamed louder. You better be right, I said. The curtain slid open and Callum walked inside, followed by Gabrielle, who was grinning ear to ear. The crowd screamed once more. Shouldn't one of you be watching to make sure he's okay? I asked while going to stand, but Riker circled his arms around me, prohibiting me from moving. He's definitely okay, Gabrielle said with a laugh. More screams and shouts of approval, jumping bodies and footsteps could be heard outside the curtain. I scrunched my face in anger, pissed that they wouldn't let me go see. Then the crowd's excitement hit a crescendo, and I had to clutch my ears to stop the ringing. It took 2 heartbeats, and the curtain was pushed to the side, being knocked so hard that it was nearly ripped from the loops holding it up. Sunshine, Blaze called. Blood was dripping down his nose, and I knew it would need to be reset. His knuckles were covered in sweat and bright blood. There was a deep cut on his side, and the skin was already swelling.
His eyes searched the room, and he stalked towards me once his hazel irises landed on me, making me shiver. His strides were aggressive, but he paused right in front of me, as if realizing that could potentially be frightening me, but I didn't flinch. "I'm okay," I said in a steady voice as Riker dropped his hands and let me stand. Gabriel was standing behind Blaze, next to Callum, with his arms crossed over his chest, smirking at the way my bounty hunter's entire body was shaking from the extra adrenaline. "I'm okay," I said again before shifting closer to Blaze, allowing him to wrap his bloody arms around me and hold me close. "I couldn't really see you. The crowd was too dense, and I had to keep my eyes locked on Kelly, the slippery fucker. I just saw blood, and everyone disappeared. You scared the shit out of me," Blaze chided before resting his chin on my head. "You can blame the guys for that. I was fine, but I guess they wanted to capitalize on your Hulk-like tendencies." Blaze shuddered as he held me for another moment, not saying a word and letting his racing heart and gasping lungs settle in my embrace. "You're getting blood all over her," Callum said while tapping Blaze on the shoulder. "Do I look like I give a fuck?" Blaze growled out, remnants of his brute force still echoing through his muscles. "Let us take care of you. We'll be sure to keep your woman in plain sight, caveman," Riker said. "Good job, by the way. You seem to work best under pressure. You should fight more often." "Absolutely not," Blaze and I said at the same time. I might have been working on not putting my men into pretty little boxes and assigning them roles in my life, but I refused to let Blaze become something he hated. Riker fought to get his demons out. Gabriel fought for power. Blaze would only fight for the people he loved. And I was someone he loved deeply. Chapter 16. $7,000. That's how much we'd won, thanks to Blaze. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, his body looked spent. He was hunched over in the minivan, rolling his head and trying to keep his hands on a melted bag of ice. Once we got our money, we got out of there fast. Some wanted to sign Blaze up for another fight, and some looked at Riker a little too closely, making me wonder if he should have come along at all. "You doing okay?" I asked Blaze while shifting closer in my seat to Callum. Since the kiss at the fight, Agent Mercer had been looking for any and every excuse to touch me, and I liked it. Once I tore down the initial barrier, Callum was all in. Gabriel watched the two of us with a pleased expression, or at least as pleased as was possible for the grumpy asshole. He kept giving me lingering looks, and I wondered how my angry man could be so considerate. "I'm fine. Don't think I'm letting Riker skip out on his deal," Blaze said before leaning back in his seat and pushing his feet out. I laughed, and my cheeks turned pink. I'd been such a mess these last few weeks. I didn't feel sexy at all, and definitely didn't feel prepared for something with the group. "What deal?" Callum asked. Riker chuckled darkly. "I figured you'd be passed out, or wouldn't remember," he replied to Blaze, ignoring Callum's question and shrugging while glancing at us through the rearview mirror. "Like hell I'd miss out on that." I squirmed in my seat, feeling my face flush as Blaze placed a bloody hand on my upper thigh, rubbing my leg as he slowly turned to face Callum, who was eyeing where his hand was with barely contained envy. "And to answer your question, Agent Mercer, I'm gonna watch Riker get a mouthful of sunshine. You're welcome to join in. I know you only pretend to be vanilla." Callum swallowed deeply as the minivan came to a stop at the motel, and a heady awareness fell over everyone in the van. For a few moments, no one moved. It was like we all knew what was on the other side of these sliding minivan doors. We needed someone to tell us it was okay to want the unspoken sexual tension between us all. And when it came to being in charge, there was only one man fit for the job. Gabriel motherfucking Moretti. I trusted him with my body, my soul. "Get out of the car," he ordered before opening the passenger side door and shifting out of his seat. I was out in an instant, clutching Callum's chest and peering up at him, praying that he'd go along with this. I needed them all together. Then, right there in the parking lot, while the moon was shrouded by clouds and the chilly air kissed my blood-stained skin, Callum Mercer kissed me. His kiss felt like the sweetest surrender. It wasn't giving up, no. It was giving in. Callum was drinking in all those delicious desires he had. His hands grabbed my ass, and I heard a groan from somewhere behind me as he lifted me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he carried me to our room, kissing me while Gabriel unlocked the motel door and we all filed inside.
"Put her down, Callum,"
Gabriel said, and I noticed that there was a fortifying sense of power behind his words that wasn't there before. He was practically overflowing with that mouth-watering influence that made him seem to tower over everyone. Callum did as he was told, reluctantly, and when my feet hit the carpeted floor of the motel, my legs shook. I watched as Blaze sat down in his chair, obviously exhausted, but keeping his eyes glued to me. I breathed in the smell of smoke that seemed to stick to every surface of the room, the permanent lingering of tobacco from years of smokers staying here. The smell, combined with my lust, taunted me with addiction.
"You did well tonight, Blaze. We've been looking for an excuse to do this, haven't we? It seems right. Your needs bring us all to our knees,"
Gabriel said, before pouring himself a glass of water and sitting down. I was nervous. This felt forced, but it didn't change how much I wanted it. This was always where we were supposed to end up, wasn't it? Together. Fully together.
"Hope you don't mind, but I'll just be enjoying the view, sunshine,"
Blaze said. His words were a little slurred, probably from the exhaustion and the hits to his head.
"Who said I'm going to let you watch?"
Gabriel replied, a slight bite to his tone. Gabriel stalked towards me after taking another gulp of water. With one arrangement, he was back in his element, playing our bodies like an instrument.
"You forgot one crucial element,"
Gabriel added, before looking back at Callum, then to me.
"You have to ask her."
He gave me a smoldering look that I felt in my chest before speaking again.
"Sunshine, do you want all of us tonight? Do you want Blaze to watch me slide inside of your perfect little pussy? Do you want to come so hard you forget how fucked up everything is for a little while?"
My mouth dropped open in shock as thick lust seemed to flood me. Yes. Yes, I wanted this, them. I wanted all of them. The worst of them, the best, the shit in between that made the world go round, too. I wanted it all. "Yes," I said. I closed the distance between us and lifted up on my tiptoes to pepper kisses along Gabriel's jaw. Oh, how we'd come a long way. From toxic reunions and hate fucks to the ultimate expression of selfless love. All of us. Here. Gabriel spun me around and dipped his hand behind the waistband of my skinny black jeans. He dug into my back with his erection, not letting me look into his eyes while he plunged his finger inside of me, making me moan.
"What about you?"
Gabriel asked, and I didn't have to see to know he was asking Callum.
"You're a bullet now, right? You gonna be man enough to do this?"
I turned my head to my right, where Callum was standing near the front door. I wondered if he was waiting to flee.
"I'll do anything for sunshine, for you,"
Callum replied. Gabriel picked then to roll his finger over my sensitive clit, making me buck in his arms. He was holding my jerking body in his arms while I clung to that frenzy building within me.
"Not good enough,"
Gabriel growled before flicking me again. I squirmed with a gasp.
"You have to admit that you want this because of you. That you want this because it turns you on to see her at my mercy. Because you're just as fucked up as the rest of us."
Callum gave me a rough look. His usually bright blue eyes were now a clouded shade of gray as he propelled himself towards me. He sunk to his knees at my feet and was then eye level with Gabriel's hand down my pants.
"What does it fucking matter what my motivations are?"
Callum asked before reaching up for the waistband of my jeans and sliding the material over my hips. He dug his knuckles down my thighs as he pulled them down. I could barely step out of them as Gabriel was working me so hard that the only words I could release were whimpers and pleas of more. So much more.
"It matters because at the end of it all, you'll never be happy until you accept yourself. And that's what this entire fucked up journey is supposed to be leading us to. Happiness, motherfucker."
Callum didn't give Gabriel an answer, and he didn't have to. He simply shifted forward as Gabriel removed his hand. I didn't turn behind me to look, but I heard a distinct sucking sound followed by a pop, and I knew that Gabriel had just tasted me on his fingers. Callum placed his face right up against my core and breathed in my scent. Gabriel moved from behind me just before Callum spoke.
"Back up, sunshine."
His voice was a low whisper, and I did as he asked. 1 step. He followed. 2 steps. He followed. At the 3rd step, the back of my legs hit the bed, and I shimmied onto the mattress, feeling vulnerable and exposed, but oh, so treasured.
"Look at Blaze, sunshine,"
Gabriel ordered, and I tore my gaze from Callum to peer at my bounty hunter. His eyes were hooded, and his hard cock was in his palm. He pumped his bruised hand up and down while staring at us.
"Devour that pussy, Agent Mercer,"
Gabriel then demanded, and I didn't even have a moment to check my breath. Callum pried my legs apart, and I stared at him as he wrapped his arms around my legs and pulled me to the edge of the bed. He dove in, licking my dripping core like it was a treat to be savored. Each flick of his tongue had me convulsing and panting with more need. "Fuck," was groaned from beside me, and I turned my head to find Riker, whose green eyes were vibrant and flashing that heated stare I loved so much. Riker took his hand and brushed his fingers lightly across his ab, slightly lifting his shirt in the process as a moan escaped my lips. Callum's tongue dipped inside of me, and he groaned against my clit, his vibrating lips guiding me towards a release. "Enough!" Gabriel yelled just before an orgasm could crash through me. "What the fuck?" I screamed as Callum's face was ripped from my sensitive nub.
"You haven't earned your orgasm yet, love,"
Gabriel said with a sinister smile that made me want to claw out his eyes. "Of course I fucking earned my orgasm. I put up with him on the daily."
"Riker, go kiss every inch of her skin, but leave that lovely cunt alone. Don't touch it."
Riker smiled and moved towards me, disrobing as he went. His shirt dropped to the floor, his pants, his underwear. And it wasn't until he was wearing nothing but a smile that he moved to hover over me. Blaze moaned, and I looked back at him once more. He had stopped stroking himself and was leaning forward as far as he could, studying us in rapt attention.
"Look at me, sunshine,"
Riker urged. He was hovering over me in a push-up position as I laid down on the bed. My nipples pebbled as he did a single push-up, brushing his chest against mine. I wanted him to suck on my supple breast, but he didn't budge. He merely hovered, testing both of our strength and resistance. For the 2nd push-up, he kissed my lips and licked my neck. He moved downwards, never resting his body on mine, but still placing teasing kisses all over my exposed skin, my neck, my wrists, my jaw. He stood up on the floor and began massaging my feet, my calves, working each muscle up and down as my thighs clenched. "You're killing me," I said. I could feel him everywhere except where I truly wanted him.
"Should we make her suffer more?"
Gabriel asked. He was staring hungrily as Riker kissed me, moving like a strong wave as he alternated between crashing into my body and hovering over me.
"Suck him off, sunshine,"
Gabriel then ordered. Blaze let out a sigh while Riker moved to lie on his back on the mattress beside me. I took a moment to remove my long-sleeved shirt and bra before shifting over him, hovering my lips just above his cock like he did to me.
"Now, sunshine, I won't tell you again. You don't tease, you do what I fucking tell you to,"
Gabriel said. I shivered, quivered. Lust thick as Riker's proud dick washed over me. I swarmed over him, pressing my lips tight over his head and using my tongue to push against him as I moved up and down. He was jerking in my mouth. He lost control, arching his back to pump into me. The pleasure was too much. I gagged on how big he was, but didn't care. My jaw got tired, but I refused to stop, not until Gabriel said so. Not until Riker's cum was sliding down my throat and he was entirely at my mercy, drowning in the pleasure I offered. It was invigorating and perfect.
"That's my girl,"
Gabriel said, his low, sexy voice warming me. I was pleased to please him.
"I'm gonna come,"
Riker said, as if the admission pained him, like he wanted this to last forever.
"Don't you dare stop,"
Gabriel said, and with that last order, Riker's release came in spurts down my throat, filling me up as he gasped and cursed and moaned. I sat up to stare at him while on my knees, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand and smiling.
"Get over here,"
Gabriel growled while unzipping his pants. There was no time to stall and take in the image of Riker's relaxed form on the bed. I was too eager, nearly slipping on the mattress to get to Gabriel. I noticed that he'd only unbuttoned his shirt, not revealing his back. He also kept his pants up, not unzipping to let his cock out. And for some stupid reason, this made me pause.
"Bend over. I want to see your ass in the air, sunshine."
I swallowed, knowing that this was just as much about healing as it was about bonding us as a group. My refusal was small, but still powerful. No. Gabriel's eyes went wide like I slapped him, like I burned down his world and left him standing in the middle of the flames again.
"Excuse me?"
he asked, his voice every bit as lethal sounding as he looked. I lifted my hand to touch the scruff on his cheek, but he moved out of my reach. "I want you, Gav. All of you. All the dirty parts, the painful parts. We all want you. Take off your clothes, sir." Gabriel's shocked expression turned soft for a moment, and I realized how poorly I started this conversation. It probably sounded like I didn't want him. I did want Gabriel Moretti, just on my terms. His dark eyes turned murderous.
"You don't call the shots, sunshine," he roared. "You don't get to tell me how to heal, how to cope, how to hide.
And you don't get to tell me how to love you, Gav. You don't get just to share the pretty parts anymore, or the strong parts either. Show me all of you. Show me the caring, compassionate, sacrificing man I've always loved." I moved closer and reached for his shirt, noticing how Gabriel went stiff. The tone of the room had changed. The others were ready for Gabriel to lash out. Riker got off the bed and took a step towards me, ready to protect me from Gabriel's anger. I couldn't blame them for being on edge. I was pushing the boundaries. I was ruining this moment, but saving Gav. "Take it off," I pleaded, this time in a whisper. Moving my hands, I removed his shirt, sliding it over his arms. Blaze was still behind Gabriel, sitting in his chair, and I saw how his eyes were glued to Gabriel's back, his swollen face twisting into shock when he saw the angry red scars littering Gav's skin. Riker took another step closer, then shamelessly moved behind Gav to get a closer look. He was still naked, but too curious to care. Callum was the only one not to move and look. I wasn't surprised. He stood to my left, staring at Gabriel's torso like it held all the secrets to his destruction. I moved lower and removed Gabriel's pants, soft tears of emotion filling my eyes as he complied. It was slowly killing him to show his weakness, and at that moment I kind of hated myself for being the one to force him to reveal himself. Was this how it felt to be Gabriel? To do what was best for the others even though you knew it hurt them? Blaze stood, his weak legs shuffling him closer. "Damn, Gav," he whispered under his breath, not loud enough to spook Gabriel, but it still felt like a shout. Still, Callum stayed put, refusing to look. I understood what made him hesitant. Looking made his guilt a real, tangible thing that he wasn't ready to handle. Under any other circumstances, Gabriel would have made Callum confront the consequences of his actions, but he hated pity more than he hated Callum's inability to own up to his shit. Once his pants were discarded on the floor, I started to circle Gabriel, taking in every ugly little thing that made him more beautiful to me than perfection. Each raised section of skin, each bright red spot, each discoloration was evidence that he loved me, loved us. He was compassion hidden behind an angry disposition. I placed a kiss against his shoulder. "Perfect," I said. I trailed a finger down his hip. "Beautiful." I dropped to my knees and kissed the back of his thigh. So lovely, Gav. So strong. Gabriel shuddered at my touch, and when I circled him again, there was the hint of moisture in his eyes, one that looked like gratitude and pain all swirled together into one little expression of his feelings. "Take me," I said in a soft voice before stopping in front of him again. Gabriel didn't need telling twice. He crashed his lips to mine angrily, his teeth clashing clumsily with mine. I cried out into his mouth as he guided me to the bed, slowly but still with a power that resonated all the way down to my bones. Gabriel maneuvered us so that he was sitting on the bed, resting against the headboard. I noticed how he looked slightly uncomfortable, and I decided to make it my mission to help him forget about the pain. I moved to straddle his thighs, not wasting a single moment before positioning him at my entrance and filling myself up, smiling when he let out a sigh of appreciation. I chanced to glance behind us and noticed that Blaze had resumed his seat and was biting his lip. Riker was standing next to him, eyes dark with appreciation. He had put on some black sweats but was still wholly consumed with watching us. Off to the left, Callum was hard as a rock, his cock straining against his pants. I moved up and down, biting back a smile at how Gabriel was giving me a bit of control, trusting me with his body, letting me ride his cock and knowing that his power was safe in my hands. I bounced up and down faster and faster, fueled by his grunts of approval. I moved until I couldn't breathe, my lungs straining for air as my legs shook from the exertion. I pushed until his moans echoed off the small motel room's walls. "Come for me, sunshine," he pleaded through choked words, demanding my release. And at that, I fell apart. "God, yes," Gabriel said as he pumped his own release inside of me. He stared at me, mouth parted in wonder as we found each other at the end of his closure. Behind me, Blaze let out a grunt, and although I didn't look, I imagined him spilling into his palm. I was dripping and tired. I was utterly spent, but I turned to stare at Callum, who had waited patiently until the end. He was the last to accept us, He was the last to give in to the fact that our love for one another superseded everything else. It seemed fitting that he'd be the last to fuck me. "Come here, Callum," I said, my voice tired and husky. Gabriel's eyes were still closed, completely relaxed on the firm motel mattress with scratchy sheets. It was dirty, primal, and imperfect. "I love you," Callum said, and he approached us. The mattress dipped when he settled beside me. I pulled off of Gabriel and settled beside him on my back, holding his hand as he laid there, blissed out from the evening. Callum hovered over me, placing loving kisses along my body, licking and tasting my neck while whispering sweet little nothings over and over. "I love you. You goddess, you perfect little temptress. Only you. It was always you." Gabriel threaded his fingers through mine, locking us together, and Callum pressed me into the mattress with the weight of his body. I felt messy, still dripping with Gabriel's cum and the molten lust. But I didn't care. I needed this last little piece. Now. Forever. "I love you, sunshine," Callum said before entering me with one gratifying plunge. I felt my walls stretch to accommodate him. I bent my legs, wrapping one of them around his body as Callum slammed in and out again and again. "I love you, too." I then felt a mouth at my breast. A tongue was flicking out to tease my sensitive peak. Gabriel was there, never leaving, tasting me as Callum fucked me without hesitation. Then Blaze appeared on my other side, kneading my breast, running his calloused, bandaged hands over my body, the roughness making every nerve ending light up. "Look how pretty those lips look as she bites them," Blaze said to Callum while leaning forward to kiss me with his cracked lip. Then I felt the mattress dip behind me. 2 hands gently lifted my head up until I was resting in Riker's lap. Callum stopped pumping so we could get comfortable, and the moment Riker started dragging his nails along my scalp, he started again. Having them all touching me was bringing the pleasure to a new peak as I squirmed. So many hands. So many sensations. Each touch, each emotional pull of my skin and thrust of Callum's cock had me moaning, writhing, crying out for an orgasm while praying it could last forever. This was perfection. Alone, we were just a bunch of broken pieces begging to feel whole, but this was nirvana. This was what it felt like to be perfect, finally. Perfection wasn't what the world expected of you. It wasn't the shackles of expectations. It was this. It was our bodies worshiping one another, filling the gaps in our souls until we were nothing but happy. Happy was enough. My orgasm was like a slow and steady wave, pulling the water back on the shore before building and building into a tidal wave of moans and screams. I gave in to a release so big that there was nothing but destruction and joy left in its path. Fuck. Yes. Callum came shortly after, pounding through his orgasm while his arms shook. He leaned forward to touch his forehead to mine, whispering soft-spoken words of his love for me all the while. And as he was looking into my hooded eyes, it was then that I knew we would work. We would figure it out. We were bullets. Chapter 17. When I first woke up, everything was hard. The mattress beneath my back, the muscles against my body, the erection digging into my side was hard too. In any other circumstance, I would have been uncomfortable. But despite being a fan of softer things, waking up in a tangle of legs and blankets was the perfect way to start a day. Or at least that's what I thought. There was a loud ringing noise coming from the burner phone, the shrill sound jolting me out of a pleasant dream about my men. I reached over Gabriel's body to grab it, but Riker got to it before I could. He looked down at the caller ID and scrunched his eyes in confusion. "It's the Fight Club organizer," he mouthed as I sat up in bed and he answered the phone. My movement made the sheets and comforters shift, and a cool air kissed my naked skin. Gabriel groaned as he woke up beside me, moving too slow, but still looking relaxed, like last night had removed all the burdens that were on him. "Hello?" Riker said. Whoever was on the other end of the line started talking really fast, and the more he said, the wider Riker's eyes got. I could barely hear bits and pieces, but the frantic tone was evident. I nudged Blaze, who was lying horizontally at my feet, almost forgetting that he was probably sore from the fight yesterday. He groaned in annoyance, but still opened his eyes, greeting me with the hazel hue. "Shit, thanks for letting me know." Riker then took the phone and slammed it onto the ground before crunching it under his bare foot. Ouch. At that, the rest of my sleepiness and satisfied mood from the night before vanished. "What's going on?" I asked. Gabriel slowly eased his legs over the edge of the bed just as the bathroom door opened, where a freshly shaved Callum strolled through, steam billowing up behind his back as he clutched a towel around his hips. If I weren't so terrified of what that call meant, I would have gotten up to trail my finger along the V dripping beneath the towel. "That was the fight organizer. He said a couple of men came there asking about us. The only reason he gave me a heads up is because he's a fan of mine, but I wouldn't hold it against him to tell them eventually. We have exactly 10 minutes to get out of here," Riker said before running to the bathroom to brush his teeth. I followed after him, jumping in the shower and washing my hair and body within 2 minutes flat. When we emerged from the bathroom, everyone else was already getting ready. Gabriel was hunched over, leaning on the small kitchen table in our room. The moment he saw me watching, he grabbed a white pill and placed it on his tongue, once again swallowing it whole and dry. Blaze was outside with Callum, switching the license plate tag to an older car that Blaze hotwired, a 1998 Honda Civic. He assured us that these things ran forever. "This could be a good character-building exercise for Gabriel. He's gotten spoiled over the years," Blaze said with a smile as we loaded up the trunk with our belongings and squeezed into the car. "What use is character-building if we're dead? We need something with more room that can withstand a crash," Callum said while punctuating his point with a well-placed sigh of disapproval. The implications of that immediately sobered the playful mood. We loaded into the car, me in the middle back seat, squished between Riker and Callum, who were peering out the windows. Maybe it was wrong, but I was somewhat thankful that Santabello's men were crashing our little party. I wasn't sure how everyone would react the morning after our intense night. Now that we weren't in the moment, would there be regrets? Riker placed his bruised hand on my upper thigh, stroking my jeans as he kept an eye out. As Blaze pulled out of the parking lot, he turned on 90s country music just to really fuck with Gabriel. I felt a hand under my chin, and my face was pulled towards Callum, who was looking lovingly at me.
"You look beautiful today,"
he said before bending down and kissing my lips in that slow, adoring way I'd come to expect from him. When he pulled away, I struggled to open my eyes, feeling dazed from his touch. Would I ever get used to this feeling? Callum was comforting me, and I knew that in any other circumstance, my men would have spent all morning making sure the group dynamic was still intact and that I felt secure. Eventually, we'd get that. I'm sure I looked tired, too. "You're a terrible liar, Callum," I said before kissing him one more time for good measure. "But I'll accept the compliment all the same." My hair was still wet, nearly dripping from how quickly I had to get ready. I was wearing a white tank crop top paired with a thick sweater that was incredibly inappropriate for winter in the Northeast, but Blaze had selfishly picked it out. Since the moment he discovered my navel ring, he determined that it had to be on display at all times.
"Where are we going?"
Blaze asked while dodging a slow driver and heading towards the freeway. I waited for Gabriel to answer, but instead he slowly twisted his stiff body to look at me.
"What do you think? You're the expert at keeping hidden,"
he said to me, the ghost of a sad smile on his lips as he took in my expression. "I think that we should go to your dad, find out where Alessandro's mom, Lily Russo, is, and get some blackmail. It's about time we did things Callum's way, I think."
"And what exactly is Callum's way?"
Riker asked. That was the thing. I didn't exactly know how we were going to execute it without giving up Gabriel. We couldn't go to the cops unless the evidence we had was exclusive to Santabello. Callum was on leave from his job. In fact, I wasn't sure he had a job to go back to.
"They think I'm deep undercover," Callum said with an exhale. "When the time comes, I plan on going forward with evidence that will bring Santabello down. He's got too many men in power in his pocket, though. We just have to hope that Alessandro's mom has enough information to put them all away."
"Where is your dad in prison, Gav?" I asked.
"Manhattan,"
he replied with a frown. Fuck. Santabello's territory was swarming with his men. We'd be caught and killed within minutes. "Callum, do you think you could get both of us in? Surely Santabello wouldn't risk going after a federal agent. You and I could speak to Mr. Moretti, get the information, and leave." Blaze sped up on the highway, running his hand through his hair as the old car hummed in agitation, as if it hadn't been forced to go faster than 50 miles an hour since Bush was in office.
"It would be easy, but prisons are full of Santabello's men, eyes everywhere," Callum answered. "The best I could do is get a private interrogation room."
"That will have to do," Gabriel said with a frown.
"Guess it's not so bad to have an agent or two in my pocket. I can see why Santabello has so many on his payroll."
Callum turned his attention out the window. Apparently, he was still struggling with straddling the sides of the law with both feet. "Where will we hide in New York?" I asked, changing the subject while reaching out to grab Callum's hand. I wanted him to accept himself wholly, but also appreciated the goodness within him, the parts that weren't forced.
"I say we hide somewhere while you and Callum go," Blaze said.
"And you're okay with me going?" I asked Gabriel, hanging on to his every word while thinking back to what Mrs. Joe said.
"Callum will take care of you,"
he began, and I nearly clutched my heart. Slowly, his injuries were chipping away the compulsive control issues he had and revealing the man that trusted his friends beneath.
"Yeah, my father has a weakness for pretty girls. Maybe if you introduce yourself as his daughter-in-law, he'll be more forthcoming with the information. The man is a true Italian, been wanting grandbabies since I was born. Even if he has nothing to do with them, the principle of the matter will please him, or at least soften the blow about his empire completely crumbling."
I smiled, feeling conflicted about Gabriel's relationship with his father. On the one hand, he seemed to admire the man, but there's an edge of resentment, too. "You do realize that we aren't actually married, right?" I teased.
"You do realize you're mine, right?"
Gabriel replied, and the car went silent. The only sound we could hear was Blaze humming along with the old country tune I didn't know the name of. "How are you feeling after last night?" I asked Blaze after the silence started to become uncomfortable. I cringed when I realized I didn't specify that I was asking about the fight, and Blaze rewarded me with a broad smile in the rearview mirror.
Sore. Very, very sore. But last night's activities helped me sleep like a baby. I could feel the rest of the car rolling their eyes, and I bit my lip to hold back a laugh.
We need more guns, Gabrielle said, changing the subject. I know someone in the city.
Blaze, I said, thinking over everything. If we were heading to Manhattan, we should take the train. It was a public space, and we were less likely to run into any trouble. They probably wouldn't think that we'd head towards the danger. Turn around. Let's head to the train station. It's a 2-hour ride to Manhattan, and with the way this car's motor is crying, I think we have less a chance of being stranded if we get out of it as soon as possible. Riker wrapped his arm over my shoulders and pulled me in to rest on his chest.
Never thought I'd be thankful for your abilities to hide, but here I stand corrected, he said with a small smile.
Chapter 18. Callum. My body felt heavy. The cheap wine I was drinking settled into each of my veins like my body was its new permanent home. I sat next to Gabrielle on the train to Manhattan, knowing that I should keep sober and watch over him. But I'd been on high alert the past 4 weeks, and I needed a quick buzz to stop the fucked up thoughts entering my mind. Could I just have one day where I wasn't thinking about what happened? Fire. Fucking fire. Blood and brains and more blood scattering little fucked up droplets on my lips. Killing Paul Bright made me realize why he enjoyed killing. Why did I enjoy killing Paul Bright? I grabbed the armrest beside me, feeling Gabrielle's eyes on my white fist as I tried to steady my breathing, feeling that fucking bloodlust flowing through me like the tempting drug it was. It was just him. I didn't suddenly have a type and plan for murdering innocents. But damn, if I could do it again, consequences be damned, I would. Guess I really did fit in with the bullets. I was just as destructive as the rest of them. You okay there, kid? Gabrielle asked while running his index finger along the red scar on his cheek, reminding me that these thoughts had consequences and I needed to get my shit together. I took another sip of wine, hoping the cart would pass by again with another glass. I'm fine, I grit out through clenched teeth. Sex with Sunshine? Sharing her with the other men wasn't nearly as bad as I'd thought. In fact, I hoped to do it again, and soon. Mainly because I was so focused on her pleasure that it was the first time since the fire that I didn't think of her father's blood coating my hands. You look terrible. Worse than usual, Gav said while keeping his eyes on Sunshine. She was leaned back in her seat a few rows up, sitting next to Blaze, who was making her laugh. I was damn thankful for him, keeping the mood light and that beautiful smile on her face. I didn't know how he did it. She looks happy, Gav said, his voice holding a tinge of awe like he couldn't believe the wonders hidden in her smile. Yep, I replied in a curt tone before downing the rest of the wine, hating that I wasn't drunk yet. It's about time you fall apart. Was it the sex or the fight that's got you all fucked up right now? I swallowed, not knowing how to tell him that it was the fight, the blood. Shut up, Moretti. For once, can you see a man bleed and not twist the fucking knife? Gabriel looked at me, a sinister smile on his lips. It's exhausting, isn't it? He asked. What do you mean? Taking care of everyone, thinking 10 steps ahead of what everyone needs. I choked out a laugh before setting the empty glass down and twisting my seat to look at him. Yeah. It's fucking hard. Why do you do it? I'd been trying to coordinate our little group since the fire. Juggling taking care of Gabriel while not pushing him too far, giving Sunshine time with the others, even though I wanted to track her down and force her against the wall before fucking her until the entire train knew my name. I know what happens when you don't have someone looking out for you, Gabriel replied cryptically before sucking on his water bottle. I wasn't sure if it was emotion making his voice go hoarse, or the residual scarring from the burns. Something that made you a control freak? I prodded. I wanted to know. I'd gone through several units of training. I could spot a victim of assault a mile away. Moretti might seem like a hard ass, but I knew better. He was like all the other kids I saved on the trafficking unit I worked for. You want me to hold your hand and tell you how a junkie raped me as a kid, Mercer? 'Cause if you're hoping we can be friends, that's probably the worst way to go about it. How about you go back to juggling being envious and hating me? I swallowed, not expecting him to be so candid. These bullets didn't hold back punches, and he was right. It didn't make me feel any better, knowing for sure what had happened to him. Did you want to kill him? I asked. I didn't bother offering condolences or sympathy. It would just piss him off more. I did kill him. Was it enough? Gabriel smiled like he just figured me out. You got some bloodlust. It wasn't enough destroying Bright and me? You want more. Fucked up, right? The only time I wasn't thinking about it was when we were with her. Gabriel went quiet, looking at her with an expression that looked like love, toxic and twisted for sure, but still love. Was that what I looked like? Yeah. She has that sort of effect on me, too. So what should I do? I asked. It was kind of nice to not feel like a fucking psychopath for a second. It was also nice to have a real conversation with Moretti that didn't make me feel like I had to pretend to regret what I did. First, you stop looking at me with that fake-ass puppy dog look on your face. Own what you did, Mercer. You wanted to stay. You wanted the consequences. I accept what happened. I don't have to forgive you or explain it. Own your shit. I nodded, relief flooding me. Second, you let me do the taking care of again. I appreciate you stepping up while I recovered, but I'm slowly coming back to myself, and I do a damn good job at being the leader of this group. He was right. It was exhausting. Okay. My response wasn't eloquent, but it got my point across. Shit had changed so much. Lastly, you fuck the bloodlust out of your system. Go grab her and find an empty space. Then if it gets worse, you call me. I've got a list of enemies a mile long. My grip on the armrests could have stopped the train with how hard I was holding it. My fingers burned. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? Was I always going to be like this? I'm not against murder. I'm against hurting innocent people and anything that harms Sunshine. I don't judge how you work through your shit, Callum. I'm still working through mine. I stood up, shuffling by him before nodding, a single gesture of solidarity. I wasn't so sure I'd take him up on that, but knowing I had the option made my pulse slow to a calm acceptance of my new normal. I walked over to Sunshine, ignoring Blaze's smile. He had looked down at my crotch, probably seeing that I was rock hard. Sunshine, come with me, I said while holding my hand to her. She looked at me cautiously before reaching out to grab it, standing up and following after me. I could hear Blaze whisper under his breath, "Lucky bastard," but I ignored it. Yeah, I was feeling lucky. It took a minute to find a vacant first-class cabin at the front of the train. I could feel an attendant's eyes on us, but I slipped past when Blaze walked up and spilled his coffee all over the front of the man's suit, distracting him while wordlessly mouthing that I owed him. Yeah, okay, asshole. Next time I'll let you watch, kinky bastard. We snuck into the private cabin, drew the curtains, and locked the door. Well, what's going on? She looked so adorable, confused by the feral burning in my eyes. Sunshine, I murmured before pulling her in close and crashing my lips to hers. She tasted like lemonade, sharp but sweet on my tongue. She instantly responded, wrapping her arms around me and rubbing her tight little body against mine like a cat in heat. Why the fuck didn't I do this sooner? Oh, yeah, I was pretending to feel guilty about nearly killing her other boyfriend when I murdered her father. We didn't have much time, which was inconvenient because I wanted to savor this, listen to her cries on repeat as I tongue-fucked her again and again. "Callum," she whispered before pulling away and stripping off her shirt, revealing a sports bra underneath, forcing her breasts together and creating the most tempting cleavage I'd ever seen. I immediately wanted to titty fuck her on the floor of this train. Another time, though. "Are you okay?" she asked before I pulled her close again and spun her around. I put my palm on her stomach, splaying my fingers out to cover as much skin as possible before pulling her flush against me. I nibbled her neck, breathing in her scent as I guided her towards the window where the world was passing by. "We don't have time," I said before yanking her pants down and swiftly unzipping mine before pulling out my cock. I rubbed it against her ass for a moment, enjoying the way her breathing raced. "We keep finding ourselves in these positions, don't we?" I asked, not really sure I wanted her answer. The truth was that I used her up when I was struggling with my demons, and she let me. I wasn't sure if there was any future for a relationship for us with all this toxic give and take, but I was willing to take it all for as long as she'd let me. I could be sweet, could make love to her the way she deserved, worship her body in ways she used to dream about for us. But this, I preferred the little gasps of shock. I preferred to make her moan and cry out. I liked feeling her body break apart into bliss under mine. "I think I like you best like this," she replied just as I thrust inside of her dripping cunt, groaning as her tight walls clenched around me. "Mean?" I asked, hating myself a bit, but not enough to stop. "No," she replied through gritted teeth as her neck went slack, rolling as pleasure flooded through her. "Desperate for me?" I fucked her harder, pounding into her and not caring about what was going to happen. This thing felt scarily temporary. Would she ever realize I wasn't worth it? I fucked her till she came, twice. I fucked her like she was only mine to use up and bleed dry. I wrapped my fingers around her neck, squeezing a little and smiling when I heard her tight moans of appreciation. Tall buildings were a blur outside. The tracks below our feet created a steady beat, timed perfectly to our rushed breaths and my harsh, punishing thrusts. I was thinking of nothing then, just how good she felt, and how this was the closest thing to peace I'd felt since I'd realized I was a fucking monster. Then I came, hard, spurts of cum filling her up. She let me hold her by the neck and took me with a smile, milking my newfound insanity like it was somehow worthy of her. "Fuck, Callum," she said with a sigh before spinning around. "I'm sorry," I choked out, even though I didn't feel remotely sorry. It just felt like the right thing to say as I saw bruises forming along her collarbone. How hard had I gone? "I'll forgive you if you do it again. Harder," she whispered over my lips before kissing me. Beautiful, beautiful sunshine. Kissing me like she somehow saw the monster inside and thought it was something she could tame with her body. And maybe she could. Or perhaps she liked my monster just as it was, wild and hungry, devouring her when the cage didn't feel strong enough. "Let's go sit down before we're kicked off this train," I whispered before looking out the window once more. "Callum?" Sunshine said, looking up at me with a hint of worry on her face. "Did I do something wrong?" "I love you. You know that, right? Nothing you could do will stop that." She looked a little bit like her mom just then, all desperate and devoted, looking up at me. "Yeah, baby. I love you too." But it didn't feel right. 'Cause if I really loved her, I would let her go. But I guess that's another reason I fit in with the bullets. I'm a selfish fucker. She pulled up her pants without cleaning up, and we left, smiling at the scowling attendant that knew what we did and didn't have the proof to do shit about it. "Back to your seats, please," he said in a chiding tone. But this time, I didn't let the others cuddle her after I used her up. I kicked Blaze out of his seat and held her, stroking her hair while looking at the blood-orange sun in the sky, looking like fire and forever.
Chapter 19. Sunshine. New York felt suffocating now. Not in that overcrowded way that most anxiety-prone people felt in big cities, but in that ominous sort of way that made your heart sink. Some places just had that sort of energy, the vibe that made you have to catch your breath. My soul was still floating from the hot train fuck with Callum. I'd started counting the bruises forming along my neck and collarbone, pressing on the discolored skin and exhaling as Joe's knife sat heavy in my pocket. 1. Callum wasn't the same, but I liked how he felt. 2. He was fighting demons greater than guilt. 3. I didn't even fucking care. 4. I wanted these bruises forever. I wanted the worst of all of them. I guess, in some ways, it made me feel a little better about myself.
We're staying here,
Gab said as the taxi we were in came to a stop outside a fancy hotel that towered over us. A couple of doormen outside opened the cab door, and we got out.
Only a couple of nights, right? We have a little extra cash to burn, and I don't plan on needing to be frugal much longer. Besides, it has good security and is in a busy place. Santabella would have to be a dumbass to attack a 5-star hotel.
He attacked Blaze's penthouse in Harlem, I thought to myself. I didn't know he gave a fuck about being public. He owned men in power and had enough money to pay for others to take the fall. It's how he'd gotten to be where he was. But even so, it was nice seeing Gabriel take charge and make decisions again, so I kept my mouth shut, hiding my doubts behind the thin line of my lips. The first thing I did when we got in our room was take a shower. After being in and out of disgusting motels for the last week, standing under the hot water in a bathroom that was clean and elegant was relaxing and renewing. The guys eyed me when I immediately went there, Blaze even standing to see if he could join me, but I shook my head. I loved being around them, but I needed a moment to collect myself. I was nervous about meeting Gabriel's father. Nervous about tracking down this woman that was only rumored to have evidence to take down Santabello. And despite all the anxiousness, I was happy, too. My need to be alone had nothing to do with my men and everything to do with my fear of losing them. Our plan had too many holes in it. It wasn't a solid foundation. Maybe we should get as far away as we could, start over. We didn't need the money. And Santabello's reach, although influential, wasn't worldwide, was it? I shut off the water and wrapped a soft towel around me, heading back into the main room where the guys were sitting and talking to one another. Callum was on the phone, sounding official to whoever was on the other side of the line.
Yes, I'll need a room reserved for 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Moretti is rumored to have information on a case I'm working.
A pause. He paced the floor, his fingers shaking.
That's classified.
More pacing. Silence.
Look, you can either give me a room, or explain to your superior why I had to go above your head for a court order and waste precious time on a time-sensitive case. Make it happen,
he growled before cutting off the phone and turning to look at us. All I could think of was how eerily similar he sounded to Gabriel just then, ordering people around to get what he wanted. Was I fucked up for finding demanding men hot? Riker was sitting on the bed and patted the mattress beside him.
You okay, Sunshine?
He asked, and suddenly I realized why Gabriel was so annoyed when I asked him that question again and again. It made me feel like a kid. Yep, I said, popping my lips on the P to punctuate an added syllable.
They're going to have cameras in the interrogation room. They'll probably be recording, so we'll need to be careful how we ask,
Callum said while pacing the floors more, looking at me and pausing when he saw the light bruises his fingers left on my skin from before. I noticed his hands reach up like he was grasping for me, but he dropped his hands before pacing again.
So what's the story, then?
Gabriel asked.
It's probably best that we stick as close to the truth as possible. I'll tell him that we are searching for Lily Rousseau and need as much information as he can provide. I'll even pretend to offer him a couple of years off his sentence in exchange for information.
Callum touched his beard and pulled his fingers back as if realizing he needed to shave again. He then marched towards the bathroom and opened the door, slipping inside and turning on the faucet. For a moment, we all sat there listening until he called out over the sounds of the running faucet.
"Sunshine can be my assistant."
A few more minutes passed, and the water was shut off. Callum emerged from the bathroom, clean-shaven and looking like the officer I knew from my past. "Officer Mercer," I joked while smiling timidly at him. He then ran his palm along his jaw, checking for any missed stubble. I felt my cheeks grow hot while I checked him out, and he pulled his bottom lip between his teeth when he caught me staring.
"Is there anything we should be made aware of about your father?"
Callum asked Gabriel before crossing his arms over his chest. He was back in serious mode. Gabriel went silent, as if trying to think about how to word what he was thinking.
"He won't trust you at first. You'll need to find a way to say who you are without alerting the prison guards," he said.
I moved to sit next to him on the bed, clutching my white towel to my body while staring at him. I wished I knew what he was thinking.
"There's this poem he used to recite to me,"
Gabriel said. Though the sentence didn't seem foreboding, I noticed how his eyes went dark with an emotion I couldn't place.
"It's by Edmund V. Strollis. It's about Italian families, and there's a line in it about the circle of trust. Tell him about it. He'll know I sent you. It's a code he told me about as a child, should I ever run into trouble. He also used it as a way to help me know who I could trust. If anyone didn't know the code, they couldn't talk to me."
I nodded, understanding, but still hurting for Gabriel. What kind of world did he grow up in where that sort of thing was even necessary?
"Leave it to you to have a ridiculous code word that's hard to remember," Blaze said with a grunt.
He was bruised and cut up, but looked better in the light of day. If he had a concussion, he was over it now. I'd been keeping an eye on him to see if he threw up or passed out, but he never did. Blaze was right. He could definitely take a hit.
"I hate the idea of you going," Blaze pouted. "I don't like having you out of my sight."
I'd always thought it was Gabriel that was overprotective and needy, but seeing the lengths to which Blaze was willing to go at the fight changed my perceptions of his protective nature. I'd always known he was devoted and dependable, but this brought things to an entirely new level. My heart swelled with affection for the goofy bounty hunter. It wasn't just the comedic relief in my life. Everyone went quiet, and I knew that if I gave my men enough time and silence, they'd think their way into overprotective nonsense and change their minds about me going. "Do you all think it's weird that I'm bringing my other boyfriend with me to meet my father-in-law?" I asked, hoping it lightened the mood. Gabriel was the first to laugh.
"Yeah, it's a little weird, but don't worry," he began before grabbing my hand. "He'll be more pissed that you're with an agent than with your boyfriend."
I'd always had this perception of what prison was like. I'd envisioned large warehouse-looking buildings in nowhere towns with barbed wire fences surrounding the property. I pictured burly men outside, fighting and spitting in the dirt while they lifted barbells and played football in empty fields. But the Manhattan Federal Corrections Facility was nothing like that. The prison was stuffed between two other buildings, towering over the street but blending into the cityscape. It had security measures, yes, but it looked oddly placed, like anyone could walk in and out on a whim. The guys stayed back at the hotel while Callum and I visited the prison. The guards that worked there patted us down and inspected Callum's shiny badge with scrutiny.
"What's your business with Lorenzo Moretti?"
The bald man with beady eyes asked while staring at us both. He was wearing an expensive suit, and my gut told me he was bad news.
"That's classified,"
Callum replied, the words smoothly rolling off his lips, like we weren't breaking the law and lying about our purposes for being here.
"Everything that happens in this jail is my business. A last-minute interrogation is my business. Lorenzo Moretti is my business. Bastard has been giving me hell, and I want to make sure you aren't going to do something stupid like offer him a shorter sentence or cushy job while here. The man is evil. Pure evil."
I dropped my mouth open in shock, then quickly closed it to match Callum's unaffected demeanor. Damn, I'm not good at this at all.
"I know that Moretti is crucial to an ongoing investigation, and if you think he's bad, then the person I'm bringing in would give you nightmares. They have connections in every prison system worth talking about. One word to my superiors that you're cock-blocking this investigation and I'll ruin you," Callum said through gritted teeth.
"Fine," the man replied before guiding us down the fluorescent-lit gray hall.
"I'll be listening. 30 minutes.
The warden opened the door to a room with interrogation mirrors covering an entire wall, guiding us inside before slamming it shut. I stole a glance at Callum, trying to feel confident but shaking from the pressure. This was a bad idea. The room had a table chained to the floor, and Lorenzo Moretti was sitting at it. He had dark salt and pepper hair, tan skin, and a clean-shaven face. But the most memorable feature about him was the smirk on his face. It was the same cynical amusement that I'd seen Gabriel Moretti wear. He had frown lines on his face, but otherwise looked like an older version of the man I loved.
Lorenzo Moretti?
Callum greeted him before holding out a chair for me to sit in.
They said I was meeting with an agent today. Didn't realize I get to see an angel, too.
He leaned back in his seat, showing off more of the tight orange jumpsuit on his body. He was fit, and his dark eyes appraised me with warmth. I thought of the code Gabriel told me to give him, worried that too much time had passed and he wouldn't remember the poem or that it would alert the warden who was watching. "I'm no angel, Mr. Moretti," I said before glancing at Callum. We'd never discussed who would take the lead for this conversation, but our time was limited. Gabriel's father wouldn't say anything unless he trusted us. "Do you know of the poet Edmund V. Strollis?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. "He has a poem about Italian families that I think you'd enjoy. There's a line about the circle of loyalty." Mr. Moretti's eyes grew wide. "My husband told me about that poem, and your circle of loyalty is why we're here. There's a woman named Lily Rousseau. She's got information about—" Moretti held his hand up, slicing my sentence off at the neck with a fierce expression and a nod towards the mirror. 3 heartbeats later, an alarm went off and the door locked. The blare of the siren was making my teeth rattle.
"We have 10 minutes until that asshole gets back and the feed starts. Talk. You have my attention."
It was hard to think with the loud sirens, and I was momentarily stunned. So this was where Gabriel got it? Always 10 steps ahead of everyone, controlling the universe with nothing but a nod.
"Santabello's taken over. All imports, accounts, allies, he's got it all. He attacked Gabriel,"
Callum explained calmly while I reoriented myself.
"I heard. My son was stupid, but looking at her, I'm assuming he wasn't thinking with his head."
I blushed, feeling chastised and cherished all at once. The sirens continued to pierce through the air, making me grit my teeth. Yelling down the hall erupted, and I went rigid with tension.
"So, you want Lily? You know how many people have been looking for her over the years? She's the best damn ghost there is. You don't go to her, she comes to you."
"Well, could you get a message to her? Tell her that we want to strike a deal and bring down Santabello?" Mr. Moretti looked at the clock on the wall and exhaled.
"There's a chance she probably already knows you're here asking about her. The bitch has eyes everywhere,"
he said with a frown before turning his attention to Callum.
"I never thought my son would work with the feds, though."
He then spat on the concrete floor.
"Ruining our family name. Please tell me you're gonna have little Moretti soon. I need to redeem myself with a grandson that can run a fucking empire."
I blushed again and noticed Callum's mouth part slightly, like the idea of me one day having children hadn't occurred to him. I don't want to have kids. What if they inherited my father's psycho tendencies? What if I did? No, absolutely not. But I wouldn't be telling Gabriel's father that anytime soon. "How do you know her?" I asked.
"We used to mess around. Nothing major. She mostly wanted blackmail on Santabello at the time. I've always liked a good pussy to dip into. It was mutually beneficial."
"You and Santabello used to work together, right?" Gabriel briefly explained what happened. He got greedy, but it feels like there's more. Why does he want to ruin the Moretti Empire so badly? Mr. Moretti exhaled, and it was a slow and weighty thing, full of regret and grief.
"Santabello and I grew up together, back when the original families were in power. And there wasn't a person in the city that didn't have to answer to us. There are 3 families that control the Italian territories, the Santabellos, the Morettis, and the Russos. We own the world. Time changed things, though. Crime had to get creative, and we went our separate ways, but we always worked for the benefit of the original families. We always worked together when it fucking counted. You read that poem, baby. Loyalty is like a hurricane, destructive, determined, and beautiful in a way.
I gasped, eyeing the clock. We only had a few more minutes.
I'm not the best father, but my loyalty is always to my son. I was married to a woman that Santabella wanted for a while. It was an arranged sort of thing. No love there, but she was pretty and useful. Birthed me a healthy boy before she started to crack.
I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling guilty for learning all of this without Gabriel here. It made me feel dirty.
She embarrassed me. Brought men home. One of them hurt my son, and I couldn't stand that. So she died. Someone gave her some bad drugs, and my Gabriel found her lying face down in her own vomit.
I clutched my chest, breathing in the musty smells of the prison while staring at the emotionless man in front of me.
I was arrested about 6 months later, and Santabella blamed me for her death.
Did you? I asked. Did you kill Gabriel's mom? I couldn't wrap my head around that.
Don't ask questions to shit you don't want the answers to, he replied. So where does Lily play into this?
Callum asked, bringing the conversation back to why we were here. His lips were a thin line of disapproval, though.
Do you think Lily could help us? Are you sure you don't have any evidence to lock him away? Not any that wouldn't lock my son and me away for longer, he replied.
Fuck.
And there's nothing about Lily you can tell us? Nothing at all?
Callum asked, his voice pleading just as the siren stopped. I looked down at the metal table, hating that I'd learned so much but still didn't know anything. Mr. Moretti looked at the mirror and gave us a pointed stare, indicating that our free time was over. We had people listening in again.
All I'm saying is the woman you're looking for is either dead or is pretending to be dead. You won't find her. And if you do, you'll wish you hadn't.
One more question, I said as Callum motioned to stand. He was done with this, but I still needed more clarity. You said you used to sleep together, but it's more than that. Who is she?
Italian royalty. The last remaining descendant of the Russo family. She could own us all if she wanted.
Well, she's not the last, I said, eyeing Callum while debating whether to tell him about Alessandro or not. She had a son. Mr. Moretti's eyes went wide with shock and a hint of fear.
For his sake, I hope Santabella never finds him. He loved Gabriel's mother, but he wanted to own Lily Russo. Having her son in his ranks would bring out the worst in him.
And with that ominous statement, the door to the interrogation room blew open. It clanged against the wall, making me jump in surprise. Mr. Moretti didn't seem shocked by the intrusion. If anything, he slipped into an even calmer demeanor. He leaned back in his seat and pushed his legs forward, a relaxed move that could only be done by a Moretti in such circumstances. The warden walked in, practically steaming with odd fury rolling off his tense muscles.
"Did you try staging a breakout, Moretti?" he asked while eyeing Callum. "The footage from the last 10 minutes has been erased. What's going on in here?"
Lorenzo Moretti stood and put his wrists together, as if prepared for the handcuffs to be placed around them. He winked at me, a gesture that felt cool and sinister all at once. Then he turned his attention back to the warden before speaking.
"People try breaking out all the time, and this building is old. They keep slashing your funding, don't they? I'm not surprised your shit doesn't work. And I think we both know I have lawyers talented enough to shave off some years of my sentence if you dare try to accuse me. I'm done talking."
A guard that was standing behind the warden came forward and put the cuffs on Mr. Moretti before guiding him out of the room. The warden then looked at us and kept opening and closing his mouth as if he was trying to decide what to say.
"I'll be on the phone with your superiors within the hour. Something isn't right here, and I'm going to find out what."
Callum smiled a bit before nodding his head.
"Good luck. The last man that interrupted this investigation lost his job."
Callum then grabbed my hand, appropriateness be damned. He guided me down the hall, and we waited at the gates for a guard to open them. I tried to keep my breathing even as shouts in the distance echoed across the tiled floors. I wasn't sure how any of this added up, and even more so, I was frustrated that we still didn't know where we could find Lily. She was the missing link for the evidence needed to bring down Santabella. Why was she hiding? If she was one of the original families, the heir to an entire crime fortune, what made her decide to leave? Chapter 20. Hopelessness was a daunting sort of emotion. You could feel it in your chest, rising up your throat like bile that just wouldn't stay down. I was angry that Lorenzo Moretti didn't have more information, frustrated by this elusive Lily person with evidence to lock Santabello up for life. Of all that, the sadness I felt when I thought of Gabriel was the hardest to swallow. I knew he was hurt. I knew his childhood wasn't easy, but it was fucked up. Once we were outside the prison, Callum hailed a cab and we slid into the back seat. I leaned my head against the window, and Callum shifted so that he was in the center, pressing his body against me, trying to give me a little comfort. I looped my fingers through his as he told the taxi driver where to drop us off. We weren't stupid enough to go straight to the hotel, and I knew we had about a 10-block walk to do still. "What are we going to do?" I asked Callum while looking at him with my eyes wide. Mr. Moretti giving us information about Lily was our only hope. Now, we had nothing but more questions. Callum grabbed my knee and pushed down. I hadn't even realized that I was bouncing it on the floor of the cab.
"I guess we reach out to Nix."
Callum eyed the taxi driver who was looking at us with distrust.
"Maybe we put out word that we're looking for her."
Lorenzo's warning about Lily's lethal tendencies stuck out in my mind. She was dangerous, an heir to one of the original families. I didn't respond. How could we reach out to Nix? He wasn't responding to any of my emails. We weren't even sure that he was seeing them. The taxicab came to a stop at a red light. It was the middle of the day, and there was lots of traffic parked around us. Although it was still cold outside, the heat radiating from Callum's body kept me warm. When the light turned green, I stared at the passing buildings with confusion. I was unfamiliar with the area, but I wondered if we were headed in the right direction. It wasn't uncommon for taxi drivers to take the long way around to squeeze money out of unsuspecting tourists. But my gut was telling me that something was off. "That is, if we can even get a hold of Nix," I replied distractedly. He either got a new burner phone or he was going entirely off the grid. I refused to allow any alternative reasons to cross my mind. I would know if anything had happened to him. I could feel Phoenix in my soul. I knew in my gut that he was okay, but I hated that I couldn't reach out when I needed him. I also hated that I didn't know how he was. Nix was my person, and not having him to talk to or lean on was making me anxious. Once again, I checked our surroundings, noticing that we were driving further and further away from the address that Callum had given him. Something wasn't right, and as if realizing this at the same time as I was, Callum spoke.
"Hey, man, where are you taking us?"
He suddenly went on full alert, leaning over me to check the street we were on.
"Shortcut,"
the man replied in a curt tone. We then turned right down an alley. Dark, towering buildings blocked some of the sunlight from above. Trash cans littered each side, and I was wondering how the car was going to fit between the two walls of brick. The driver's knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel. Something wasn't right. "I know for damn sure this isn't a shortcut. Let us out right now." The man kept driving, shaking his head no, which made his greasy hairs shift. I reached for the door handle and bit back a scream when I realized the child locks were on. We were going slow enough that I could roll out of the moving car if necessary, but I couldn't get the door opened. Callum unbuckled and was preparing to reach through the small opening in the glass partition separating the driver from us when the car finally came to a stop. I reached for the handle again, wondering if I could kick the window out and slip through it.
"I'm sorry,"
the driver said in a low voice. He looked at us in the rearview mirror, and I saw within the brown specks of his irises that he did have sympathy. But it wasn't enough. This man just brought us to our death. Moments later, the passenger side door of the cab was yanked open, and a man wearing a mask pulled me from the back seat. I turned to look at Callum, reaching my hands out for him when I saw another man pistol whip him, effectively knocking him out. Callum slumped in the back seat of the cab, and I tried to let out a blood-curdling scream, praying that someone, anyone, could hear us and help. But the man holding me placed his hand over my mouth, cutting me off. I bit down on his fingers so hard that it drew blood, then began kicking and flailing my limbs, fighting for my life. Santabello had found us. I wiggled, desperately trying to move, but it was no use. I was losing energy fast, and I couldn't help but think of Riker and our fighting lessons. He would be disappointed. Would he even know what had happened to us? I tried to cry out for Callum once more as the man's blood filled my mouth. He yanked back, and I spit in the dirt as a woman walked up to the driver's side of the taxi with a wad of cash. "Take him to Bellevue Hotel. I suggest you drop him off. His friends will be pretty pissed off." The driver grabbed the cash from the woman's hand and sped off, barreling down the alleyway with Callum still in the back seat. I was out of breath, but still I fought my way out of this man's grip. I refused to be beaten. I refused to die. The woman jerked her attention towards me, smiling at the grunting man that struggled to keep me still. "Henry, you look like you're struggling a bit," she cooed while looking us up and down. She then directed her attention to me. "You're a fighter." Her voice was like velvet. She stepped closer to me, and the smell of cigarette smoke filled my nose. I couldn't see her face because she was wearing a hat that covered her eyes, but her lips, they were a shade of deep purple and framed blindingly white, straight teeth. "I like when they fight." She then lifted her hand and backhanded me. She must have had something around her knuckles because the blunt force of her hit immediately knocked me out. The world didn't go black, though. I thought that's what you were supposed to see when you passed out. Instead, it went red. Bright, bright red.
Chapter 21. Blaze. I was starting to think that violence was addictive. Here I was twice in 1 week. My knuckles were coated with another man's blood. It felt a little too good, winding back and cracking his nose with my fist. His eyes were both black and swollen shut. I doubted he could see us. We each took our frustrations out about not knowing where Sunshine was on his face. At first, I didn't believe that Sunshine was really gone. When Callum showed up with a big knot on the side of his head and a vague license plate number for a taxi, I laughed in disbelief. It wasn't a normal reaction, but humor and charm were always my crutch, and in times of crisis, we lean on what we know best. But to get her back, we'd have to stop doing what we were used to. The world wasn't really that cruel, was it? How could she go missing again, and just when we got her back? "I won't ask you again. Where is she?" I growled. I was growing tired from punching him so much. Callum was lost in his own thoughts, but still aware enough to warn me that if I kept going, the battered man in front of me wouldn't be conscious enough to tell us anything of use. But it was addicting. I could see the road to hell clearly. It started with well-meaning intentions. It always did. "I won't tell you. You might as well kill me," the man garbled, choking a bit. It was difficult to understand him through the blood pooling in his mouth. He spit at the ground, and a tooth coated in crimson spit hit the concrete floor. We'd set up shop at a dock house that Gabriel owned. It was risky, going to one of his buildings, but we didn't really have much of a choice. "Oh, you're going to tell us," Gabriel growled. He had gotten a few swings in, too. His bruised and bloodied knuckles were evidence enough of that. He tired quickly, though, but his wrath gave him the necessary energy to push through the pain. "Or what?" the man growled. He had a tattoo the size of my fist wrapped around his neck, a nose ring, or he had a nose ring. I ripped it out a while ago. His hair was greasy and a fake shade of yellow. He was big, but at this point, the majority of his body was broken. I smiled, a cruel, unfamiliar smile. I considered all my options. I thought about what bones would hurt the most to break. I could rip off an ear, stab him in the gut, but I wanted him to be conscious, so I grabbed his middle finger and bent it back. His screams were loud and pained, but still I pushed, pressing on his middle knuckle to snap it in half. There was a loud crack, and his bone was splintering through the skin. "Yeah, motherfucker, that's what." "Or I'll go to Ivy," Gabriel replied, cutting through the man's screams. He was looking down at his phone, and once again, I thanked God that we were able to get a hold of Nix. It took an hour to actually get a hold of him, then 2 additional hours for him to give us any information of use. Nix was short with us, though, and I got the impression that it wasn't safe for him to be helping us. Too bad I had tunnel vision where Sunshine was concerned. I liked being her safe place to land when the world was too dark, but I liked having her alive even more. And since she wasn't here to see this scary side of me, I felt free to let it loose. "You know Ivy, don't you?" I asked. If the bastard was fazed by us saying his daughter's name, he didn't show it. Riker, who was leaning against the wall and chewing on the end of a pen, was watching the scene unfold. He scoffed. "Certainly a piece of shit like you at least cares for his daughter," Riker asked, his low voice a lethal growl. We were all on edge. There was nothing we wouldn't do to get Sunshine back. We just needed to know where she was first. Displeasure burned under my skin. It flowed through my...
Before we move ahead, take a gentle pause to breathe deeply and enjoy this calm melody. Your time here is truly valued.
My brain, leaking out of my trembling fingers. It twisted the anxiety and worry into something tangible, something that wanted to kill this man. "Ivy is safe," the man growled, his voice bleeding with mock confidence. But I noticed how he lingered on her name, a hint of doubt making me wonder. This was what I was good at. Not violence, charm, manipulation. I took a deep breath, inhaling the rust-smelling room while taking in each pathetic piece of him. She really is a lovely-looking girl. Did she get her bright blue eyes from you or from her mother? I asked. I made sure to keep my tone light, but he understood the threat in my choice of words. "It's her senior year, right? I bet she's looking at prom dresses right now. Probably gonna look really good on a lucky guy's arm." He started straining against his restraints, whimpering like the weak little bitch he was when his broken bones wouldn't cooperate. "You don't even really know her, do you? You seem like a shady guy. I bet her mother hasn't let you see her for ages." "Armed robbery? Aggravated assault?" I said, ticking off his faults. I noticed how his breathing increased with each blow to his ego. He didn't care about much, but this was a sensitive topic. I was twisting the knife at the spots in his life that hurt. We wanted him to talk. "You may not care about yourself, but there's at least a small part of you that cares about your flesh and blood. And since you can see how much we love blood," I said while taking my thumb and pressing it on his broken nose, making him scream, "I suggest you tell us where Sunshine is right now, or I will blow her pretty little brains out. It would be such a waste, especially since she just got accepted to Columbia." I knew the moment that he'd given up. Even though his face was swollen and bloodied and bruised, I still saw the millimeter downturn to his lips, the only evidence that a frown had touched his busted face. "Please, don't do this," he said. It was the first pleading we'd gotten out of him since arriving. I looked around the room, giving Gabriel a mental thumbs up for thinking to find anyone he loved. I guess if any of us were to put ourselves in his shoes, our weakness would be Sunshine. It doesn't have to be like this. We don't bluff. "Tell us where she is," I demanded. Behind me, Callum was leaning closer, listening to every detail. The man let out a shaky exhale. More blood pooled from his mouth and dripped onto the floor. I got up in his face to catch the words that were whispered from his chest. "Lily likes to fuck with her prey. She's like a cat. I bet she has your girl at one of Moretti's properties already. And if you want to see her again, you better hurry the fuck up and get her." I spun around to stare at Gabriel, a frown on my face as I considered what this meant. Lily had her. Santabello was hot on our trail, as were his assassins. Could we honestly risk going to his properties? This was a shitty situation all around, but at least I had the answers I wanted. "You sure you can't give me anything a little more specific?" I asked him. The man's chest barely moved, a silent chuckle bouncing in his throat. "Lily didn't tell me exactly where they were going. You have me because she wanted you to have me. If you don't kill me, she'll use me, then get someone else to do it. I told you what she wanted you to know. And you should just assume from here on out that she's always going to be 15 steps ahead of you." A part of me hated knowing that Lily wanted us to capture this guy. I also hated having an enemy we didn't understand. That was supposed to be my superpower. I could read a room, predict a person's actions. At least Santabello had a motive and a face. We knew nothing about this Lily person. Did we open the door to a whole new round of problems? "Well, I'm glad we're on the same page," I said before grabbing the Glock that was strapped to my waist and aiming it at his skull. I knew how to shoot a gun. I knew the consequences of what happened at the end of that barrel. I knew that being a bullet required certain disgusting, inhumane things. He wasn't the first man I'd ever killed, but his life was the first that I enjoyed ending. I pulled the trigger and watched his brain explode into 1,000 pieces across the basement floor before holstering my gun and turning to look at an impressed Gabriel. "It's rare that you participate in these sorts of things, Blaze. You're usually not one for violence." I didn't dignify his statement with a response. He knew as well as I did why I was more than willing to dive into this little bloodbath. I'd do anything for sunshine. "You heard him," Callum growled. "She's at one of your properties. I need a list of every safe house you have in the city." Gabriel grabbed the pen from Riker's mouth and started writing on a receipt he had found in his pocket. "Here's a list of the locations people know about, and here are a couple that no one but us knows about." I pulled the burner phone from my pocket and took a picture before looking at them. "Let's split up. We'll cover more ground. Be fast, be safe. Bring her home." I didn't bother waiting to see if they had any more opinions about how to proceed. I was a man on a mission. I'd lost her once, but I'd find her again.
Chapter 22. Sunshine. The room was dark. That was the first thing I'd noticed. I was sitting in a rickety chair, my wrists tied to the wood, which was splintered and digging into my skin. My head hurt, and I wondered how much more my poor brain could take. There was a distinct smell in the room, tobacco. It smelled like the motels we stayed in while on the run. It was musty, and every time I breathed it in, I imagined myself inhaling an entire cigarette. It reminded me of when Riker used to smoke. I used to associate the scent with his wise blend of strength and comfort, but not anymore. 1. The room was dark. 2. 3. I then waited. I waited for a light to be turned on. 4. The only glow in the room was from the crack under the door. I wasn't sure what time it was. 17. I couldn't sense where I was. There was just a straight line of light in my eyesight, and I stared at it like it had all the answers of the world. I was determined to keep awake. I didn't know who was holding me here, but I needed to be alert. 35. When Grace was rescued from Santabello, they said that he liked to toy with her. He would dress her up and make her eat dinner with them. She was kept in a beautiful room, too. Nothing about this was like what she described. I was covered with dirt and dried blood. 79. My clothes were torn. There was no glamour in this. After a while, I couldn't hold my bladder anymore. I pissed myself, shame the last thing on my mind. If anything, I hoped that it would deter anyone trying to rape me. I was in survival mode. It was a state of existence that I was used to. I knew how to turn off my thoughts and observe a room. I knew how to cling to my senses, trust my ability to get out of shit. I kept losing count, though. I'd hear a noise, then hyper-focus on the origin of it. 1, 2, 3. My men were coming for me. They had to. I wasn't starving. I'd starved before. Hunger had lost its novelty. My lovely little bones knew what it felt like to have no nourishment. I'd eaten out of trash cans. This was nothing. The growls in my stomach were just an old friend coming back to say hello. I wished I had a clock or some sense of time to work with. I wasn't sure if I'd been here for hours or days. It felt like forever. My entire time there, not once did I scream. They didn't bother gagging me, and I didn't know if it was because we were in a location where no one would hear me or if they wanted to listen to me break. Either way, I didn't give them the satisfaction, nor did I waste the energy. That was another one of those survival skills I'd learned on the run. Energy was a valuable resource. You never knew when exhaustion or burnout would claim you. It was best to prioritize the things you could control, or you'd lose yourself to the shit that didn't matter. I worked my skin against the rope, keeping me tied to the chair until blood was flowing from my forearms. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was like rubbing against knives, the sharp rope biting me. I strained to listen for any sounds, but I could only make out a fan on full blast in the next room. No television, no voices, just that goddamn humming sound. Finally, the doorknob started to wiggle, and when the door started to open, I froze. I wondered if this was how my father's victims felt. Did they feel helpless? Did they stare around the room wondering when he'd get it over with? Did they beg for death? It seemed fitting that his daughter would meet the same fate as his victims. Or maybe I was a little weak and deliriously thinking that I somehow deserved this. When the room filled with light from the hallway, I squeezed my eyes shut to allow them to adjust to the brightness. When I opened them again, I watched as a woman walked into the dark room alone. She switched on a light so that I could fully see where I was. Swallowing, I looked around, taking in the concrete walls. It reminded me a little too much of the cabin, but I didn't want to show this woman any of my weaknesses. She had pale blonde hair, the kind you couldn't get from a bottle. It was beautiful and flowed all the way down to her waist. She was older, yeah, and she was regal, or at least that's the best way I could describe the way she carried herself. While I committed her appearance to memory, I caught her observing me back. "Not one word, huh?" the woman asked while smiling at me. "You fought against one of my best men, then sat here for almost 2 days, and not once did you ask for water or food, or to be let go." The woman walked up to me and crouched at my feet, peering up to inspect what I assumed was a wound on my forehead. She wrinkled her nose when she smelled the piss on me. Although I hadn't been able to see it for myself, I knew that my injury was pretty bad, thanks to the throbbing. I don't usually make it a habit of respecting the people I capture, but I'm all about girl power and shit, especially when they surprise me. 2 days, she said before whistling. Wow. I've known grown men trained to handle torture to not last solitary for 5 hours. She then chuckled. I kept my mouth shut. Days? I wondered if the guys were losing their minds worrying about me. Was Callum okay? And even though I didn't voice these questions out loud, the woman smiled at me as if she could read my mind. Yes, you got your men worked all in a tizzy. One of my own went missing this morning. He was annoying, though, so they're doing me a big favor. Either way, I'm assuming that we have about 2 hours before they figure out where my little hideaway is, and I plan to be long gone by then. I looked at the woman. really looked at the woman. She looked like Alessandro. Same nose, same pouty lips. Oh my God. You're a lily. My words were rough against my throat, and the realization of where I was seemed a little less daunting now that I knew who had captured me. Mr. Moretti told me that you would come to us. I didn't realize there would be such fanfare, I said while trying not to roll my eyes. I could have done without a blistering headache and the bleeding wrists. The dark, scary room was a bit overkill, too. I have eyes everywhere. The moment you walked into that prison, I made plans to see what you were about, and boy, was I not disappointed. How was Lorenzo, anyway? She smiled wistfully at me as if lost somewhere in her memories. You seem fine. Thought highly of you, I replied. There's something about him already. Never was able to shake my memory of him. I hear you're married to a son? Girl, you'd better hold on tight to that one. She shook her head and licked her lips, and I wasn't sure how to respond. This felt more like girl talk than dealing with the queen of a crime operation. Look, Santabello's been a real buzzkill lately. I've been looking for a good opportunity to bring him down. You look like just the girl for the job. You don't know me, I replied with a scoff. I know you're married to a mob heir. I know that your father is a serial killer. I know that you want to live happily ever after with your man or men and escape the game and all the bullshit that comes with it. How do you know all of this? She let out a short puff of air, pushing her pale blonde strands back with the force of it. For starters, I know everything Santabello does. It's where your man went wrong. He was looking for you and forgot to watch his back. It's an honest mistake. But also, I know you want out because that was me when I was your age. You're never really out, though. Never really free. You learn how to cope with the chains you're born into. I wasn't born into this life, I interrupted. No, you chose it. You chose him. I'm not sure what that makes you, she mused while looking me up and down. She then reached out and pressed on the bruise on my forehead, making me hiss. It hurt damn bad, like scraping a knife against the curve of my skull and tapping my brain with the tip of the blade. You should probably have a doctor look at that. You're gonna let me go? I asked. Well, of course. You're no use to me dead. I let out a sigh, and she smiled at me, taking in the relief on my face with pity. Oh, no, darling. Don't look so happy. I'm giving you a death sentence. You go against Santabello with this, and you're likely not to survive it. So why aren't you doing it? Because I'm much happier when I'm not in the thick of shit. I'm an observer. Is that why you left your son to fend for himself in the foster system? I asked before I could stop myself. Lily reared back and slapped me across the face. The ring she was wearing nicked my cheek, and blood slowly trickled from the cut and down my chin. Sore spot, I said before licking at the blood that had collected around my lip. Alessandro is doing well, by the way. Saved our lives. I don't have a son, Lily whispered before standing. She slid the bracelet she was wearing off of her wrist. I looked at it. It was pretty, but nothing overly flashy or noticeable. I'm giving you my favorite bracelet. Got it as a gift from Lorenzo. Onyx was always my favorite. Twist the ball at the end of the cuff and you'll find a nice little SD card. She demonstrated the movement for me, and when she pulled it off, sure enough, there was a card hidden there. This has a video that will put Santabello away for life. I also uploaded a little something extra for you. Sucks when evil men are treated like gods. It's up to people like us to bring them down a peg. It seems we both had monsters for fathers. She smiled, a crazy sort of smile that made me feel uncomfortable but intrigued. My father? You have evidence of my father? I asked. She smiled. I make it a habit of gathering evidence against evil men. I have people everywhere searching for anything that would be of use to me. Blackmail keeps me alive, darling. But since he's dead, I have no use for it anymore. He liked to record himself.
Santabello destroyed the tapes from before he signed him on, but he kept one. Swallowing, I didn't flinch when she placed the bracelet in my shirt pocket, brushing her long fingers along my neck as she pulled away. Be careful in how you use this. I've got a house on a pretty beach waiting for me, and I don't plan on sticking around to clean up any messes. She stood up and brushed her hands together like touching me left dirt on her skin. Maybe it did. I felt dirty in this room. Why now? Maybe it was foolish to ask Lily this. She'd already shown how volatile she could be. Because I don't fear Santabello anymore. Because blackmail isn't my only defense. Because maybe I'm bored. Or maybe she did care about Alessandro. Who knows? Thank you, I whispered. Oh, honey, don't thank me until you've survived. I'm just gonna leave you here, okay? Your men should show up soon. Toodles. She wiggled her fingers at me with a sly smile before leaving the basement. How did she know that they would find me, and what if they never did? I looked down at the bracelet in my pocket and frowned. Even though it wasn't a particularly heavy piece of jewelry, it seemed to weigh me down. It wasn't Santabello's evidence that felt like a curse, either. It was Paul Bright's. I was carrying his sins next to my heart, and I didn't know whether to be thrilled or terrified. Chapter 23. My muscles hurt. Lily said that my men would be here in 2 hours, and even though I didn't have a clock, I knew that it had been much, much longer than that. I hated the silence. It gave me time to think and time to obsess about all the things Lily had warned me about. I didn't feel like I deserved the respect Ms. Russo claimed to have for me. The loneliness felt like spiders crawling along my skin, and I couldn't wipe them away. My stomach growled again, this time feeling more intense than before. It wasn't long before I was cramping from hunger. It was the first sign that I was starving. When was the last time I'd even eaten anything? My head was pounding, partly from dehydration and partly from the wound on my face. It was the kind of indescribable pain that grew over time, screaming at me in that overwhelming sort of way as I waited to be rescued. But none of the discomfort compared to my racing heart, a side effect of the emotional turmoil I was in. The bracelet in my pocket seemed too toxic to touch. I was sure that if I could feel it against my skin, the black metal would be burning through to the bone, snapping it in half. Once again, I'd taken up staring at the line of light through the crack in the door, and it had become my focal point, teasing me with a metaphorical light at the end of this tunnel. I listened carefully, trying to hear if anyone was coming. Karma would twist this opportunity in its fist. Here I was with evidence to bring down Santabello in my pocket, but I was tied to a chair and dying for a drink of water. I hated myself a little bit for waiting to be rescued. I could have pushed my chair back, broken one of the legs that was keeping me still. I stopped waiting for someone to save me the moment my mother picked my father over me, so why was I sitting here helplessly? I had what I needed. I started to scoot back. It took a considerable amount of energy, and I almost couldn't handle the jolt of my body as the wooden chair scraped against the concrete floor. My movements created a loud noise in the room. It was difficult with my ankles strapped to the wooden legs, but still I moved. Inch by inch, I scooted until my back was hitting the concrete wall and I was out of breath. My stomach started cramping again. I was just about to start screaming. I was at that moment where I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't even knock over the chair, let alone get out of this mess. The only thing I had left were my yells, but even that was pointless. "Help!" I screamed, my voice scratchy. "Anyone? Please, help!" I yelled until the veins in my skull were pounding. I cried until my dry lips felt like sandpaper. I screamed pleas for help combined with complete nonsense, apologizing to my father's victims while bargaining with God. If I got out of here, I'd avenge their deaths. I'd bring my father to justice from the grave. Eventually, my screams became nothing but whispers. Sitting with my ass stuck to the chair felt like defeat. All the terrifying and horrible demons in my past were haunting me,
triggering me with memories and flashbacks. I was tied up in a basement. I was starving, I was alone, I was all the things I hated about my past, but still I had hope. I gulped in a large amount of air to prepare myself for another yell, but the door to the room was kicked open and the silhouette of a man appeared with bright light shining at his back. "Sunshine," a deep voice said that immediately comforted me. It was the same voice that used to call me on the phone late at night during my mother's benders. It was the same calm direction that taught me how to drive. It was the whisper of affection and playful reassurance I'd always gotten when I needed it most. Blaze Bennett always found me. And he always would. He ran towards me and dropped to his knees on the floor with a thud and ran his hands over my body, checking for injuries while staring at my face. "God, I'm so thankful I found you," he growled before reaching into his pocket and grabbing a pocket knife. Within minutes, the rope around my ankles and wrists was cut, and he was pulling me into his arms. He smelled like sweat, but I didn't care. I wasn't in any better condition. I smelled like piss and was sticky with blood and sweat. My hair was a tangled mess, and my makeup was smeared in streaks down my face. I used what little strength I had and held him tight. "Where are the others?" I asked, my voice gravelly. I needed some water soon. Blaze stood, then lifted me to cradle me in his arms. I was resting against his chest and trying not to choke up my sobs of relief as he carried me out of the room. I wasn't alone. Not like before. I always had the bullets. The hallway of this building we were in was lit with bright light, and I listened to the sound of his boots against the concrete floor as he guided me to the end of it and up the stairs, confirming that I was, in fact, in a basement. I hated how I associated that with my father. Karma was a cruel bitch, and so was Lily Russo. Then we arrived in what looked like a little apartment. It couldn't have been more than 700 square feet, but the open concept design made it feel big. There was a stripped mattress in the middle of the room, and he set me down on a nearby chair before reaching for his phone. Holding the burner phone up to his ear, he inspected the cuts on my face while speaking. "I found her. Bring a first aid kit. She might need a doctor. She's at your interrogation room off 9th Street. Blaze didn't wait for the other person on the line to respond. He ended the phone call and tossed it on the mattress before running to the kitchen to get me a glass of water. "I'm okay," I said while watching his fingers shake. There wasn't a muscle on Blaze's back that wasn't wholly flexed with tension. He brought me the glass of water, and I put it against my dry lips, drinking down the liquid and nearly gasping when it hit my empty stomach. Whose interrogation room? "Do you have any crackers?" I asked in a tentative tone, looking up at him and trying to gauge his emotions. On the one hand, he seemed excited to have found me, but there was an angry tension still there. And despite everything I'd been through, I wanted to smooth away the nervousness on his face. He didn't answer me. He simply spun around and began frantically looking through the drawers and cabinets of whatever interrogation room we were at. Did this mean Lily took me to one of Gabrielle's properties? No wonder she was so confident that he would eventually find me. He cursed when he realized there was no food here. The only borderline edible thing was in the fridge, and it looked like a rotten piece of chicken. He then ran back to the bed and picked up the phone and quickly dialed a number. "Bring her food," he said, before hanging up again and dropping to his knees so that we were eye level. "They'll bring you food. We were scattered about all over the city, so it might be an hour. Do you think you can wait? Or do you want me to take you to the convenience store down the street? I would leave you alone, but I don't think I physically can have you out of my eyesight just yet." Blaze said with a frown before reaching his hand up to brush a black strand of hair behind my ear, pausing before his fingers could connect with my body. He snapped his hand back, and I wondered what was stopping him. I said before coughing and taking another gulp of water. "That should be fine. I've been a lot hungrier in my life." I tried to give him a flirtatious smile, but it must not have had the intended effect because he looked down at the ground and held his head in his hands. "I was so fucking worried about you," he said. His voice was muffled as he spoke through the gaps in his fingers. He then looked back up at me. I felt disgusting, covered in my own body fluids, dirt, and blood. "I know," I said. What else could I have said? I could see the evidence of his turmoil written all over his face. "Can you help me take a shower?" I asked. I wanted to wash off the evidence of my time at Lily's mercy and feel human again.
Of course,
Blaze said before standing up with a jolt. He picked me up, cradling me to his chest once more before fast-walking to the bathroom on the other side of the small apartment. He practically kicked down the door, and within moments I was stripped bare and the water was turned on. Steam filled the room, and he guided me under the jet spray. Tears filled my eyes as the water stung the cuts along my wrists and head, but it still felt good to be clean. There was only a single bar of soap in the shower, nothing more, which made me wonder what the purpose of this apartment was. There was no food, no sheets on the bed. For all intents and purposes, it was an empty apartment. Maybe it was just to cover up the scary room that I was being locked in. Nevertheless, I didn't think of the origins or age of the bar of soap as I slathered it over my body. Blaze stood outside the shower, keeping his arms held up as if prepared to catch me should I get weak and pass out. Once I was done, Blaze shut off the water and wrapped me up in a rough towel that was scratchy to the touch. I put a palm on the fogged-up mirror to look at my face. A large bruise was on the right side. It was a dark shade of purple and covered almost the length of my cheek. My lips were cracked and dry. My hair was tangled but clean from my shower. I noticed how pale I looked. There was a haunted look in my eyes as I inspected my battered body. Blaze bent down to pick up my soiled clothes, and I grabbed his arm to stop him. He watched curiously as I sifted through them and pulled out the bracelet.
"What's that?"
Blaze asked while watching me twist off the ball at the end as Lily had taught me. "The evidence we need," I replied while checking to make sure it was still there. "Lily gave it to me." I clutched the towel tighter around me before going back into the main room and sitting on the bed. I stared at the SD card for a moment before screwing it back together and placing the jewelry that would change our lives on my wrist. I was sure it would burn my skin, but it didn't.
"Why did she lock you up like this? I don't understand it,"
Blaze asked while staring at my face. I wondered if he thought of his mother when he saw my battered skin, swollen and dark. "She's distrusting. I had to earn the evidence, I think. She wasn't normal. And when I mentioned Alessandro, she slapped me. I think she gave this to me because she wants to save her son, but I don't know for sure. Either way, she was lethal. Seemed to know everything about everyone. She had me all figured out and was 10 steps ahead of us." Blaze let out a puff of air.
"I would have killed her. I would have found her and ripped out her throat, bled her dry."
I didn't want to lose Blaze to the violence. I wanted my sweet, compassionate man back. The one that made me feel like sunshine, warmth. Despite the unbearable soreness and exhaustion, I shifted and straddled his lap, sinking my knees into the mattress as I cupped his cheeks with my hands. "Blaze Bennett, you found me," I whispered before kissing his lips. It wasn't a sweet, soft kiss. It was rough, demanding. It hurt in all the best ways. "Blaze Bennett, you always save me," I whispered over his lips before nuzzling his neck and grinding into his lap.
"I wish you didn't need it,"
he murmured while running his fingers up and down my spine. I could be safe. I kissed his collarbone. At our home. I kissed his neck and moved the towel to give him more access to me before continuing. "With you rubbing my feet, and I'd still need you. You save me from myself. Save me from my self-destructive thoughts. You find me when I'm lost in my bullshit, Blaze." Blaze groaned before kneading my breasts. He was gentle with me as he moved.
"You're making me hate myself right now, sunshine. You were captured and tied to a chair, and yet you're trying to comfort me."
He held me close, the hug we shared feeling like home and everything I needed to feel whole after everything that had happened. "Don't hate yourself," I whispered. "I need this." I kissed his lips while running my fingers through his rust-colored hair. I danced my tongue along the seam of his lips while grinding against his lap. Each touch, each kiss, a little piece of me was locked back into place. Soon, I wasn't the girl that battled her demons anymore. I was the girl that loved being in Blaze's arms. The door opened, but I didn't stop kissing Blaze to see who it was. Sunshine. Riker sighed in relief. I pulled away to give him a dazed smile before Blaze pulled me back into his embrace, peppering kisses along my neck as his hip thrust up, rubbing the tented denim of his pants against my sensitive nub. I moaned. Sunshine, do you need a doctor? Riker asked, his voice tentative as he watched us. I could only moan a simple no before wrapping my arms around Blaze's back and biting his lip. I love you, okay? I said as he braced both his hands on my hips and locked me into an intense stare-down. The door opened again, and the smell of food wafted towards me, making my stomach growl once more. Sunshine, Callum's voice said, but still I kept my eyes on Blaze. He needed this. I once read that it's impossible to give 100% of yourself to 100% of the people in your life, so you pick the people that need you most. Blaze needed reassurance that I was okay. 1 heartbeat. 2. I counted the breaths between us and lingered in the adoring look in his eyes before pulling away to greet my other men. Gabrielle arrived just as I got off Blaze's lap. The towel I was using had fallen to the floor, and Gav immediately unbuttoned his shirt, not caring about the scars on his back, to wrap me up in his button-down. Oh, love, he murmured before walking forward and placing the wrinkled cotton over my shoulders. Riker stepped beside him and started fastening the buttons for me. Callum just stared, taking in every injury, every look. Sunshine, are you okay? I felt like Gabrielle, gritting my teeth at the well-meaning question when all I wanted to do was revel in the feel of my men and remind myself that I would never be alone again. I'm fine. I pulled the bracelet off my wrist and moved from Riker's and Gabrielle's intense stares to give it to Callum. What's this? He asked. Proof. I passed Lily's test. We're going to ruin Santabello. Chapter 24. The video of Santabello was anticlimactic. Callum slid the SD card into a dated, dusty laptop he bought at a skeevy pawn shop near the apartment Lily kept me in. We decided to stay there for a little bit. Lily obviously didn't want Santabello to know where we were, but if she could find us at the hotel, then that meant Santabello could too. When the screen turned on, the first thing I could see was a dark, unrecognizable room. The camera was at an odd angle, making me wonder if Santabello knew it was there. Did Lily plant it? A skinny man covered in colorful tattoos was on his knees on the tile floor. He was sobbing while staring up at Santabello. There was no sound, no warning, just an explosion of brain and guts before Santabello handed the gun to someone else and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. That's it? I asked in disbelief, breaking the silence in the room. Blaze snapped his head to look at me. I guess it was a bit callous of me to brush off the murder I'd just witnessed. Was this who I was now? A girl desensitized by death and destruction. I wasn't sure if I was stronger for it or weaker. Well, that's it, Callum said before standing to reach for the laptop. Ever since I'd told him that a video of my father was included on the drive, he'd been adamant about me not watching it. I didn't miss the avoidance tactic, nor did I appreciate it. No, I want to see the video of my father. Once more, the room went deathly silent. I knew they were waiting for someone to speak up and tell me it was a bad idea. It was all still too fresh. I was still recovering. I knew the words they'd spew to try and comfort me. But instead, my ever-controlling Gabrielle shocked me. Okay, let's watch it, Sunshine. I blinked. Was this some sort of test? A challenge to see if I'd follow through on my need to know the kind of monster my father was? Thank you for understanding, I replied before glancing at Riker. His mouth was dropped open, and I wanted to close the distance between us and shut it, but I remained in my spot on the couch. But when it was time to click on the little file that held all my father's secrets, I froze. My finger lingered over the mouse pad. I knew that just on the other side of a click was a truth I might not be strong enough to handle. My heart was racing. My chest felt like a cave, holding back the fear and anxiety.
"You don't have to do this,
Blaze whispered as he placed a hand on my shoulder. I wanted to bark back that I did have to do this. He was wrong. I owed it to myself. Closure was fluid. You never really let go of the things that haunted you. Closure was just a decision. It meant you were determined to push away the demons clawing at your soul whenever they made themselves known. I craved knowledge, and more than that, I wanted to analyze my response to my father's evil. I wanted to know if I was like him, if my heart raced at the sight of his kill. But I didn't say this. I merely replied, "I know I don't have to, Blaze." Gabriel was watching me with stoic silence. His hair was still wet as he had just gotten out of the shower, and I breathed in his clean scent, grounding myself at the moment. The tiny screen of the laptop was challenging to see, and we had to crowd together on the small couch to make sense of what was on the video. With Blaze on my right and Callum on my left, I pressed play, letting out a shaky exhale when I saw the dark screen. It was the basement. I recognized the concrete floor and the table in the middle of the room. A bright blue tarp was on the floor. My father entered the screen wearing a pressed suit. It was one of the suits he wore for campaign events. I recognized it as the same one he wore to the benefit dinner Blaze rescued me from. His greasy hair was slicked to the side, and he pulled up a rolling office chair coated in leather before sitting down. 1. He's dead. 2. He's dead. 3. He's dead.
4. He can never hurt you, sunshine.
Gabriel counted for me, placing a hand on my shoulder. Was I counting out loud? I reached for Joe's knife. Blaze had brought it with him. I'd left it at the hotel the morning I went to the prison. My father reached across to a nearby table for a book, grabbing it with shaky hands. He licked a bead of sweat on his upper lip before opening the book and reading. I recognized the book immediately. The moment his words formed on his lips, I found myself mouthing along. It was something he used to read to me as a child. Dante's Inferno. Through me, you pass into the city of woe. Through me, you pass into eternal pain. Through me, among the people lost for aye. My father's voice was powerful and commanding. I leaned forward, speaking the words with him as tears flowed down my cheeks. I could feel his eyes on me, like the ghost of my father was in this very room, watching and blowing cold air down my neck. Justice, the founder of my fabric, moved, I said with him. To rear me was the task of power divine, supremest wisdom and primeval love. Before me, things create were none, save things eternal, and eternal I shall endure. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. My father looked up and reached his hand towards the screen, turning off the camera. What the fuck was that? Blaze asked, jarring me out of my trance. I snapped back, bouncing my spine along the back of the chair. The Divine Comedy. He used to read it to me when I was a child, every night, sometimes making me recite that last line out loud. He stopped, though, when I got older. And I never understood why, but the words stayed with me.
Fuck, sunshine,
Riker said while balling his fists at his side. Why do you think he didn't wear a mask? Or why did he even make this? I asked as the screen cut back on, revealing the table in the center of the room, where a still body lay. Oh, fuck.
He thought he was a god. He didn't think he'd ever be punished for what he did. He'd gotten away with it all. He was cocky.
Callum answered for me. My father entered the room again, this time wearing a jumpsuit made of plastic over his suit and goggles on his face.
Into the eternal darkness,
my father began before pulling a sharp knife from the workstation near him. Turn it off, Callum said, his fingers trembling. No, I shouted. I needed to see this. Callum had his demons, but he didn't have to stay and watch. My father aimed it at the boy's chest, dragging it down the center of his torso.
"The more a thing is perfect,"
he began, quoting Dante once more,
"the more it feels pleasure and pain,"
he whispered over the body. And then the boy woke up. His screams blasted through the laptop's speakers and filled the apartment we were in. It was a blood-curdling yell that shook each nerve in my body. When I was little, I'd have nightmares about the hell my father used to describe to me in his books, and the sounds coming from this boy were the things of nightmares. His blood pooled on the floor, spilling over the table like a river. "Why?" the boy screamed, his voice shaking as he lost consciousness. It wouldn't be long now. My father didn't reply. He merely stroked the boy's blonde hair, coating each strand with blood. Opening his mouth, he whispered one last quote of Dante's, making it the last ominous statement the poor boy ever heard.
"I found myself within a forest, dark."
My father started cutting through muscle and bone, likely preparing to pull his organs out, but Callum shot up and grabbed the laptop before shutting it off. He pulled the USB drive from it, then threw the laptop across the room. It slammed against the wall, breaking into pieces as he charged it and stomped on the remaining parts with his boot. "I hate him! I hate him!" he cried over and over, screaming into the room as he sobbed. I stood and wrapped my arms around his waist, resting my cheek against his back as he slowed. I moved with each of his breaths. "He's gone," I replied.
"Promise me we'll share that everywhere," Callum said to the silent room.
"Yes," I replied. He then spun around and cradled me to his chest, kissing my forehead as his breathing slowed.
"All this time, I studied shit like this, and no one knew. I want the world to know," he said.
Gabrielle picked up the USB drive from the floor and put it back in the bracelet compartment.
"The world will know," Gabrielle said once more.
Gabrielle pulled the burner phone from his pocket and started dialing a number. "What are you doing?" I asked while spinning around to face him.
"Hey, it's Moretti. You tell Santabello I'd like to meet him at Maggiano's Italian restaurant tomorrow night. I have something he wants."
The person on the other end of the line must have been talking more because Gabrielle went silent. My chest felt like Paul Bright had taken one of his campaign signs and was pounding it into my chest, boasting a bright future with each hammering blow into the soil of my soul.
"I don't give a fuck. Tell him I saw Lily."
Gabrielle then hung up the phone. I rushed out the breath I was holding. This was real. We were ending this. But how?
"Callum,"
Gabrielle said before turning to face him.
"You still want to do this your way? Or are you okay with doing it mine?"
Gabrielle asked, and I knew what he meant.
"We can bring this to the cops. Lock Santabello up for a long time."
Callum squeezed me tighter, so tight it made my ribs hurt, and I knew that for sure bruises were forming on my skin.
"Let's kill him. He has too many men in his pocket and a team of lawyers. It's airtight evidence, but there's still not a guarantee that he won't pay a judge to get off. I know the plan all along was to put him away, but I say we tease him with the deal before driving the knife into his chest."
I swallowed. He's been hiding behind everyone, letting everyone else do his dirty work. What makes you so certain he'll even show up? I asked Gabrielle.
"I have the one bit of evidence that proves he hasn't always let others do his dirty work,"
Gabrielle replied with a frown as I pulled away from Callum to go sit on the couch.
"We're gonna need more men." "He'll come with an army," Riker said. "I know,"
Gabrielle replied before pacing the floors and dialing on his phone.
"What about Sunshine?"
Callum asked.
"She'll stay here with you,"
Gabrielle said before giving instructions to someone on the line. Fuck, this was happening. And fast.
"I've got a few contacts, not too happy with Santabello's recent reign. I've had them on the back burner in case I had something concrete. We're going to leak the video to every major news station the moment that meeting starts, as a backup. I know a few fighters in the city that aren't too fond of Santabello. They owe me favors. I'll have them stationed at the building with Sunshine and Callum.
Riker answered before kissing me on the cheek and standing to leave.
I'll head to the gym and talk to them.
Things were moving fast, but the video of my father was still at the forefront of my mind.
You okay?
Blaze asked, his voice only a whisper. I grabbed his hands and squeezed. It was traumatic, watching my father in his element. I fought with closure, knowing that ripping apart closed cuts just made the scars bigger. I'll be fine, I whispered. 1, I'll be fine. 2, I'll be fine. 3, all hope abandon, ye who enter here. Chapter 25. I paced the floor, counting each step. I had gotten to number 4,572, but had to stop when Callum distracted me with a phone call. Listening intently, I stared as he spoke.
Yeah, all clear here. Okay, goodbye.
1, 2, 3.
They're fine, sunshine,
he said with a smile. This compulsive counting thing was happening too often now. I was leaning on the crutch of something I could control, and it scared me how much relief I felt when I counted all the mundane things in my life. We were still at Gabriel's interrogation property. I'd since learned that he used this place to hold people he needed information from. The basement Lily kept me in was soundproof, so despite my screams, no one could hear. Despite my reservations, it made sense to stay where the guys found me. It was reasonably hidden, and even though Lily knew where we were, I didn't think she'd let that information leak to Santabello anytime soon. The plan was airtight. 4, no one could get to us. 5, my men were safe. 6. Pretty soon, I realized that it was late. Very late. Later than I expected them to be. They decided to wait and leak things to the press once the meeting was done. If it weren't for the light pollution of the city, I was certain that I'd see bright stars littering the sky from the crowded balcony. Callum eventually called again, and when they didn't answer, I resumed counting. 474, 475. Someone knocked on the door, but it wasn't the secret knock we developed at the start of this. We were like middle schoolers, thinking we were smart and cunning as we told each other not to open the door unless we heard the familiar rhythm. We were fucking stupid. Callum looked at me and stood before positioning himself in front of me. They knocked again.
Go to the basement,
Callum urged me while pulling out the gun in the holster on his hip. It should have been a simple order, one we discussed beforehand, but the word basement mixed in with my adrenaline was a trigger of massive proportions, so instead of following his directions, I started counting my rapid breaths. 1, 2, 45, 97. Fuck! The person stopped knocking and started kicking at the door. Whoever was on the other side didn't mutter a word, and then the door frame splintered as a harsh force kicked open the bolted lock. I breathed in the smell of tobacco and sweat as a group of men surged forward, making the small apartment feel even smaller. 2 men, both with dark, curly hair and tan skin, walked in and adjusted their suits while standing over me. I knew we should never have done this.
Put your gun down,
a rough voice I vaguely recognized ordered Callum. Santabello then entered the room with a crude smile. Naturally, Agent Mercer didn't comply. Fuck you.
Oh, I guess you're going to give me trouble, like the others.
Santabello didn't seem amused by Callum's display of disobedience. I got the sense that he wasn't used to people defying him. My stomach immediately sank. The others? Oh, God. What happened to Riker, Blaze, and Gabriel?
Oh, Summer, you look just as I'd remembered. You've got your mother's eyes, but they're empty, like your father's,
he said while observing the dusty room with annoyance. He wiped his hands on his suit pants as more men piled in from behind. I thought Riker said he had some men watching the building.
You look confused,
Santabello said with a grin.
Oh, are you wondering about the men standing watch? Anyone can be bought or blackmailed, Summer. That's a lesson your father should have taught you.
Callum shifted closer to me to further block me from Santabello's view. "Where is Gabriel?" I asked. I wasn't sure if Santabello was familiar with Blaze and Riker yet and didn't want to give him further ammunition to hurt the people Gav cared about.
"Gabriel is probably dead by now,"
Santabello said while polishing his nails on his suit jacket. My breath caught at that admission, and he continued.
"Of course, I don't know for sure, though. My men like to keep things quiet. It's sometimes better not to know, and I don't make a habit of dirtying my hands very often."
I squeezed my eyes shut while trying to steady my breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
"Are you stupid? I'm talking to you,"
his harsh voice said before a hard slap was delivered to my right cheek. I opened my eyes as tears flooded my vision. He'd hit the exact spot where Lily did just a few days ago.
"I said it was easy to find you. Damn, what's with women being so disobedient these days?"
Another guard huffed in agreement. One of the guards lunged for Callum, and they jerked the gun from his grip before yanking his arms back. Within seconds, Callum was being held back by one of the larger men, and a gag was shoved in his mouth before another man in a black suit put duct tape over his lips.
"Now, please, focus, Summer. I'm sure you've got some of your mother's self-preservation in there somewhere," he said with a cynical smile. "Where is the video?" he asked. "And I want you to think very hard about how you want to proceed with this. You could survive tonight, live a long, happy life. I owe that much to your father. I'm an honorable man."
He patted his chest in a dramatic display of genuine compassion that felt as fake as his toupee. A tear slipped down my cheek. There was no way we could take these men. No way we could get out of here alive. But maybe, as long as we dangled the SD card, we could buy us some time. That's all we really needed, time. "You want the video?" I asked.
"I don't make a habit of repeating myself, girl. Give me the fucking evidence."
"Fine." I felt the knife in my pocket. I knew each groove in the blade by heart now. I could practically sense the handle sliding into my palm. I knew its weight. It always came back to a basement and a knife. Like my father, Santabello underestimated me. He wouldn't expect me to lunge at him. Powerful men were prideful like that. "Fine, I'll show you where it is, but you have to let Callum go," I said before staring at him. If I didn't survive this, I didn't want him to have to watch, and maybe if he was outside, he could at least get away. Santabello considered my offer for a moment, looking me up and down. He lingered on the bruise on my cheek, likely assessing that I wasn't worth the trouble.
"Fine, I'll play."
He looked to his guards before speaking.
"Take him outside. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, kill him."
Fuck. I had 10 minutes to kill Santabello, then rescue Callum. The gruff man complied, as he and 3 others started dragging Callum out of the tiny apartment. It reminded me of the night Gabriel forced him to watch him murder Santabello's son. We'd come full circle now.
"Hurry," Santabello ordered.
I felt the barrel of a gun at my back, and I made my way down the hallway. I stopped at the steep stairs, descending them slowly while trying to come up with a plan. It would take me a moment to grab the knife in my pocket. I would need to get close enough to stab him but avoid getting shot. It felt impossible. I was shaking so badly that I was sure I'd drop the knife or crumble from the pressure. I couldn't do this. I wasn't strong like the bullets. I wasn't capable of killing someone. Swallowing, I made my way down the small hallway until we arrived at the door of Gabriel's interrogation room. The same place I had been locked up in. But it felt like the cabin basement. It felt like Paul Bright was at my back. For a moment, I lost myself to the fear and suspense of the moment. I shivered while trying to compose myself, freezing cold sweat trickling down my forehead like icicles.
"All hope abandon ye who enter here,"
a cruel voice whispered in my mind. Santabello wasn't my father. Paul Bright was a ghost. He was a nightmare. Santabello was just a puppeteer. I was created in my father's image, wasn't I? He groomed me to follow his path. He forced me to perfect myself, to never fail. Through me, you pass into the city of woe, I whispered.
What did you say, bitch?
Santabello asked, his voice shrill as I latched onto the doorknob and opened it. Through me, you pass into eternal pain, I whispered before shuffling inside. The room was dark, the pitch black inviting me into the headspace of my birthright.
Turn the fuck around,
Santabello ordered. He was holding his gun up, pointing it at my chest when I turned to greet him. A confident smile was gracing my lips. Through me, among the people lost for I removed the bracelet from my wrist. My father taught me that poem. Are you familiar with it? Santabello's expression was difficult to see with the light at his back.
Give it to me,
he snapped. I never understood why it was called the Divine Comedy, I added before taking a step closer. I knew the knife was just there, hidden in my pocket. It was hard to see, so I grabbed it, clutching the weapon's handle in my palm as I spoke. Justice, the founder of my fabric, moved.
Give it to me. I won't ask again. All you brights are fucking psychopaths.
Santabello's voice held less venom than before, and I realized then the power hidden within my father's routine. It was a haunting sort of poem. I took a step closer. To rear me was the task of power divine. Another step. Supremest wisdom and primeval love. I was gripping the knife so hard my palms tingled. My lips trembled as I spoke. Another step. Before me, things created were none save things.
Shut the fuck up, Santabello screamed. I'll fucking blow your brains out.
I could feel his spit hit my cheek as he yelled. I was sure if I were closer I'd see my target, its bulging veins pounding in his neck. I was close enough to press my chest to the barrel of his revolver. Eternal and eternal I shall endure, I whispered before lifting the hand that held Lily's bracelet. All hope abandon ye who enter here. I shoved his arm away, pointing the gun at the concrete wall, and then immediately sliced at his neck. The blade slid across his jugular with ease, and blood pooled down his throat, but I wasn't done yet. I sliced again, and then heard the sound of his gun fall to the floor, then his knees. I sliced at his chest. I cut up his ugly face. I made him bleed till he looked like Paul Bright's charred body, then cut him up a little more. And when he was dead, I whispered the words that held more power than anything my father could have muttered. It's over. A gunshot went off outside. I turned my head towards the door, then leaped over Santabello's body to run towards the sound. I took each step upstairs 2 at a time. I cried out, picturing Callum's battered body in a New York alley. I took too long. Once in the apartment, I dug my toes into the concrete before lunging for the front door, then made my way outside the building, running towards a side entrance I assumed they'd used for privacy. All the while, my chest constricted. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to scream. And when I tried to open the door leading outside, it stalled, pressing on a hard body that was blocking it. I screamed when I saw lifeless legs. No, 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 I cried out while shoving my way through the tiny crack in the door as I wasn't strong enough to push the body out of the way. My mind was a frenzy as I took in the barely lit scene around me. The man on the wet ground was one of Santabello's guards. Blaze was hovering over another guard, clutching him by the shirt and screaming at his face. "Where is she?" he yelled. To my right, Gabriel was trying to wake up Callum. "Tell me where she is," Gav pleaded. He was crying, real tears streaming down his face as Callum struggled to regain consciousness. His chest was heaving up and down, so I knew that he was alive. Riker was running up and down the street, rubbing his hands over his scalp as he searched for me. "I'm here!" I screamed, tearing them from their intense worry. "I'm here!" I whispered again, mostly to prove it to myself. Blaze turned and looked over his shoulder at me, a wild sort of glint in his eye as he pulled a gun from his holster and shot the guard. The silencer covering his barrel made it a quick but silent death. Gabriel was on me in an instant. He ran his hands over my arms, and when he pulled away, he screamed, "Call an ambulance!"
before cupping my cheeks. "Love, stay with me. Sit down. No, don't call," I yelled back. I looked down and realized what had Gabriel all out of sorts. I was soaked with Santabello's blood. "It's not mine," I whispered. "It's Santabello's." Riker took one look at me, then went inside to inspect my handiwork. Gabriel grabbed his cell phone. "I need a cleanup crew of my summer house," he said, the words casual but seemingly encrypted. And when he hung up, I wrapped my arms around his waist. It was over. Riker appeared a few moments later as a black Range Rover drove up. "He's dead," Riker confirmed before lacing his fingers through mine. "What happened to you all?" I asked, as 5 men got out of the black SUV and started assessing the alley. A second one pulled up, and Gabriel started pulling me towards it. His gentle guidance made me feel like a rabid animal, ready to strike or jump or flee at the first sign of being spooked. "What happened to you all?" I asked again. Riker was carrying Callum to the car. "We were ambushed. We got out okay, though. Blaze has a nasty cut on his arm that will probably need stitches."
Holy shit. We all piled into the SUV, then slipped into a contemplative silence that sat heavy on my chest. I realized that I was crying. I felt sick to my stomach and disgusted with myself. Was this how my father felt? No, I'd once read somewhere that murder was a natural high for serial killers, but I just wanted to die alongside my victim. And as odd as that sounded, that fact made me smile. I began while looking around the SUV at my men. I'm not like him. I didn't realize how debilitating that fear was for me until that moment, and I welcomed the disgust I had with myself because every negative feeling just separated me from my lineage. Chapter 26. 6 months later. The news reporters were ruthless. I had a moment where I regretted sending the video of Paul Bright murdering an innocent boy to the masses, but that moment was short-lived. Seeing his family suffer was like a knife in my chest, but when faced with the choice, I chose closure. I chose a painful truth for the 13 boys murdered by my father. All of them looked the same. All of his victims had similar interests, similar family dynamics. They were easy targets. My father worked overtime, making sure their missing persons report was filed incorrectly or disappeared. He picked boys with a history of running away. He was smart, covering his tracks with Santabello's help. We couldn't be sure that there weren't more. Callum was still researching, still learning my father's habits and preferences. There were hundreds of layers to his personality. His motives were twisted. People would be talking about this for decades. Every news station around the world was pulling apart how a man in power raped and tortured little boys. With each new name released, another family had to learn the part Paul Bright played in destroying someone they loved. It gave me the peace I'd been craving, but also twisted me up inside. I was atoning for sins that didn't belong to me, but it felt good to stop carrying my father's victims metaphorically on my shoulders. I was standing across the street, staring at the house that belonged to the latest victim announcement. Their blinds were closed, but occasionally I saw movement shifting the fabric as the inhabitants looked outside at the frenzy of feral paparazzi below. "You good?" Riker asked. He was the only one I let come with me to these things. After each reveal, I went to the house. While there, I spoke to the dead. I cried for their family and cursed my silence. 3 victims had been found during the 5 years I was on the run. 3 people that we knew of died because of my silence. "Yeah," I replied, knowing that I had to let James McCarthy go. He was victim number 13. His body found next to bodies 12 and 11 in a plot of land owned by Santabello. We were in a town 40 miles outside of Chesterbrook. Close enough for Chesterbrook PD to be called in as backup, but far enough to keep out of the thick of the missing person case. Dad was diabolical. We got in the car, then drove the short distance to Chesterbrook. I decided last night that I didn't want to come back here anymore. Callum assured me that there were no more victims to be found, but I think he just wanted me to stop hating myself. It's done, I whispered to Riker, who had one hand on the steering wheel and another clutching mine.
Yeah, it is,
he replied. Since Santabello's death, things have been a whirlwind. Alessandro stepped up as the rightful heir to Lily's legacy. Gabrielle reclaimed most of his accounts. Callum worked on Paul Bright's case. Riker stopped fighting. Blaze stayed by my side. But Nix, he was still missing. Grace assured me that he was alive, but he'd gone completely off the grid. Wasn't returning my phone calls, not a single email. 6 months. We had the sort of relationship where it hurt to not talk to him, but I loved him too much to fault him for doing what he needed to do. If space was what Nix needed, then I'd support him. I just hated that it felt like every day put Nix and me further and further apart. The moment we saw the welcome to Chesterbrook sign, I cried. It wasn't a sad sob, it was a freeing one. Riker drove past where the new chapel was being built. He drove past Virginia's Diner, which was shut down for not meeting health code. We drove past Chesterbrook High. We drove past Woodbury Lane, past the cemetery. All the places that brought me pain and relief. All the places my parents ruined, but the bullets healed. Where are we meeting them? I asked, wiping the snot dripping from my nose with the back of my hand.
You'll see,
Riker said before moving his hand to my thigh and squeezing. Things with the bullets had normalized. They supported me on this journey of finding my father's victims. Gabriel even rehired a few of his private investigators that had searched for me, and they had ended up finding a few boys that were true runaways. He reunited them with their families. When we pulled into the parking lot overlooking the pier by the lake, I smiled to myself. The sun was setting, casting warm shades of orange over the sandy beach. I turned in my seat and leaned in to kiss Riker's cheek.
We wanted your last time here to be something happy. There have been too many sad memories of this place, Sunshine.
I nodded, once again thinking whatever good deed I did in a past life to earn the bullet's love. When we got out of the car, I jumped on Riker's back, feeling like a teen again as I wrapped my arms around his neck. I blushed, thinking of the last time we were here. Riker, I said, keeping my voice low so that the others couldn't hear. I looked ahead on the sandbank where they were standing.
Yeah?
He asked. I'll never leave you, I whispered. The reassuring words I'd given him all those years ago seemed more meaningful right then.
I know, Sunshine, he replied. I know.
We traveled down the steps leading to the sandy beach, and once at the bottom, he set me down. I slid down his back, trailing my lips along his spine until my feet were safely planted in the sand. I slipped out of my sandals as Callum walked up.
How'd it go?
He was in Agent Mercer mode. It was okay, I replied. I think they're going to be okay. Not once had anyone asked why I felt the need to see the families of my father's victims. Not once had anyone questioned my healing process. The McCarthy family was very private, so I couldn't know for sure. At least with the others, I was able to look in their eyes and see the healing take place, but I didn't get that opportunity this time. You okay? I asked. He had been in Chesterbrook the last month. He was assigned the case when he came forth with the initial video, one of Gabriel's inside connections, and short him the case.
Would it be cheesy for me to say that I am now?
Callum asked before wrapping his arms around me. He smelled like sunshine, and I enjoyed the brief tranquility of the lake as the water kissed the shore. I nuzzled closer, feeling thankful for this moment.
Stop hogging her, you oaf,
Blaze said, and I pulled away from Callum just in time to see my bounty hunter roll his eyes. Patience, I chided. The scar on his arm had healed, and we joked about getting matching tattoos to cover it up. He grabbed my hand and led me towards the water, and the rest of the guys following behind us. It was the exact spot where my guys had given me my bullet ring. I smiled at the memory as Blaze ran his thumb over the sentimental piece of jewelry I still wore, likely thinking of the same thing. Gabrielle picked up a rock and tossed it across the water, as we all watched in silent contemplation as the smooth stone skipped a few beats before plummeting into the water below. If I had known we were going here, I would have insisted that we bring some music. I believe you owe me a dance and a kiss, Mr. Moretti, I said with a tentative smile. The difficult nature of my day had still been clinging to me, but I wanted this to be a good memory to hold on to.
You're right, Mrs. Moretti,
he said before holding his hand out and crashing me to his chest. I nuzzled into his neck as we swayed to the sounds of the ocean. I could almost hear the pulsing music of our past. Could practically feel the students of Chesterbrook High dancing around us, their eyes on my back, as I held the captivating attention of Gabriel Moretti, the original bullet. A finger lifted my chin, and I stared lovingly into his eyes as his lips descended upon mine. His kiss felt like the problems we'd faced, the pain we'd endured, and the hope still left for our little group. His hand lay flat on my lower back as he pulled me closer, moaning his love over my skin as the sun set. A pair of hands grabbed my hips and pulled me out of his embrace, and my back connected with Blaze's hard chest. He wrapped his arms around my stomach, and we stared out over the water.
You know I wanted to kiss you that night, pull you into the back of my Mustang and own you.
I shivered while thinking of that.
It's a good thing you didn't,
Riker joked, and even Gabriel cracked a smile at the memory. He was right, though. I wouldn't change a single thing about our past because it led us here, to this moment. It led me to my bullets. It led me to love.
Why do you still wear the bracelet Lily gave you?
Blaze asked, and I looked down at the black bracelet circling my wrist. I bit my lip, unsure how to word what that sentimental bracelet meant to me. It reminds me that the devil hides in plain sight, I replied, hoping that it was enough. Today had already been too hard to explain further. The five of us stood there on the shore of the lake, letting go of all the things that held us back, my father's sordid past, Santabello's crazy journey, the reservations we had about our dynamic. And as the sun completely disappeared into the water, I knew that there was hope hiding behind the burning sun, that tomorrow, after all the negativity was stripped away, I'd still have the bullets. And that was enough. Chapter 27. 5 years ago. Mom was drunk again. I noticed her swaying in her seat during graduation, giggling to herself when they called my name. She kept nodding at all the inappropriate parts during my valedictorian speech, the one she hired a professional to write for me because she didn't trust that I could come up with something perfect enough. Lots of photos were taken. I could still practically see the white spots in my eyes from all the flashes. I wondered if Dad's campaign manager would have to pay the photographers extra to Photoshop the blood-red color from her eyes before publishing it in the newspaper. I wore a peach dress. The color did nothing for my skin tone. The only good thing about graduation was getting to sit next to Blaze. He kept wiggling his eyebrows at me and even brushed his knuckles along the back of my arm while we stood in line, waiting to cross the stage that somehow declared us adults. My parents didn't throw me a graduation party, not that I'd been hoping they would. We instead had a quiet dinner at the country club, public enough for my parents to pretend like they had a happy family dynamic. But it still required little effort, which was good for my boozy mother. Dad left for work the moment we got home, mentioning that there were lots of parties going on tonight and he wanted to stay diligent thanks to the new boost in vandalism. He was lying, of course, but I didn't call him out on it. I never called him out on it. It was so much easier to accept his little lies and hide in my room. Why don't you have plans? I was way more popular than you when I was your age. Mom slurred while I took off her heels and guided her into bed. I wanted to see the bullets, but knew they'd probably be at whatever party my father was pretending to bust, not waiting around for me. I didn't want to leave and risk Dad coming back and noticing that I was gone. I'd much rather spend my night with you, I said sarcastically, hoping that my dry tone went over her head. Mom moaned while flipping over on her stomach and nuzzling her white pillowcase, wiping her lipstick along the cotton. You should go out, Summer, she said on an exhale. My eyes widened in shock. Was she serious? Her eyes opened, and she shot up to a seated position, staring at me with that glassy stare I'd come to expect of her. Oh, baby, she said before grabbing my cheek, nearly slapping me. I wish I were stronger, you know. I furrowed my brow, not quite sure what she was talking about. You're plenty strong, Mom, I replied before trying to push her back into bed. No, she replied, spit gathering in the corner of her mouth, and she used the back of her hand to wipe it. I'm not even a little bit. She then touched my nose. I love you, though. I love you so much. You're the only good thing, Summer. The only good what? I asked while guiding her back onto the pillow. She let out another sigh before replying. The only thing I did right, she murmured before passing out. Her loud snores filled the room as I placed a glass of water and 2 aspirins at her bedside. I also pulled the flask out from under her pillow and poured it down the drain. After double-checking that she was actually asleep, I got up and made my way to the living room, pacing the floor like a caged animal and wondering what the guys were doing. She did say I could leave, didn't she? Mom practically pushed me out the door. I opened up my phone and sent a quick message to Blaze. Mom said I could go out. Are you busy? The reply was instant. Be there in 2 minutes. I dropped my mouth open and ran upstairs, stripping out of my sundress and finding a tight black pair of skinny jeans that made me feel daring to put on. I found a maroon tank that was tighter than the clothes Mom usually allowed me to wear, then let my hair out of its bun, the curls cascading down to my waist. I then quickly pranced downstairs in my Chuck sneakers and ran outside, laughing at how stupidly eager I was to see them. Was I dressed okay? Would they take me to a party? A low whistle to my right sounded, and I swiveled on my heels to face the source of the appreciative sound. Damn, Sunshine. I thought you looked good earlier in that cap and gown, but those pants are doing things, Blaze said with a small smile. Ah, Blaze. He was always boosting my confidence and always making me feel worthy of the sultry looks he gave me. After another whoop of appreciation, he took wide steps to greet me in my yard and pick me up. He spun me around as I giggled, and I noticed that we had an audience mid-spin. Gab? I asked, laughing as Blaze set me down. Gabriel was standing with his arms crossed over his chest, wearing tight denim and a black shirt that showed off his arms and broad shoulders. Even from across the yard, I could feel his penetrating stare. My controlling bullet. Always watching, always protecting. Are you sneaking out, Miss Bright? Gabriel asked while walking towards me, a disapproving frown on his face. He'd seen firsthand the consequences of disobeying my father. Even though he didn't know how bad it could be, he still had a healthy dose of caution when it came to me. My mom told me I could, I offered with a shrug. She was drunk off her ass at graduation, Gabriel countered. Since when do you care about the rules, anyway? I asked with a cheeky grin before taking a brave step closer to him. Blaze kept my hand in his, though. Good point, Gabriel said before biting his lip and looking down at me with hungry eyes. You look good, Sunshine, he whispered low enough for only me to hear. I preened at the compliment while trying to hide my happy smile. What was it about Gabriel that made me so proud to have his heated eyes on me? Where's Riker? I asked. Jameson's garage door opened, answering my question for me. Riker walked out, his gait relaxed as he exited the garage. He was wearing sweats and a smile while holding a cardboard box. Hey, Sunshine, he said in a low voice, nodding his head in our direction. We all headed towards him, and I laughed when I saw that he was carrying an assortment of spray paint. For a little fun? Blaze asked before wrapping his arm around my waist. His fingers brushed along my skin where my shirt met my pants, making me shiver in appreciation. I'm game, I replied, matching his mischievous stare with what I hoped was a confident look of my own. The high school looked particularly empty as we pulled up. I wasn't sure if it was because the lights outside were shut off or if it was the residual feeling of sadness I felt at this being the end. Everything was going to change now. Here, You want to vandalize Chesterbrook High? I asked while shaking my head in disbelief. We got out of Blaze's Mustang and stood near the outdoor basketball courts.
It's a parting gift,
Riker answered with a small smile. He pulled his long hair out of his bun and walked over to me. I took appraisal of the courts, shining in the glow of the Mustang's headlights. Rye moved behind me, then ran his fingers through my hair, making a shiver journey down my spine as he put my long, black locks into a braid.
Don't want to get paint in your hair,
he whispered, brushing his lips against the ridge of my ear as he spoke. What are you painting? I asked as Blaze took inventory of the paint.
Not sure yet. Something that'll last, Blaze replied.
Gabriel had been quiet the entire time, watching me with curiosity as I leaned back, touching my back to Riker's chest. I'd always felt so comfortable with the bullets. Riker wrapped his arms around me, cuddling me close. It's got to be something that means something, I said finally.
Leave it to Sunshine to make vandalism introspective, Blaze said with a teasing grin.
I scoffed. I'm serious.
So, what would you paint?
Gabriel asked. I bit my lip, wondering if it would be cheesy to say a portrait of them. I don't know, I finally replied with a shrug. Riker was still holding me, and I swayed a bit until he went rigid and abruptly pulled away while adjusting his shorts while walking towards the car. After a moment, he then grabbed a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it up before blowing out clouds of smoke as he leaned on the Mustang, his body angled out toward the courts.
When you see yourself in 10 years, where are you? Gabriel asked.
I opened my mouth to answer, then shut it again. Honestly, I didn't know. I was living 24 hours at a time, working my way through each second that I had them, while praying the clock would slow down so it could be like this forever. What about you? I asked. Gabriel's expression went dark for a moment, but Blaze answered, saving us the awkwardness of the moment.
I want to travel. I want to be doing something that lets me see as much of the world as possible,
he said with a smile as confidence poured from his pores. I pictured him driving around in his Mustang, checking out all the corners of the world no one cared about and breathing life into it. It's what he was good at.
Of course, you'll have to be in the passenger seat, Sunshine. As long as we don't have to rely on your navigational skills, we should be fine,
he added, making me laugh. Riker took a puff of his cigarette, and after holding the smoke in his chest for a few seconds, blew up little bursts of the smoke.
I'd start a self-defense school,
he mused. Really? I asked. I wasn't expecting that. What about fighting? I'd never seen him in action, but if the rumors were true, then Riker was damn good in the ring.
Nah, my body won't last forever. Pretty soon I won't be able to just teach.
I nodded, then turned to look at Gabriel, waiting for him to tell me where he saw himself 10 years from now.
I want to run the world,
he replied, the ghost of a smile gracing his perfect lips. I shook my head. Bossy asshole would want to control everyone. I exhaled, then walked towards the box, picking up the black spray paint and shaking the can.
What about you, Sunshine?
Blaze asked, but I didn't answer. I went to the center of the basketball court and popped the cap off, preparing myself to paint. I guess I began while painting the first letter. In 10 years, I want to be myself. I want to know who I am, love who I love, and live a happy, adventurous life. I kept painting. The only sound around us was the low indie music playing from the Mustang speakers and the aerosol can. When I was done, I took a step back, biting my lip and hoping that they didn't get scared by how attached I was to them. I didn't think this feeling would ever go away.
Bullets forever, huh?
Gabriel asked before pulling me to his side. He looked over his shoulder at Riker and Blaze, then kissed my forehead, a sentimental touch brief but meaningful.
I like that,
he added.
You do realize only idiots paint their names where they vandalize, though, right?
Blaze joked before drawing a giant penis over it. We listened to loud music while Blaze drove us home. I danced my fingers along the wind as I held my hand out the window, singing along and laughing at how free I felt. this. I'd do whatever it took to feel this forever and always. Safe, content, loved, cherished, free. I wanted to feel free. When we got back to Woodbury Lane, my stomach dropped when I realized the magic was over. I couldn't pretend like I'd have them forever anymore. I reached for the door handle, preparing to let myself out of Blaze's Mustang, when a hand on my shoulder made me stop. Bullets forever, babe. I looked around the car at each of them. Yeah, bullets forever. I laughed once more to hide the emotion bubbling up in my throat, then looked back at my front door, frowning when I noticed Officer Mercer, Callum, was standing there and staring at our car. Oh, I gotta go. I stole one last look at my bullets, committing everything about this moment to memory. The way we were in our little world, the way they looked at me like I could do no wrong. The way they were good for me, only me. We parted ways in the front lawn with all the things we didn't know about the future soothed by the idea that at least we wanted to be together. When I got to my porch, I heard the Jamesons' garage door open and close, letting me know that they were gone. "Hey, Summer," Callum said with a grin. He was sitting on the swing my dad installed on the front porch. When he stood up, I noticed that he was still in his patrol uniform. "Sorry, I missed graduation. I couldn't get off work," he said with a frown before stepping closer, standing beneath the glow of the porch light. He dragged his eyes up and down my body before coughing and adjusting his collar. He had one hand behind his back, and I arched my brow, curious what it was. Oh, he added, noticing my perplexed stare. "I got you the flowers." He pulled the bouquet out from behind his back and stretched his arm out, handing me a dozen beautiful roses. "They're gorgeous," I whispered before grabbing them. Our fingers brushed against one another, causing a thrill to shoot up my arm. "You didn't have to do this," I exclaimed before playfully patting his bicep, then snaking my fingers back when I shivered at the feel of his strong muscles. "You don't graduate every day in summer. It's a big deal," Callum said with a small smile before taking a step closer. I turned to look at the door, sighing and wishing my parents could feel the same way. "Hey, look at me," Callum added, and I turned my attention to him. "You've got the entire world at your fingertips, Summer. You've got a future, and this is going to be the beginning of something great." I bit my lip to hold back the smile, and the questions I asked the bullets earlier came to mind. "Callum," I asked, feeling silly, but asking anyway, "what do you want to be doing 10 years from now?" His eyes softened as he looked me over. He then grabbed my chin and cupped my cheek with his hand while staring into my eyes. "I want to do something that means something. I want to be with someone I love. Everything else is semantics," he murmured. There was a moment, a lingering look, that kept me guessing if there was more bubbling between us. Tonight had me feeling like I was on the edge of forever, and I just wanted to plunge. I wanted to get to the happily ever after. "Why am I not happy?" I asked. "Graduation is supposed to feel good, new beginnings and all that," I said with a shrug. I was going off to college, and I survived my parents' toxic views on existing in the public eye. "I never liked the notion of happy endings," Callum replied with a shrug. He was still holding me, pulling me in with his blue eyes. "Happy is an everyday battle. It's something you fight for till the day you die. Nothing ever really ends." I smiled, and Callum leaned forward to kiss my forehead. It was friendly, but teased me with more, warming me from the inside. Then he excused himself, strolling over to his cruiser to finish his patrols for the night. I stood there at my doorstep on Woodbury Lane, looking out at the Jamesons' house, thinking how forever felt like now.
Epilogue. Callum. The bar was the same as I remembered. We were given the usual treatment, immediate seats, and a drink in our hand the moment our ass hit the booth. This time, there were no guards patting me down. Not that I had a badge anymore. I long ago gave up my father's legacy in law enforcement. I traded a gun for sunshine. And even though some days I felt a little lost, I still had everything I'd ever wanted. Her. "Should I pat you down for old time's sake?" Gabriel asked, looking at the sunshine whiskey in front of him, but not taking a drink. He might still run the world, but he'd grown soft the last few years, letting others do his dirty work and just enjoying the peace of our life. "Very funny," I replied, before clutching my glass and taking a gulp, wincing as the burn traveled down my throat. The room smelled like cigars and perfume, and I stared at the stage, a heavy sense of nostalgia filling me. "As much as you'd love that, we have to hurry. Blaze is back from his trip to New Mexico, and you know how picky Sunshine is about family dinner nights. Joe is in town, too," I replied. We made it work. We traveled. We shared. Sometimes I'd go a couple weeks without seeing her because Blaze was driving across the coast with her, or Riker's students had a fight in L.A., or Gavriel was just being his normal, bossy, possessive self, keeping her in his house, naked and sated. But family dinner nights were important to her. She said she had an announcement tonight, and being the nosy bastard that I was, I checked her email and found out that she got accepted into the online psychology program at Penn State. She told me a few months ago she was curious what made her father the way he was. Looks like she was going to explore that further. My chest swelled with pride. "So, what's with all the secrecy, Mercer?" Gavriel asked. It was odd that we kept this up, meeting just once a year, planning it ahead of time. I couldn't speak for him, but it was a good reminder. When shit got hard, when I craved normalcy, we'd meet here and remind ourselves that there was a time when we were forced with the alternative, not having her. And I got right back to feeling thankful. "I didn't want to get her hopes up or piss her off," I replied in a small voice, looking off to the left, as if she was going to emerge from around the corner. Gavriel's face dropped, knowing what I was referencing. "Last time we had a lead, it never panned out, and she cried for weeks. I think I found him," I whispered. "Where?" "Mexico." "Figures." Gavriel scoffed before leaning back in his seat. He'd been doing really well, working out again with Riker. His suit looked a little tight. "Should we send Blaze after him?" I asked. Gavriel seemed to think about it for a moment, running a hand through his hair, highlighting the ring on his left hand. I laughed the day Sunshine bought them for us. No ceremony, no asking, just 4 bullet rings to match hers. Was as good of a commitment as anything. "No, I'm going to call Alessandro and Grace. Last time, we spooked him. If anyone can bring Nix back, it'll be them." I swallowed, wondering if this was a good idea. I wasn't sure if I could find him again. This might be our last chance. Although Sunshine was devastated when Nix disappeared, she respected his needs. She even said some shit about trusting that Nix wouldn't make the decision lightly. She could relate to the need to flee, I guess. But whatever his reasons, it didn't change the fact that she missed him. I just wanted her to be happy. Maybe it was in my blood not to give up. As cheesy as it sounded, the bastard completed her. "Are you sure?" I asked. "What did I tell you about doubting me, Mercer?" I sighed before dropping a 20 on the table. "Okay, but let's not tell her just yet." "Deal." "Funny how we're right back where we started, huh? Chasing people that run away?" Gavriel mused with a half smile while looking around the bar. I nodded, but didn't feel the same nostalgia as him. This didn't feel the same as with Sunshine. My gut was telling me that Phoenix Bailey didn't willingly run away. He was taken.
This recording of Love and Lead was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2018 by Megan Harris. Sound recording copyright 2019 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check www.dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.